This novel was requested by No and Goody81 of More Clan and Joy, Solo Farming in the Tower Volume 2 PT2. Chapter 76. The competition is not over yet. Meow. When Theo suddenly came out of Israel's warehouse and started running, Representative Theo, where are you going? Elka also ran following Theo and asked, I feel President Park's lap nearby. Meow. What? It's in that direction. Meow. It's getting closer. Meow. Theo climbed onto Elka's head, grabbed her ears, and shouted. Okay. Although Elka was puzzled by Theo's words about finding Sejun's lap, which should be on the 99th floor of the tower, Theo's voice was full of conviction. Hold on tight. For now, Elka ran in the direction Theo was pointing. Prog 1231 2291. About 1,000 left. As Sejun checked the number of remaining progs and muttered, Hey guys. Mr. Sejun says there are still about 1,000 progs left. Hurry and catch them. Hagel, who was next to him, was focusing on Sejun's every move and shouted to the Black Wolves. Yes. Squeak. Krung. Having found the joy of hunting in a group with the 300 Black Wolves, the Black Rabbit and the Quenji responded together. Hunting progs by surrounding them from a distance was a new experience for the Black Rabbit and the Quenji, who always hunted alone. The wolves brought the frogs they caught through group hunting to the surface and put them in front of Sejun. Thud. You have defeated the prog. You have earned 500 experience points. You leveled up. You earn 1 bonus stat. Sejun comfortably gained experience points and reached level 30. And a quest has been generated. Job quest. Plant a new crop you have never planted before. Reward. Level 31 unlock 500 tower coins. A level 30 job quest appeared. A new crop I've never planted. Sejun looked at the quest and thought for a moment. I have that. He dug the ground with his dagger, took out the pineapple crown he had saved after eating a pineapple, and planted it. You have planted a pineapple crown. Due to the effect of seed sowing LV 4, the probability of the pineapple crown taking root increases. Due to the effect of seed sowing LV 4, the probability of pest damage decreases slightly. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of sowing LV 4 slightly increases. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV 1, your proficiency sowing LV 4 has increased by an additional 5%. You have completed the quest. Level 31 has been unlocked as a quest completion reward. You have obtained 500 tower coins as a quest completion reward. I got lucky with this quest. If he hadn't found the pineapple, he could have been in a situation where he couldn't level up until the seed shop opened. Fortunately, he completed the job quest right away this time without losing a single experience point. While Sejun was again gaining experience by defeating the progs brought by the wolves, Russell. There was a noise as the bushes shook. And then, I found you. Meow. Something yellow sprang out from beyond the bushes. Huh? President Theo, who had arrived at Zenka Lake by using his lap detector at full power, jumped off Elka's back towards Sejun. Thud. Sejun caught the flying Theo with both hands. He was very warm and soft. President Park, nice to see you. Meow. When did you get here? Meow. Theo casually lifted his front paws and asked in greeting. What? President Theo, how did you know I was here? He had heard from Hagel that Theo was nearby, but he didn't expect him to come so early. I have my ways. Meow. Theo sat proudly on Sejun's lap, claiming it for himself. And then, flick, he took out 2 contracts and handed them to Sejun. One was a contract with the Black Wolf tribe, and the other was a contract stating that he would receive 5,000 tower coins from Israel. And then Theo had calculated the value of his own life, the lives of the wolves, and Iona, and demanded 25,000 tower coins from Israel and as compensation. However, their assets were short by about 5,000 tower coins. Pay off the rest with your body. Meow. Theo made Israel and sign a contract to repay the remaining money through labor. Theo was good at applying what he learned from Sejun. Did I do well? Meow. Yes, but did you pick 3 items from Israel's house? I haven't chosen them yet. Meow. Theo answered while looking at Sejun's face, worrying he might be sent back. Is that so? Then pick them next time. After all of Israel's house and all the items in it had been transferred to Sejun through the contract. He could pick any time. I got it. Meow. I'll pick next time. Meow. Relieved by Sejun's words, Theo comfortably lay on Sejun's lap, and then, zzz, he fell asleep in no time as the number of remaining progs decreased. The wolves' speed of bringing progs slowed down, and when the number of remaining frogs dropped below 100, the frogs scattered and hid, and the black wolves, the black rabbits, and Quenji also dispersed to find the progs. As the boring search continued, the black rabbits and Quenji began to explore Zenka Lake instead of looking for progs. Thud, squeak, crung. The black rabbits and Quenji poured out the treasures they found in Zenka Lake in front of Sejun and bragged. Most of them were trinkets like rocks or bone fragments, but they were fascinating treasures that stimulated the imagination for the black rabbits and Quenji. Wow, great, guys, go find more treasures. Squeak, crung. Encouraged by Sejun, the black rabbits and Quenji entered Zenka Lake with a determined mindset to find better treasures. A quest for the mid-level administrator has been generated. Let's see what quests have been given to the interesting human. Alien checked Sejun's quest, and then, HMPH. I don't like it. Alien frowned after checking Sejun's quest. The quest reward was too pitiful. She had already forgotten the quest she had given to Sejun in the past. I have to ask Dad how to change the quest reward. Since Anton had taught Aileen how to sync with the black dragon statue through the orb, direct conversation was now possible. Dad. She called Anton through the black dragon statue. Oh, my granddaughter. Have you been well? It was Kaiser who responded happily. Perhaps Anton was away at the moment. Yes, Grandpa. I have a question. Ha. Ask me anything. Grandpa will tell you everything. But, Aileen, you missed your grandpa, right? Huh? Yes. Of course, I missed you. Grandpa, can you teach me how to change the quest reward? Ha. Grandpa missed you so much too. Aileen, you want to change the quest reward? Yes. Hey, what are you planning to give to that Sejun fellow this time? Recalling that Aileen's 100th birthday fountain had been handed over to Sejun as a quest reward, Kaiser's voice rose. However, Grandpa, are you mad at me? As Aileen's voice hardened. No. How could I? Now, let me explain in detail. The voice of Kaiser, the superpower of the Pridani family, changed to its original, no, softer than before. After learning about the method of changing quests for several hours from Kaiser, change the reward. As she learned from Kaiser, she raised her hand over the quest window and began to change the quest reward with her will and mana. She raised the reward experience from 10,000 to 100 million and the tower coins from 1,000 to 10 million. The reward was increased 10,000 times. Aileen was quite generous. However, you cannot change the reward of the mid-level administrator's quest. The level of Tower Farmer Park Sejun is too low. Sejun's level was too low. Arg. Then let's make it 1,000 times. Aileen removed a 0 and changed the quest reward again, but 1,000 times, 100 times, and even 10 times were too high for Sejun. Then, 7 times. You cannot change the reward of the mid-level administrator's quest. The level of Tower Farmer Park Sejun is low. However, once she went below 10 times, the word 2 was removed. And then, 5 times, 2 times, 1.5 times. Finally, the quest reward was changed. Hey, I wish the interesting human would get stronger quickly. Aileen was sad that she couldn't give more to Sejun even though she wanted to. The reward for the mid-level administrator's quest has been changed from 10,000 experience to 15,000. The reward for the mid-level administrator's quest has been changed from 1,000 tower coins to 1,500. While the wolves were slowing down in catching the progs and he was idly looking at the lake, Sejun, who had fallen asleep, woke up due to a sudden message that the quest reward had been changed. Did Aileen do something? To Sejun's knowledge, the only being capable of such a thing was Aileen. Thus, Sejun, who regained his senses, looked around. And then, what are all these? Sejun found a pile of miscellaneous items stacked almost 10 meters high in front of him. The Black Rabbit and Quenji had unknowingly gathered this much treasure. Should I check out what they've brought? Just as Sejun was about to examine if there was anything useful, tweet. Iona flew over singing a song. She had come to finalize the contest with her victory, having received Theo's admission of defeat. Oh, it's Sejun, nice to see you. Realizing Sejun's presence a little late, Iona greeted him. But what is that? He asked about the transparent liquid in a glass bottle floating around Iona. "Oh, this? It's a contract nullification potion that I found in Israel's warehouse." "Contract nullification potion?" "Yes. If you spray it on a contract, you can nullify the contract." "Is that so?" "Yes. Take a look." Contract nullification potion. A potion that can nullify the agreement of a contract. When the contract nullification potion is sprinkled on the contract is nullified. It is impossible to nullify the contract if the party who proposed the contract has a high level or the contract has been in effect for more than 100 days. Grade B. So, there's such a thing. He thought that once the contract was done in the tower, it would be final. Are there many such contract nullification potions? Number. This is the first time I've seen it myself. At Iona's response, Sejun was relieved. Still, he thought he should prepare for the case of contract nullification in the future and checked the contracts. He had. As Sejun was checking the contracts, Representative Theo, wake up. Iona woke up Theo, lifting his eyelids. Meow. What? Meow. Iona, I want to sleep more. Meow. Then I won the contest, right? Meow. The contest to find better items. I won, right? At Iona's words, Theo's eyes snapped open. No. Meow. Victory is mine. Meow. Theo jumped up and declared, feeling invincible. While being on Sejun's lap, he believed he could never lose. Tweet, tweet, tweet. But I've already found a B-grade item, and you haven't found anything yet. Iona spoke confidently of her victory. The contest is not over yet. Meow. Theo shouted at Iona, focusing all his attention on his front paw. He was planning to find an item to beat Iona quickly. Then, zing. Theo felt a strong pull on his front paw. Pewit. Of course, I can't lose even if I want to. Meow. Following the pull, plunk. Theo began to rummage through the pile of random items that the Black Rabbit and Quenji had stacked, putting his paw in it. And then, got it. Meow. Pewit. Iona, the victory is mine. Meow. Just as Theo pulled out an item he had grabbed from the pile of random items with his paw, confident of his victory. Thud. Meow. The pile of random items collapsed down onto Theo's head. Chapter 77. Returning. Theo. Sejun instinctively ran to protect Theo from the collapsing pile of junk. However, meow. Huh? Theo and Sejun's gazes crossed. Theo was quickly getting out of the falling pile of junk, passing Sejun who was rushing towards him. Come to think of it, Theo's speed was incredibly fast. Who was worried about who? Sejun, the weakest one on the 99th floor of the tower, smiled sadly as he looked at Theo. President Park. Theo hurriedly stopped and called Sejun, but, whoosh, the pile of junk began to engulf Sejun. Just then, Mr. Sejun, Elko and Hagel jumped into the pile of junk and protected Sejun with their large bodies. Thud. At the same time, a giant grey rock of about 3 meters in size, hit the wolves' bodies and fell to the ground. It seemed like something that Quenji had brought. Sejun would have been in trouble if it weren't for the wolves. Phew. Elka, Hagel, thanks. Sejun expressed his gratitude to the 2 giant wolves. No, it's an honor to be able to protect the great black dragon. I feel the same. The wolves wagged their tails, pleased with Sejun's praise. President Park. Were you trying to save me just now? Meow. Theo, moved by Sejun's attempt to save him, ran over and examined Sejun's body. Are you okay? Meow. Are you hurt anywhere? Meow. Especially focusing on his knees. I'm okay. But what were you trying to pull out? This right here. Meow. Theo pointed at the giant rock and exclaimed. This rock? Yes. Meow. I felt an incredible attraction I've never felt before in my life. Meow. Really? Sejun, who knew Theo's golden front paw better than anyone, quickly got up and examined the rock. On the surface, it was just an ordinary rock. Nothing special. Fragment of? Question mark. Oh, this was different from the item so far. Even the name was a question mark. Iona, can you use some appraisal magic? Yes. Hurry up and do it. Meow. This is my victory. Meow. Tweet, tweet, tweet. You think you can beat me with such a rock? Iona scoffed at Theo and used appraisal magic on the rock. However, fragment of? Question mark. Huh? Even Iona's appraisal magic didn't reveal any information about the item. Caillou. Iona, enraged that her magic did not work, angrily pulled out the Staff of Disaster from her back, and, Eye of Truth. She used the highest tier appraisal magic. Flash. A bright light from Iona's staff seeped into the grey rock. Fragment of? The 9th fragment of divine power flows from it. Grade. This time there was a small change, but a change nonetheless. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help, Mr. Sejun. This is my limit, Iona said, looking disappointed. That's okay. At least it doesn't seem like a cursed item since it's emanating divine power. The fact that Iona couldn't identify the item through her abilities meant that this item was of an incredibly high grade. Sejun decided to be content with the fact that it had no curse for now. I'll have to ask Aileen to appraise it later. Sejun decided to take the rock to the 99th floor of the tower later for examination. Aileen, who was short on magic, couldn't see or send messages to anywhere outside the 99th floor with her crystal orb. Representative Theo, I've lost. Iona admitted her defeat to Theo. The fact that the item's information wasn't fully revealed even with the use of the Eye of Truth was evidence that the rock was at least a legendary grade item. Pewit. Iona, don't be too sad, meow. It's only natural that you can't beat me, meow. Now, stamp it, meow. Theo proudly pulled out a contract, with a triumphant look. Stamp. That's right, meow. The loser must listen to the winner's request, meow. Theo, nice. From behind, Sejun quietly gave a thumbs up, cheering for Theo. A moment later, President Park, here's the contract, meow. Theo handed Sejun a contract stamped with a cute hamster footprint, then confidently climbed onto Sejun's lap, and lay down showing his belly. What are you doing, meow? Pet me, meow. When Sejun stayed still, Theo placed Sejun's hand on his belly and spoke. Alright. As he had contributed, he decided to give a reward. Pat, pat. Meow meow meow. I'm happy, meow. Just as Theo was about to fall asleep with Sejun's petting, squeak, crung. The Black Rabbit and Quenji brought up new treasures. Theo, are you drawn to anything else? Sejun quietly asked with anticipation. Meow. Theo, lying down with his eyes closed, stretched out his forepaws and activated his detector. But there's nothing attracting me. They're all useless. Theo swung his forepaw as he spoke. Thud. Squeak. Crung. Our treasures are useless? The Black Rabbit and Quenji were shocked at Theo's words. Crung. Meow. Quenji grabbed Theo's scruff and took him to their treasures. And, squeak. Crung. You think this is useless? Listen carefully. The Black Rabbit and Quenji began to explain their treasures in detail, sitting Theo between them. It's hot. Sejun, who had dozed off while watching Theo being lectured by the Black Rabbit and Quenji, had to wake up due to the stifling heat. Before he knew it, Quenji was behind Sejun, and Theo and the Black Rabbit were sleeping on his lap. Snore, snore. Zzzzz. Zzzzz. Huh? At first, he thought he had misheard Quenji's snoring. But, snore, snore. Zzzzz. Zzzzz. There were 4 snoring sounds. When Sejun looked towards the sound, he found Iona sleeping there, using Theo's tail as a blanket. Now, even the chairman of the Wizards Association was entranced by Sejun's lap. As expected, Sejun's lap was popular with the animals. Do I have to sleep again? Sejun was about to close his eyes and try to sleep again, not wanting to disturb the soundly sleeping animals, when, excuse me, someone called Sejun. Huh? When did you guys get here? It was the interns who had returned home with Theo's permission. There's nothing to do right now, so rest a bit. Yes, but there's something we need to discuss. Intern Bill hesitated to speak. What is it? Just a moment. Guys, come out. Upon Bill's shout, whoosh, 30 cats, which had been waiting at a distance, ran over. Hello. We'll work hard in exchange for grilled fish. Grilled fish? The cats from the Grania village, suffering from food shortages, followed the interns to find Sejun, hoping to earn grilled fish. Then, the cause for the extinction of the blue carp in the Zenka Lake on the 75th floor of the tower has been found. A second mid-level administrator quest has begun. Second mid-level administrator quest. Prevent the cats of Grania village from hunting blue carp fish for a year. Rewards, 15,000 XP, 1,500 tower coins. Failure, until the quest is completed, you cannot return to your original place. A new quest appeared. Theo, wake up. Sejun woke up the sleeping Theo. What is it, meow? I need you to get the contracts stamped. Sejun hired the cats for a year as guards to prevent them from hunting blue carp fish in Lake Zenka, in exchange for 3 grilled fish per day as a wage. And then, you have completed the second mid-level administrator quest. You received 15,000 XP as a reward for completing the second mid-level administrator quest. You received 1,500 tower coins as a reward for completing the second mid-level administrator quest. The second quest was completed. On the 249th day of being stranded, 3 days have passed since the hunting of Progs. Progs 2243-2291. Where are the rest hiding? Sejun said, checking the remaining number of Progs. Only 48 Progs were left, but he couldn't find where they were hiding. A large-scale search had been launched since yesterday to find the remaining 48 Progs, but it had been fruitless. However, there was another discovery. While searching for treasure, the Black Rabbit and Quenji found a hiding place for blue carp fish, avoided by the Progs. There were 10 blue fish left in the hiding place. For the time being, Sejun had the cats, hired as guards, take turns guarding the vicinity of the hiding place of the blue carp fish to prevent their extinction. While continuing the search for Progs, Quenji lifted a broad stone about 10 meters in size from the bottom of the lake. Sejun had instructed Quenji to bring up any suspicious rocks as there might be other fragments on the lake bottom. Thud. As Quenji lifted the broad stone, Ribbit, Ribbit. Quenji's eyes met those of the Progs hiding under the rock. The Progs had been hiding under the rock, which was why they had not been found. Quang. Quenji put the stone down and called the wolves nearby. Line up, meow. When mealtime came, Theo lined up the guards of Lake Zenka and distributed 3 grilled fish each. Having heard that the food situation in the Grania village was currently poor, Sejun considered the families of the cats and decided to triple their wages for a while, providing 9 grilled fish per day. After all, the 99th floor pond was teeming with piranhas. However, the grilled fish that Theo brought was not enough, so the interns went to the 99th floor with the wolves to get piranhas. While Sejun was sitting on the fragment of and looking around, I found them. Splash! The wolves bustled and jumped into Lake Zenka. After a moment, splat! The wolves came out of the lake with frogs in their mouths one by one and stood in front of Sejun. And then, we found all 48 frogs. Hagel, representing the wolves, reported to Sejun. Well done. Everyone gather around. Sejun called all the animals. Then when all the animals gathered, Sejun slaughtered the frogs. You have completed the mid-level administrator quest. You gain 15,000 experience points as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. You gain 1,500 tower coins as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. You have fulfilled your duty as a mid-level administrator. You will return to the 99th floor in 30 seconds. Quenji, pick up the rock. Kuong. At Sejun's command, Quenji picked up the rock item with a flash. You geese did a good job. Sejun quickly exchanged greetings with the animals as he was about to return. Theo, take the interns and visit the 38th floor. Hagel, come to the 99th floor. Got it, meow. I'll finish quickly and go, meow. I'll also hurry and follow. Coyote, I'll come and see you soon too. When Iona spoke while looking at Sejun's knee, Iona, don't come, meow. Theo yelled, wary of the newly appeared competitor. Coyote, I don't want to. It's my heart's decision. Swoosh. While the two were fighting, Sejun, the Black Rabbit and Quenji disappeared. The administrator area of the tower. Why hasn't that human come yet, even though it's been 3 days? Alien, who couldn't know the situation of the 75th floor, was very frustrated not being able to get news about Sejun. Kick. Did he get hurt somewhere? She was particularly worried about the weak Sejun getting hurt somewhere. Just when Aileen was worrying about Sejun, mid-level administrator Top Farmer Park Sejun has completed his mission, returning to the 99th floor of the tower. The wonderful human is back. Aileen, now able to see Sejun again, was happy to see his return and looked at the 99th floor with the crystal orb. No, another unidentified item. It's dangerous. The human indeed can't do without me. Seeing the huge unidentified rock item that Quenji had put down, Aileen smiled brightly. It was her time to shine. I should show him the magnificent image of the great black dragon. Aileen, having seized the opportunity to show off, was about to speak to Sejun when the black dragon statue spoke first. Chapter 78 Discovering a Trace. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the tower, home. Upon returning from the 75th floor of the tower, Sejun raised his arms and shouted, Squeak! Creon! The Black Rabbit, Quanji also shouted following Sejun. It had only been 3 days since they left, but home felt very welcoming. Creon? Quanji asked Sejun what to do with the rock he was holding. It seemed he wanted to quickly put it down and go to his mother. Just put it down there. Creon. Thud. Upon Sejun's words, Quanji immediately smacked the rock down. Creon. And dashed towards his mother, the Crimson Giant Bear. Squeak. The Black Rabbit also rushed towards his family to inform them of his arrival. Shall I plant the pineapples first? The now alone Sejun took out 12 pineapple crows from his bag and planted them in the field. Then, he looked at the corrupted Int's enhanced seed that was left alone in the corner of his bag. Enhanced seed of the corrupted Int. Purification rate 50%. If it receives the flame of purification one more time, it will be completely purified. While Sejun was looking at the seed, flap, flap, the black dragon statue flew towards him. Ha ha ha, Park Sejun, you incompetent fellow. You can't even appraise an item. Seeing the unappraised rock, Kaiser spoke in a proud voice. Ha ha ha. I, Kaiser Pradani, the great black dragon, will specially appraise it for you. Kaiser took the lead without being asked, wanting to show off his grandeur. He also wanted to appear as a cool grandfather to Alien, who was undoubtedly watching Sejun through the crystal orb. As the black dragon statue perched on the rock, flash, a strong light exploded from the rock. Flash. The light exploded once more. Then, the tower's administrator is upset that their grandfather started appraising the item when she was about to do it. The tower's administrator asks you to tell their grandfather that she will not talk to him anymore. Alien, who had her chance to shine taken away, was upset with Kaiser. Kaiser, Alien says she won't talk to you anymore. What? Alien. Let's talk, come on. Alien tilde. While Kaiser was calling out to Alien in desperation, Sejun checked the options of the now appraised rock. Fragment of the Divine Stone. It is the 9th fragment of the Divine Stone. Divine power beneficial to the surroundings flows out of it. The more fragments you gather, the stronger the divine power becomes. Grade S. Divine power beneficial to the surroundings? He closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, but didn't feel much. The item's options seemed mediocre compared to its grade. But it's an S grade after all. Sejun decided to be satisfied with having an S grade item in his front yard for now. He then looked around the farm to see if anything special had happened in his absence. That's when, Sejun spotted something that wasn't there before. A wooden pipe, made by splitting a tree and hollowing out the inside, was connected from the fountain to the field. The height of the fountain was 1 meter, so the water inside the wooden pipe flowed from the fountain to the field according to the gradient. Oh, did the Grey Rabbits make an canal? Even without him, everyone was doing well. Sejun went around the farm to let the animals know that he was back and went down to the cave. He had to check the crops in the storage. Flammy, I'm back. When Sejun called out to Flammy, who was basking in the warm sunlight in the center of the cave, Master. Welcome back. Flammy greeted Sejun in a lively voice. Were you well? Yes, Master, but is there something new outside? I've been feeling a warm energy permeating my body for a while. So I'm full of energy and feeling good. It seemed that the S-grade stone did have some effect. I'm happier to see the Master. The warm energy just made me feel better. The joy of seeing you is much bigger. Flammy emphasized again that he was glad to see Sejun, in case Sejun misunderstood. I see. Sejun stroked Flammy's leaves. It was speaking so cutely like that, he couldn't help but adore it. After conversing with Flammy, Sejun checked the crops in the storage and went to bed early. In front of the portal connected to the Black Tower, Kaiser was sitting at the table with a serious look on his face, deep in thought. Did he have another fight with Alien? Anton, who had gone out to take care of something, thought when he saw Kaiser with a serious expression. Father, what's the matter? It didn't seem like a big deal, but he asked just in case. Son, I've found a trace of the Creator God. What? Anton, who typically maintained a poker face and rarely showed his emotions, had his poker face broken by Kaiser's unexpected answer. Khahaha, I knew you'd react like that. I was really surprised at first too. Kaiser laughed. looking at Anton's bewildered face. Where was the trace of the Creator God found? Anton asked excitedly. The Creator God was the being who created the towers they were managing. The dragons had been looking for traces of the Creator God for over 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago, you shall rebuild the world by finding my traces. The Creator God left those words and completely disappeared from the world. As a result, their world was destroyed. No, many worlds were destroyed. They wanted to know, why did the Creator God create the tower? Why did he entrust them with its management? The trace of the Creator God came out from the Black Tower we were managing. What? It's part of a stone. Park Sejun found it in a lake on the 75th floor of the tower. The tower? Anton was taken aback by Kaiser's words. They had been diligently searching for the traces of the Creator God outside. And it was inside the tower? It really was darkest under the lamp post. Superscript 1. If it's a stone, what was written on it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What? The found stone was the end part, so there was no content. Oh, is Park Sejun safe? Anton asked hastily. It was a trace of the Creator God. After all, just being near it could harm an ordinary being. Sejun was the one who could assist in treating Alien's dragon heart. It was crucial that nothing bad happened to him. Ha. Who am I? I am none other than the great Kaiser Brittany, the head of the Great Brittany family. Kaiser started to talk about how he appraised the stone Sejun brought. The moment I started to appraising it, I could feel the divine power of the Creator stirring inside the stone. And then? Anton swallowed and asked. I thought the moment the stone seal was lifted, Sejun and the others around him would die. So, I quickly gave it a plausible name and discreetly resealed it. How's that for quick thinking? Ha. Kaiser bragged. Phew. You did well, father, Anton said with relief. He didn't like Kaiser's bragging, but he had to admit when something was worth acknowledging. Resealing an object containing the divine power of the Creator was no easy task. If it hadn't been for Kaiser, it could have been a disaster. Son, there's something more important than that. What is it? Alien doesn't want to talk to me, so could you mediate for us? Kaiser, who possesses tremendous power, found it nearly impossible to soothe his granddaughter's anger. And I have some urgent work to do. It was the same for Anton as well. Second floor of the tower. The land, which was close to a wasteland and exceeded 1,000 square meters, had turned green, and people were walking between the farms divided into 100 square meters each. Welcome to our Gagel's Experience Farm. The guide from Gagel welcomed the hunters. Really, if we just cut these, they'll give us experience like monsters? The hunter, a young man in his mid-20s armed with expensive gear, asked while looking at a squirming tomato plant. He had paid 100 million won to use the experience farm. Yes, this is a plant-type monster that we at Gagel accidentally discovered. Thanks to the efforts of our research team, we can now grow it in large quantities. Since the word mutant could create a negative perception, Gagel deceived even their employees, referring to the polluted tomatoes as plant-type monsters discovered in the tower. Mr. David, why don't you try cutting it? The guide pointed to the bottom of the tomato and spoke to David. Swish. David used his sword to cut the bottom of the tomato. It was cut smoothly and, you've killed the contaminated cherry tomato. You've earned 33 experience points. He gained experience points. Oh, it's real? Yes. Now, experience why this place is called an experience farm. The guide handed David a torch. Just burn everything. Great. Whoosh. David happily began to burn the contaminated cherry tomatoes at the guide's words. If he burned the entire 100 square meter area, he would accumulate about 5,000 to 7,000 experience points. Gagel was receiving 100 million won as a price for gaining experience from the 100 square meter farm. But wealthy hunters who wanted to accumulate experience safely and quickly were waiting to use Gagel's experience farm and were making reservations. How many days does it take for the crops to grow back? About a month would be sufficient. Thomas, expand the size of the farm by 100 times. Yes, Michael ordered Thomas while looking at the blazing farm. All right. Sejun opened his eyes and got up. His body felt so refreshed. Maybe because he had slept well after a long time. Squeak. With the noise of Sejun getting up, the black rabbit came out of the wooden box house and greeted him. Yeah, good morning. Sejun got up and wrote on the bedroom wall with a stick. 250. It was the morning of the 250th day of being stranded. He planned to mark the date on the brick house wall in the future. Let's go out. As Sejun and the black rabbit came out, one by one, The rabbits were coming up to the ground from the cave. Squeak, squeak. Right. Good morning. Sejun greeted the rabbits. Breakfast was taken care of with seps soup, which had been boiling for 24 hours, and steamed potatoes. And when Sejun was walking to the field to harvest the cherry tomatoes, squeak, squeak. From behind, the cheerful screams of the rabbits were heard, and they quickly overtook Sejun in their wooden boat. Splash! The boat ridden by the rabbits splashed water onto Sejun as it passed. Huh? Is that a flume ride squared? As the field became too wide, the rabbits were using boats on the canal as transportation to reduce the effort to move to the field. I'm envious. I was so jealous. I wish I had a fun ride. No, I meant transportation. Kruiong? Sejun wasn't the only one who was envious of the rabbits' means of transportation. Kruiong! Quenji shouted as he watched the rabbits riding in the wooden boat. I want to ride too. Kruiong! Quenji picked up a wooden plank and climbed up to the fountain in high spirits, placed the wooden plank on the water canal, and sat on it. But, creak! The pillars of the canal, which were not designed with the possibility of Quenji climbing up on them in mind, couldn't bear his weight. Bang! As soon as Quenji sat down, the wooden pillars broke like twigs and a major accident occurred with a wooden pipe collapsing on the spot. Kruiong! When Quenji, who fell with the wooden pipes, was looking at the broken canal with a desolate expression. Pat! It's okay. Sejun patted Quenji's head and comforted him. Kruiong! I want to ride the boat too. Don't worry, I'll give you a ride. Thanks to Quenji, Sejun got a chance to rebuild the canal. Guys, gather around. Sejun called the Grey Rabbit and the Black Minotaur and started a grand construction project to build a new, sturdy canal. Chapter 79. This is my territory, meow. Sejun decided to make a proper canal since he was at it. And, okay, first, we're going to raise the fountain so we can stack bricks underneath. As the first construction task, he decided to raise the height of the fountain where the flow of water started. Because the thrill. No, the acceleration when going down would allow the water to be sent further away. However, to do that, he had to lift a giant fountain with a diameter of 100 meters first. I need the help of Kaiser or Anton. Sejun spoke to the black dragon statue. What is it? The hoarse voice of the annoyed Kaiser came. It's a relief. Honestly, it was easier to talk to Kaiser than Anton. For Sejun, there was a sure win card to get Kaiser's help easily. Sir Kaiser, don't you want to talk to Aileen? You insolent, Sejun. How dare you think the great black dragon, Kaiser Pratani, would ask you for help? Kaiser's furious voice came in response to Sejun's words. That's not it. I have a favor to ask, and if you do it, I will solve the problem that bothers you, Sir Kaiser, on my own. Is that so? Then let's hear what you have to ask. Although it was a slight trick, but it worked on Kaiser. Could you lift the fountain, please? Ha ha ha. All right, creak. As soon as Kaiser's voice ended, the fountain rose about 10 meters in the air. All right, let's start the work. At Sejun's command, the Black Minotaurs began stacking mud bricks. And, Aileen. Sejun called out to Aileen to solve Kaiser's problem. The tower's administrator asks what's the matter. How about we have some honey jelly and talk? First, he improved Aileen's mood with sweet food. The tower's administrator is pleased with the sweetness of the honey jelly. So, Sejun made Aileen's mood better and started to discuss the main topic. Aileen, could you please start talking to Sir Kaiser now? The tower's administrator says she's still upset with grandfather for taking her chance to shine. Aileen, why do you want to shine by appraising items? The tower's administrator says it's to show you her greatness. Then, you don't need to shine. The tower's administrator asks what you mean. Because I already know how great you, Aileen, are. Aileen disappeared again. However, ha 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 ha. Judging by Kaiser's laughter, it seemed like Aileen was talking with Kaiser. Pat pat pat. Run faster, meow. Theo was urging his companions. He was in a great hurry. I need to finish the trade and get back to Sejun, meow. Sejun's lap was in danger. At first, Iona, who seemed indifferent, letting him let his guard down. Eventually she occupied Sejun's lap. Iona is a cunning hamster wizard, meow. Thinking about Iona on Sejun's lap when he woke up, Theo got angry again. And I can't forgive this, meow. Speed up, meow. Theo's speed increased as much as his anger. Huff huff. Representative Theo, let's take a break. Only the interns were exhausted because of that. Under Theo's lead, The group ran non-stop towards the 38th floor of the tower. Sejun, who soothed Aileen, who was upset with Kaiser, helped the grey rabbits and plastered mud between the mud bricks piled up by the black minotaurs. As such, it was almost lunchtime by the time they finished laying a layer of bricks. I should prepare lunch. When Sejun went to the cave to get the ingredients for lunch, "Master, I missed you." Flammy greeted Sejun enthusiastically by waving its leaves. More than half of Flammy's leaves, which used the flames of purification and protection, had turned green again. Thanks to the divine power emanating from the divine stone, Flammy's leaves seemed to recover faster. Sejun patted Flammy's leaves and went to the pond. In the pond, there were hundreds of piranhas hunted by Black Rabbit and Quenji. They had been catching more piranhas as they had to give grilled fish as a daily ration to the guards who protect the Blue Cup of Grania village on the 75th floor of the tower. Just then, splash! Kuong! Quenji came out of the water with a giant fish. And then, thump, thump, thump. Black Rabbit was busy hitting the head of the giant fish. Wow! Sejun was speechless when he saw the name of the underwater monster. Tuna. Clap, clap, clap. Guys, well done. Sejun applauded and praised Black Rabbit and Quenji. A little while later, let's eat. When mealtime came, munch munch, the black minotaurs moved to the green onion field to eat green onion leaves and gulp. Mother Crimson Giant Bear drank Sep's soup in the large pot. And then, today's lunch is tuna sashimi. Sejun began to cut up the tuna and make sashimi. However, Sejun, who had only ever eaten tuna sushi once, didn't have the skill to slice different parts of the fish for sashimi, so he just thinly sliced the thickest belly part. Let's taste it. When Sejun put the red tuna sashimi in his mouth, he felt a deep oily flavor. Swish! The tuna sashimi melted in his mouth before Sejun could fully savor it. Wow! All the animals were staring at him. Was it that delicious? Sejun hurriedly started to slice the area where he had eaten. He wanted to share the joy he felt with the animals. Here you go. Sejun put 2 pieces of sashimi on a wooden plate and gave it to the animals. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Crow-ung. The animals' reaction to eating tuna sashimi was excellent. Good. Next, let's go for the back meat. Feeling confident, Sejun, who felt like he had become a sushi chef, sliced the back meat of the tuna this time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Crow-ung. Again, the reaction was good. Next is the tail meat, the side rib meat, the head meat. Sejun, who didn't know much about sashimi, picked up pieces of sashimi at random and gave them to the animals. However, squeak, squeak, squeak. As they kept eating only tuna, the reaction of the animals gradually weakened due to the greasiness of the tuna. Crow-ung. Except for Quenji. Ji-ah-rah-rah. Quenji was shoveling sashimi into his mouth, asking if it was okay to eat when the rabbits next to him were not eating. Thus, the tuna was left with almost only bones. Smack smack. Except for Quenji, who was still trying to satisfy his appetite, everyone else was patting their stomachs and seemed satisfied with their fullness. It's too greasy. After eating something so oily, he wanted something refreshing, and he had saved something for times like this. Let's eat pineapple. Sejun brought out 5 cans of pineapple from the storage. He had saved these pineapples to eat with the rabbits, and even though the pineapple crown had been taken off, it was still fresh because Iona had put preservation magic on it. Squeak. Crow-ung. The Black Rabbit and Quenji, who had already tasted pineapple before, were excited. They instinctively knew that it would be great to eat it now. And then, squeak, squeak. Following the reactions of the Black Rabbit and Quenji, the other rabbits also began to become curious. Slice slice. As Sejun put a piece of pineapple on each plate, squeak. The eyes of the rabbits who had eaten the pineapple widened. The sour taste of the pineapple neatly washed away the lingering oil in their mouths, followed by a sweet taste. Squawk, squawk. The rabbits quickly ate all the pineapple and licked the pineapple juice off their hands cleanly. After such a perfect lunch had ended, and about 2 hours had passed, Sir Sejun, we have arrived. Borari, who had delivered the sturdy blade onion leaves and Sep's soup to the 67th floor of the tower and returned after collecting the corpse of the red locusts, greeted Sejun. You've worked hard. How is the 67th floor? We initially struggled when the pattern of the red locusts changed, but it is stabilized again with the Lizardman warriors being reinforced from the Lizardman kingdom on the 69th floor. That's good to hear. But why are those like that? Sejun asked, looking at the bodies of the dead red locusts pouring out of the cat interns' carts. Many of the dead red locusts had a mixture of blue in their head area. I'm not sure. The red locusts have been changing like that recently, Borari replied, tilting his head. At that moment, that's the red locust regressing to a blue locust. It's evidence that the population of red locusts is nearing 5 billion. The black dragon statue, which had come down to the ground unnoticed, spoke as it looked at the corpse of the red locust with a mix of blue. Regressing? Yes, they regress when their numbers decrease and evolve when they increase. So if their numbers decrease further, will they regress again? That's right. If the number drops below 3 billion, they transform into yellow locusts. Just hold on a little longer. It'll be easier to fight. When they regress to blue locusts, they become smaller and weaker. I see. Alien, did you know this? Kaiser asked Alien. What? You didn't know? Didn't I tell you to pay attention to the alarm? Kaiser began to scold Alien for not knowing this information in advance. But, no, I didn't shout. Alien Tilda. The tower's administrator says she's upset because her grandfather yelled at her, and she won't talk to him anymore. It hasn't been an hour since Sejun made them reconcile, and their conversation was cut off again. Borari, once you go down, pass on the information you just heard to the Lizardman warrior. It will be helpful. Yes, I understand. After finishing his conversation with Borari, Sejun began to stack bricks again. His goal was to stack the bricks up to 10 layers. Within 5 days, we've arrived. Meow. Theo arrived on the 38th floor of the tower after 35 hours. The wolves rest, and the interns follow me. Meow. Yes. The cat interns replied with almost dying voices. If the wolves hadn't carried the interns in the middle, they wouldn't have been able to come this far. You geese don't know much yet. Just watch for today. Meow. Theo arrived at the hunter's camp, cautioning the cat interns. This is the place that I created and only I trade. Meow. Theo entered the camp with pride, boasting to the interns. Then, Theo noticed something strange. Wild boar wandering merchants were trading with hunters at his trading post. What? Meow. Theo was furious at the wild boar wandering merchants who had invaded his territory. And, out of the way, Meow. Theo went up to the leader of the wild boar wandering merchants and shouted. Who are you? I'm Theo, the intermediate wandering merchant. Meow. And this is my trading post. Meow. Move aside. Meow. HMPH. You're just an intermediate wandering merchant. I am Utata, an advanced wandering merchant under the leadership of Tariq, an elite wandering merchant. Just go away. Utata dismissively responded to Theo's words. This was a place where hunters has made their own camp and a market had formed. Such places were rare, so Utata had no intention of leaving. Did you just ignore me? Meow. Theo was furious that someone would ignore him, the subordinate of the great black dragon and the deadly yellow cat. However, he didn't solve it with strength. A wandering merchant fights in a wandering merchant's way. And then, attention, humans. From today, I will not sell my goods to any hunter who trades with this wild boar wandering merchant. Meow. Theo knew exactly what his weapon was. Theo's weapon was Sejun's crops, which couldn't be found anywhere else and had special effects. Pew ha ha ha. Even if you do, it's only your loss. My goods are. Utata, who was laughing at Theo's words, was taken aback when he saw the hunters who had been trading with him suddenly stop and leave en masse at Theo's words. Pewit. See, Meow. This is my area. Meow. Get lost. Meow. Theo looked at Utata and laughed. Chapter 80. Riding on Quenji's boat. In the conference room of Gagel. Due to the drought in the Asian continent and the locust outbreak in Africa, the crop yield is expected to decrease by about 15% compared to last year. As soon as the report on this year's food production forecast ended, raise the food prices by 20% this year. Vice Chairman, how is the Tower Farm project progressing? William McLaren, the chairman of the massive food corporation Gagel, who easily raised the world's food prices by 20%, asked his son and vice chairman, Michael. Unfortunately, there are no results in terms of food production yet. The atmosphere in the conference room quickly chilled at Michael's too confident statement about having no results. The executives in the room kept quiet, watching William's reaction. Gagel's chairman William was not the type to let his son off easy. Rather, he demanded more results to prove his worthiness to succeed him. So, are you saying there's progress in areas other than food production? Yes. Fortunately, We found a way to increase revenue sooner than expected. Please look at the screen. As Michael signaled to his secretary, the prepared secretary connected a USB to her laptop and displayed the data. We've had unexpected results in our research on the magical cherry tomatoes sold in the tower. Unexpected results? Yes. Michael explained that they planted the mutated contaminated cherry tomatoes on the second floor as a trial for an experience farm and was in the process of expanding the farm tenfold. So you're saying that it grows well just by planting, and if you eliminate it, it gives experience. What's the growing period? 1 month. And I request to budget to expand the experience farm by 10 times. Michael planned to clear out dozens of skeleton graveyards on the second floor of the tower to expand the experience farm. Good. I'll increase the budget for the tower farm project tenfold, so do your best. Yes, thank you. At William's full support, Michael bowed 90 degrees and said, with the budget increasing tenfold, the current scale of the experience farm could be expanded up to 1,000 times. Once the experience farm is completed in a few months, it would bring in billions of dollars a day. This damn cat, Kuik. Yutata, who felt insulted by Theo, roared in anger. He couldn't just let it slide being humiliated by intermediate wandering merchant. Kuik. At Yutata's roar, 4 subordinate wild boar wandering merchants pulled out huge axes from their bags. The boar tribe was known for its superior strength and for not hiring free mercenaries among wandering merchants. However, Pewit, taking out your axe means you're admitting defeat as a wandering merchant. Meow. Theo, who knew nothing about it, fearlessly mocked the boars. And more than anything, Theo had an absolute belief, Park Sejun's lap will protect me. Meow. It was a strange belief. But, what is this? Why is he so confident? At Theo's attitude, Yutata felt anxious that there might be something more to him. What are you? So, Yutata asked Theo's identity as if he were tapping a stone bridge superscript 1. It seemed like there might be a hidden identity. Pewit, if you're asking for my identity, it is only polite to answer, meow. Listen well, I'm the Great Black. Just as Theo was about to introduce himself with a villainous grin, like a final boss, Representative Theo, Elka and the wolves appeared, interrupting Theo's words. In turn, Bill had called the wolves as a precaution. The wolves stood in front of Theo, baring their sharp teeth at Yutata and the other wild boars. Silver Wolf Tribe. Yutata was startled as he looked at the silver wolves blocking his path. According to their knowledge, the Silver Wolf Tribe's mercenaries should be pursuing Straw Hat on behalf of Lord Grid. Silver Wolves, aren't you in the middle of carrying out the order of our tribe elder, Lord Grid? Don't be hostile to us. The request has been cancelled. What? You're cancelling the contract? It wasn't an official contract to begin with. Step back. If you continue to be hostile to Representative Theo, we will attack. Kuik. Silver Wolves, you will regret this day. And you, watch out. Yutata and the wild boars glared at Theo and the wolves before gathering their things and leaving. My introduction was interrupted. Representative Theo, I called the wolves. In turn, Bill, failing to read the atmosphere, told Theo of his merits. In turn, Bill believed his contract period would be reduced even more, but I'll restore all the reduced contract time for intern Bill. What? Intern Bill had to pay the price for stealing Theo's self-introduction opportunity. It backfired. Plop. Theo, ignoring the shocked intern Bill, climbed onto Elka's back. Then, today I'm going to auction 5,000 C-grade magical cherry tomatoes, 5,000 C-grade power sweet potatoes, and finally, 10,000 D-grade detoxifying green onions, 500 each. Meow. Theo shouted out to the hunters. Thanks to the upgrades of Theo's bag space and the intern's bags, the quantity of crops available for sale had greatly increased. Power sweet potato. When the hunters were stirred by the appearance of the new crop, let's start the auction with 500 magical cherry tomatoes. Meow. Theo announced the start of the auction. 750 tower coins for 500 magical cherry tomatoes had now reached a somewhat stable price as the supply continued to increase, selling for about 1.7 tower coins each due to the 2,000 unit reduction from the previous auction. The power sweet potatoes, on the other hand, received a lukewarm response. 500 tower coins for 500. The effect of increasing strength by 0.5 was popular among warriors who valued the strength stat, but it was due to the effect when consumed by a non-awakened person. It stimulates bowel movements. Stimulating bowel movements could only cure constipation. It was too wasteful to spend hundreds of thousands of won for constipation. Thus, all the power sweet potatoes were sold to warriors at about 1 tower coin each. Now, I'll sell the detoxifying green onions. Meow. 3,500 tower coins for 500. 3,600 tower coins for 500. Detoxifying green onions were the most popular. Ever since it became known that terminal liver cancer patients were 100% cured after eating detoxifying green onions, more and more liver cancer patients were spending money to buy them. It's sold out. Meow. Total sales amount 824,630 tower coins. This auction was another huge success. The detoxifying green onions were sold at an average of about 80 tower coins each, pulling in the majority of the sales. And then it was photo time. Humans, line up. Meow. Theo, who needed to quickly return to Sejun's lap, but couldn't give up on Cheru, hurriedly took photos. You geese take some photos too. Meow. Theo brought in the interns to shorten photo time. After finishing photo time, Theo said, "See you next time." Meow. Theo hurriedly took his group and ascended to the 99th floor of the tower. Han Taejun and the Black Wolf Gang had long been forgotten in Theo's mind. Day 253 of being stranded. "It's complete," Sejun said, looking up at the brick tower that he had stacked up to the 10 layers. The construction finished 2 days earlier than planned. It was all thanks to Kaiser. Park Sejun. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Unable to bear being blocked by Aileen, Kaiser forced a favor on Sejun. He hoped that if he fulfilled Sejun's request, Sejun would intervene and appease Aileen's anger. In response to Kaiser's insistence, Sejun asked for the completion of the brick tower, and Kaiser completed the brick tower quickly, and Sejun removed Kaiser from Aileen's block list. "It probably won't last long." As for Sejun, it wasn't too bad since he could get Kaiser's help again. Once the fountain tower was completed, Squeak, the Grey Rabbits, with the help of the Black Minotaurs, started building a canal. This time, they paid attention to reinforcing the pillars to make a sturdy canal that could withstand Quenji's weight. During the canal construction, Snip, you have simultaneously harvested 9 well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases greatly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 has increased greatly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, your proficiency in harvesting LV4 has increased by an additional 5%. You gain 270 experience points. Sejun was harvesting cherry tomatoes. Then, Kuong. Quenji approached Sejun with a log, and, Kuong, screech. With its 2 front paws, it lightly split the log in 2 and started digging a hole in the middle. Boom, boom. After Quenji scratched the log with its paw a few times, 2 holes were quickly formed. Kuong. Quenji sat in the front hole and called Sejun to the back. It seemed like a 2-person boat. "What a cute little guy." Sejun smiled fondly as he looked at Quenji. Kuong. Quenji rushed Sejun. "Hurry up and get on." "All right." Sejun pretended to give in to Quenji's rush and got on Quenji's boat. Oh, he hadn't noticed from the outside, but inside there was even space to stretch out his legs. It was quite an ergonomic boat. Then, crowing, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear lifted Quenji's boat onto the fountain. It seemed like she was saying they should play in the water. However, Kuong, Kuong. Quenji shook its body in excitement as his boat floated and moved on the water. Drip. The Quenji boat moved towards the canal connected to the fountain, and the boat entered in the canal. "Quenji, stop." Sejun's face turned pale. The canal construction had just started today. Naturally, the canal was in an incomplete state. He could see where the canal was cut off up ahead. The thrill he wanted was not this. Kuong. Quenji stopped at Sejun's words. But tumble. It was too late. Quenji's boat began to accelerate along the canal. Swoosh. No. Leaving Sejun's cries behind, Quenji's boat raced swiftly along the canal. And, after racing through the short canal, Quenji's boat started free-falling from a height of 9 meters after flying for 3 seconds. Kuong. Just before Quenji's boat hit the ground, Kuong. Fortunately, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear caught Quenji's boat. Phew. Sejun breathed a sigh of relief and decided to seal Quenji's boat for a while. the office of the chairman of the Wizards Association on the 66th floor of the tower. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona was humming a song and packing her belongings. Plop, plop. She used telekinesis magic to put her bed, desk, and books in the office into her pocket dimension. Then, knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Greek. Chachu. At Iona's words, the door opened and a white rabbit wearing large glasses that covered half of its face and a red ribbon on its ear came into the room and greeted her. It was Chachu, Iona's disciple, who was the princess of the now fallen Red Ribbon Kingdom. Chachu, did you take care of the people I brought properly? Squeak. At Iona's question, Chachu nodded in response. Sejun had taken Israel and into Iona, judging them to be dangerous to Theo, and Iona had sent them to the Mana Stone mine run by the Wizards Association. Chachu, you should pack your things too. We're going to the 99th floor together. Your people live there, so you'll like it too. Squeak. At Iona's words, Chachu hurriedly ran to her room to pack her belongings. A little later, coyote, coyote, coyote. Let's go now. Squeak. Iona took her disciple and set off for the 99th floor of the tower. And, run faster, meow. Theo, who intuitively sensed the departure of his competitor, urged the wolves to move faster. TL notes. 1. It's a Korean proverb that advises being cautious and careful. Chapter 81 Encounter 254th Day of Being Stranded. Dawn. Park Sejun, wake up. A calm voice woke Sejun up. Anton. Park Sejun, the corrupted Ants branch scouts have appeared outside. What? Branch scouts? Sejun was puzzled, thinking that the corrupted Ant had died from the breath of the Black Dragon statue. I killed just one of them. Oh. As Sejun understood the situation, he quickly grabbed his equipment and stood up. Squeak. The Black Rabbit, who was sleeping in the wooden box house in the corner of Sejun's bedroom, also woke up, grabbed his hammer, and followed Sejun. As Sejun left the brick house and moved west, there aren't many other 500 small branch scouts of the corrupted Ant were visible. The number was definitely less compared to before. Let's go. Squeak. Just as the Black Rabbit was about to follow Sejun to fight, Black Rabbit, you stay still. Today, only Park Sejun will fight. Anton stopped the Black Rabbit. Squeak. Park Sejun is too weak. He needs to get stronger. Squeak. At Anton's words, the Black Rabbit nodded its head vigorously in agreement. Right. You understand too. So just watch. Squeak. At Anton's words, the Black Rabbit sat down on the ground and watched Sejun. Just then, Krun. Upon hearing the noisy sound, Quenji, who had woken up and seen Sejun fighting alone, ran over. Dad's in danger. And, stop. Squeak. Krun. Quenji, who had heard the situation from the Black Dragon statue and the Black Rabbit gesturing towards him, also sat next to the Black Rabbit and watched Sejun. So Sejun was left alone to face the branch scouts. Thud. The hand axe Sejun threw stuck in the middle of a branch scout's body. You have defeated a small branch scout of the corrupted Ant. You have earned 25 experience points. Pick. At the same time, Sejun stabbed an approaching enemy with a dagger in his left hand. You have defeated a small branch scout of the corrupted Ant. You have earned 25 experience points. However, thud. From Sejun's right, another enemy approached and swung its wooden arm, attacking Sejun. There wasn't enough time to pull out the dagger and counterattack. Whoosh! Retrieve. While dodging the branch scout's attack, Sejun retrieved his hand axe. And then, thud. With the hand axe in his right hand, he chopped at the waist of the branch scout that had just attacked. You have defeated a small branch scout of the corrupted Ant. You have earned 25 experience points. Sejun, facing the small branch scouts and wielding his weapons freely. I'm pretty strong, aren't I? Just as Sejun was happily immersing himself in his own strength and enjoying killing the enemies, ZZZZZ, ZZZZZ. The Black Rabbit and Quenji, who had been watching Sejun's relaxed battle, fell asleep out of boredom. And he has a long way to go. Anton's worry grew as he watched Sejun's battle. Sejun was so hopeless that he didn't even know where to start helping him. That dawn, Sejun won against 500 small branch scouts. In Landlord Grid's office on the 55th floor of the tower. What? The Silver Wolf tribe broke the contract? Yes. What should we do? Leave it. They probably rejected the contract relying on the red locust meat on the 67th floor. But they'll regret it soon. Red locusts can be a sufficient food source for a few months while they're alive, but once the food supply runs out, they'll end up eating each other and naturally cease to exist. And then the famine that Grid was waiting for would start. However, that wouldn't be enough for Grid to get what he wanted. So, Grid planned to cause another famine. How is Tariq doing with buying up monster corpses? Tariq has finished buying 50,000 monster corpses for the first round and is currently leading the wandering merchants on the upper floors to the 67th floor. Good. Grid once saw it briefly on the 55th floor. When red locusts evolved to the next stage, they turned purple. And the body of a purple locust is so toxic that not only can no one eat it, it also contaminates the soil. Now all we have to do is wait. He. Grid laughed heartily, exposing the roots of his ugly teeth. Alright. Sejun, who had been fighting until dawn, woke up from a deep sleep. Swoosh. He marked the date on the wall with a single stroke and stepped outside. Roar. Outside, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and Black Minotaurs were busy building a brick wall and working on the canal. Flammy, hello. Sejun went down to the cave and greeted Flammy. Master. Good morning. Flammy greeted Sejun by waving its leaves. Flammy, I need the Flame of Affinity. Sejun planned to check the situation in the Western Forest as the branch scouts became active again. Yes. A yellow flame appeared from Flammy's green leaves and seeped into Sejun's body. The Flame of Affinity seeps in for 3 hours. The Flame of Affinity helps the user control the fire and enhances the power of the fire. Guys, let's go. Squeak. Queuing. At Sejun's call, the Black Rabbit and Quenji, who had been hunting in the pond, followed Sejun. Quenji, transform. Queuing. At Sejun's words, Quenji grew larger. He planned to ride Quenji instead of the Mother Crimson Giant Bear who was helping with the canal construction. Queuing. Quenji laid down and carried Sejun and the Black Rabbit. Quenji's size had already grown well over 10 meters. They rode Quenji and arrived at the edge of the Western Forest in just 40 minutes. And then, when did they grow this much? Sejun was surprised to see the decayed branches that had once again filled the entrance to the Western Forest. Sejun didn't know, but so far, the corrupted ants hadn't been able to send branch scouts to Sejun's cave because they were replenishing the decayed branch watchman that Sejun had burned. Clang! Sejun struck his dagger and hand axe together to create a spark, and then threw the flame he made onto the decayed branches. They had grown a lot, but burning them again would be the end of it. Rather, he was grateful for the easy opportunity to gain experience points. Whoosh! Sejun's fire began to burn the decayed branches. You have defeated the decayed branch watchman of the corrupted ant. You have gained 10 experience points. Squeak! Whoosh! Crowing! Whoosh! Instead of the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, the Black Rabbit and Quenji helped him by creating wind. They had consistently consumed honey jelly and enhanced their magic-related talents. They produced a strong wind. Whoosh! With their help, the fire grew quickly and thanks to them, Sejun's experience points piled up rapidly. While Sejun was gaining experience, yellow flowers emerged from the Western Forest. Corrupted ants sticky flower attacker. That. The sticky flower attack troops started to extinguish the fire by spitting sticky substance. We can't just let them do that. Thud. Sejun hit the head of a sticky flower attacker with his hand axe. You have killed the corrupted ants sticky flower attacker. You have gained 1,200 experience points. The appearance of the monster that provides a decent amount of experience points was exciting. Guys, attack. Whoosh! Sejun, who felt bad for only able them support, moved the fire left and right, creating a path for the Black Rabbit and Quenji to reach the sticky flower attacker. Squeak! Cring! The Black Rabbit and Quenji ran along the path Sejun had created, and then, bang, 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 puke! They began to defeat the sticky flower attacker. As the battle continued, you have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. The Flame of Affinity is fading. Sejun leveled up and at the same time, the buff from Flame of Affinity ended. Let's get out of here. Sejun and the animals hurriedly fled. At the place Sejun left, Wooa! The roar of the corrupted ant, angry at the disappearance of its watchman, echoed through the Western Forest. 67th floor of the tower. Lord Tariq, thank you for coming. Lizardman Great Warrior Tamuro greeted Tariq warmly. Tariq was the owner of the large trader group, Zhao Group. Tamuro was thrilled that he had come in person. Lord Tamuro, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Tariq handed Tamuro a black card engraved with 10,000. It was a check that could be cashed for 10,000 tower coins at the Zhao Group at any time. No, this is too much. Despite his awkward words, Tamuro slipped the card Tariq had handed him into his armor. Lord Tamuro, I'd like us to go out and collect the locust corpses. Would that be possible? Of course. The Boar tribe can fight as well, can't they? That would make things easier for us. Thank you. Let's go. Tariq went out with the wandering merchant who had followed him, and returned after 10 hours. Although the amount of red locust corpses outside did not significantly differ compared to the time they left, Tamuro didn't pay much attention to it. Tower 75th floor shopping district. Hurry up, meow. Theo ran to the blacksmith's shop to do the lottery draw. No matter how much of a hurry he was in, he had to do what Sejun had asked. He had his companions wait at the entrance of the shopping district so that he could finish his task quickly and leave. Having arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Theo looked around the lottery corner before purchasing a lottery ticket to see if there was anything he wanted to draw. However, I'm not drawn to anything, meow. There were no items that attracted him. Theo left the blacksmith's shop empty-handed, and on the way back to the entrance of the shopping district where his companions were waiting, choo-choo, a familiar voice reached Theo's ears. Is this? When Theo hurriedly stopped and looked in the direction of the noise, he saw Iona, who was frantically looking around, calling someone's name. Phew. It's not too late, meow. Seeing his competitor in front of him, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. Sejun's lap was safe. Pewit. I should hurry and go up first, meow. Theo tried to leave quickly with a laugh. But, choo-choo, where are you? Meow. He couldn't take a step. He was torn. He had to sit on Sejun's warm lap and eat churu quickly, but he couldn't just leave Iona, who was desperately looking for someone. Iona. What's the matter, meow? Theo finally decided to help Iona. Representative Theo, please help. My disciple Choo-Choo has disappeared. When Theo appeared, Iona explained her situation to him. Choo-Choo? What does she look like, meow? A white rabbit wearing a red ribbon and big glasses. Got it, meow. I'll have my subordinates help, meow. It'll be faster if we all look together, meow. Theo rushed back to the entrance of the shopping district. You guys, help Iona find a white rabbit named Choo-Choo with a red ribbon and big glasses, meow. Yes. The wolves and interns spread out and started looking for Choo-Choo. At that moment, hello, Mr. Theo. Jerez, a secret inspection bureau agent who was patrolling the area, saw Theo and greeted him cheerfully. Seeing Theo's rapidly increasing sales, Jerez was proud of his ability to recognize the genius merchant. Oh, Jerez, help me, meow. We're looking for a white rabbit named Choo-Choo, meow. Theo, who wanted to find Choo-Choo quickly and go to the 99th floor of the tower, abruptly asked Jerez for help. He felt that he had to take any help available in this situation. Choo-Choo? That's right, meow. Let's find her quickly, meow. Theo dragged Jerez along, and Jerez, taken by surprise, ended up abandoned his mission of secret patrol duty and began helping find Choo-Choo. However, they couldn't find Choo-Choo even after several hours had passed. I want to sit on Park Sejun's lap soon, meow. Just as Theo was longing for Sejun's lap, zing. Theo's front paw activated. A strong attraction. Click. Theo put his paw on a bag carried by an unknown wandering merchant. What the? The wandering merchant glared at the one who dared to touch his bag. And then, huh? You? Theo and Scarum locked eyes. Chapter 82. We are one. Is there no one to be swindled today? Scarum, as usual, hid in a corner of the building, looking for new prey to scam. Then, squeak squeak, a white rabbit, humming merrily, passed by Scarum while singing a lively tune. What the? It's just a rabbit. Apostrophe. Scarum turned his gaze again to find prey, but then, what's that? The red ribbon worn on the rabbit's ears caught Scarum's attention. It was the symbol of the now vanished Red Ribbon royal family, featuring a crescent moon and a rabbit. And then, could it be? An item flashed across Scarum's mind. Red ribbon. It was definitely the red ribbon, the item that Landlord Grid was desperately searching for, offering a reward through the Dark Society. He, I am lucky today. With a smirk, Scarum put on his hood to hide his face and started following the white rabbit. And then, thud. When the white rabbit passed a secluded area, he knocked it unconscious with his poisoned sting. Squeak, thump. The white rabbit fainted and fell to the ground. He. Scarum approached, laughing, and put the unconscious white rabbit into his bag. Considering the various problems that could arise from just taking the red ribbon and leaving the rabbit here, Scarum decided to hand over the rabbit to Grid as well for a clean finish. Just as Scarum was leaving the market area with his bag, tap, someone touched his bag. What the? Scarum glared at the person who dared to touch his bag. And then, you? He locked eyes with Theo, a customer he once swindled. Huh? Theo was taken aback by his own paw reaching towards someone else's bag, but once he recognized that the owner was Scarum, he pulled himself together. And then, scammer, hand over Choo Choo, meow, he shouted at Scarum. Choo Choo? That's right, meow. Choo Choo is definitely in your bag, meow. Iona, who knew about Theo's golden front paw, described the appearance of Choo Choo and also about the red ribbon that Choo Choo was carrying. The red ribbon is a relic item, one of only 10 in the Black Tower. Your front paw will definitely be attracted to it. Indeed, Theo felt the same attraction from Scarum's bag as he did when he found the relic item, the straw hat. What? What are you talking about, Iona? As Scarum was startled and tried to leave the shopping area, Theo quickly called Iona. Representative Theo, have you found our Choo Choo? At Theo's call, Iona, who was nearby, quickly flew over. I think so, meow. That goblin wandering merchant's bag is very suspicious, meow. Is that so? Goblin wandering merchant, can you show us your bag? I'm Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association. I'll give you 10,000 tower coins just for showing your bag. Iona politely asked Scarum to show his bag. An opportunity to earn a large amount just for showing the bag. If he had nothing to hide, there would be no reason to refuse. But, I refuse. Scarum, who had something to hide, refused, and open the bag. Now Iona became enraged, triggering her level 1 anger state, and used her magic. Swoosh. With Iona's shout, the bag began to open by itself. It was Iona using her magic to forcibly open the bag. Rumble. The contents of the bag began to pour out. Most of them were earth items, like tumblers. Huh? Scarum was startled when his bag opened on its own. Then, a pure white rabbit came out of the bag. Choo Choo. As expected of Theo, he found Choo Choo in Scarum's bag. Choo Choo. Choo Choo did not respond even when Iona called. Absolute recovery. When Iona was using the highest level healing magic to restore Choo Choo, quietly, Scarum began to run away. But, Elka and the wolves who had arrived late surrounded Scarum. And then, Pewit, where do you think you're going when there's still much to account for, meow? Theo stepped forward with the cat in turns and spoke. Theo intended to get back at Scarum for deceiving him by taking him to Sejun to demand payment. Aside from the kidnapping of Choo Choo. 255th day of being stranded. Morning. Alright. Sejun woke up in a good mood. Perhaps because he had burned the western forest yesterday, no branch scouts came this morning. I'll need to set a fire from time to time. Sejun added burning the western forest to his farming task list. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gaining experience and preventing the corrupted ants of the western forest from expanding their power. Swoosh. Sejun added a stroke on the bedroom wall to complete one and then went outside. Today, since he woke up early, there was no one wandering around the ground fields except for busy honeybees. Should I have some morning coffee for a change? Sejun filled a tumbler with hot water to make coffee and sat in the chair in front of his house drinking the coffee. Slurp. This is good. As the hot coffee went down his throat and into his stomach, he felt a comforting warmth as if he was having a hangover cure. Just as he was enjoying his leisurely coffee, buzz. ZZZ. He saw a struggling honeybee fall to the ground. Huh? Sejun, who had been drinking coffee, quickly put down his tumbler and ran towards the fallen honeybee. Hey, what's wrong with you? Sejun asked as he touched the honeybee's body and asked. The honeybee was in bad shape. Its wings were slightly torn and one of its legs was cut off. Buzz. ZZ. To the east. The honeybees. East? If it's the east, it's the original habitat of the bees that used to live on the 99th floor of the tower. Unlike the honeybees that Sejun raises, these were aggressive and carnivorous, so Sejun had instructed the honeybees not to venture near the eastern region. Buzz. They've invaded our territory. And we fought. Rest for now. Sejun put the honeybee into the hive. I need to go check out the east. With the west calming down a bit, the east was the problem. Sejun started to prepare to go east. First, Black Rabbit, Quenji. He called his bodyguards, The Black Rabbit and Quenji. Sejun never went outside the farm alone. While the poisonous honeybee's venom can be easily neutralized with detoxifying green onions, that's only true if stung once or twice. The sting of the poisonous honeybee is about 10 centimeters long and as thick as a ballpoint pen. On top of that, the bees move in groups of hundreds. It wasn't the poison that could kill, but excessive bleeding was also a possibility. Squeak! Krung! At Sejun's call, Black Rabbit and Quenji came running. Quenji, transform! Krung! Sejun rode on the enlarged Quenji and moved towards the eastern border. Help me, everyone! These guys are trying to kill me. Scarum called for help from those around him. He hoped to create an opportunity to escape in the confusion when other merchants gathered to watch. However, click! I am Jeraz, an agent of Secret Inspection Bureau of the Wandering Merchant Association. This goblin wandering merchant, Scarum, is caught red-handed trying to kidnap a white rabbit. I will hold an immediate trial now. Jeraz stepped forward quickly, showing his identification from Secret Inspection Bureau. For him, who had been struggling to catch Scarum in the act, this was a golden opportunity. Clank! Jeraz handcuffed Scarum's hand. Huh? Scarum was surprised when an agent of Secret Inspection Bureau suddenly appeared. Goblin wandering merchant Scarum, you are permanently expelled from the list of wandering merchants. You are no longer a wandering merchant. With Jeraz's words, Scarum's name was erased from the wandering merchant's certificate he held and from the scoreboard showing the salesman ranking of wandering merchants. No! Scarum despaired at Jeraz's judgment. Being permanently expelled from the wandering merchant list had significant implications. First of all, when you are permanently expelled from the wandering merchant list, not only the Wandering Merchant Association but also all relationships with the Freelance Mercenaries Association, Wizards Association are cut off. In other words, it was impossible to officially operate in the tower. Moreover, the Wandering Merchant Association does not protect those who are not wandering merchants. You can do as you please now. Jeraz handed over Scarum, who was handcuffed, to Theo and said, I don't know what's going on, but thank you, meow. And I also have a secret. Meow. In fact, I'm the Great Black. Just when Theo was about to disclose his identity, Caillou, how dare you touch my disciple? I will not forgive you. Upon witnessing the situation where her disciple was almost kidnapped, Iona reached level 2 anger state. Caillou, it's the second stage of Caillou anger. Run. We need to get out of here. Merchants who recognized Iona, the great destructive wizard, began to flee. If it's the second stage of Caillou anger, at least a small village would be destroyed. A quarter of the market area could be blown away. Gulp. Jeraz was also nervous. If Iona used destructive magic here, he couldn't guarantee his own life. Then, Iona, calm down, meow. We need to take this scammer to President Park, meow. Caillou to Sejun. That's right, meow. Caillou. Why? The level of Iona's Caillou anger gradually decreased as she talked with Theo. That's because President Park asked us to bring this scammer. Meow. Sejun had doubts while looking at the earth goods that Scarum scammed from the cats. Compared to the number of awakened ones entering through vanishing, Scarum was selling too many earth goods. And, why are they all Korean products? The majority of goods Scarum sold were from Korea. It was impossible that only Koreans were entering the tower via vanishing. So, Sejun thought that Scarum was trading with someone in Korea. Okay, let's go to Sejun together then. Meow. No way. Meow. Iona, don't come to the 99th floor of the tower, meow. Theo immediately adopted a defensive posture at Iona's willingness to join. He had gone so far as to find her disciple, but she wanted to follow him all the way to the 99th floor of the tower. I don't want to, but it's my mind and I have no choice but to go to the 99th floor. Then I'll get to the 99th floor first, meow. Theo shouted as he put Scarum on another wolf and climbed on Elka's back. Elka, let's go. Meow. Yes. The wolves set off for the 99th floor of the tower. And then, Representative Theo, let's go together. Da. Interns eagerly followed him. Caillou. We can't lose, either. Choo-choo, let's go. Iona got on Choo-choo's back casually and spoke. Squeak. Choo-choo quickly ran with Iona on its back. Thus began the race between Theo and Iona. However, Caillou. To Lightspeed Merchant Route Passage, please. The winner was already decided. On the way to the east, before Sejun even arrived at the eastern border, he could see the poison honeybees fighting. The eastern poison honeybees had started patrolling up to this point. Let's help them too. However, he soon discovered a problem. We can't differentiate between our guys and the enemies. The appearance of the poison honeybees was so similar that it was hard to distinguish. Creon. We can tell by the smell. Quenji pointed to his nose and said, according to Quenji, Sejun's poison honeybees smelled sweet like honey and the other poison bees smelled like meat. But that's something only you can do. Creon? Quenji tilted his head, wondering why he couldn't do something so simple. While they were talking, one of the battling poison bees flew towards Sejun. Quenji, what smell is it? Creon. It smells like meat. Really? Sejun threw his hand axe at the poison bee. However, the poison bee easily dodged Sejun's hand axe. And then, bang, pop, pop, pop. In the end, the black rabbit took care of it. Guys, I've prepared a slogan for us, Sejun said suddenly with a serious face. Squeak. Creon? Black Rabbit and Quenji were confused by Sejun's sudden remark. Repeat after me. We are one. Squeak. We are one. Creon. We are one. At Sejun's shout, the Black Rabbit and Quenji shouted in unison. Day 255 of being stranded. Sejun's journey for self-reliance was still far from complete. Chapter 83 Introducing the taste of honey. Yum. Aileen swallowed the honey jelly. As soon as she put it in her mouth, the honey jelly melted, spreading a sweet taste all over her mouth along with the unique flavor of peanuts. You have consumed poisonous honeybees peanut honey jelly. The honey jelly made from peanut flower nectar, like the cherry tomato honey jelly, had the effect of enhancing magic-related talents, so Aileen had been alternating between the two recently. Delicious. Just as Aileen was enjoying her honey jelly talent, Hardened Dragon Heart has been slightly enhanced. Talent. The limit of Hardened Dragon Heart has been exceeded. Talent. Hardened Dragon Heart has grown into a slightly soft dragon heart. Aileen's talent grew after consuming the honey jelly. Done. Thump. 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 Aileen felt the rhythm of her almost smooth dragon heart beating and was delighted. Grandpa, my talent has grown. Of course, my granddaughter. Grandpa believed in you. Then teach me to polymorph now. Polymorph. Why? I want to polymorph quickly and play with Sejun. No, that rascal. Fortunately, you're not yet skilled enough to polymorph. Not yet? Not yet. You're far from it. Let's focus on what you can do right now. Kaiser coaxed Aileen into understanding the abilities of her grown dragon heart. Adapting to the grown dragon heart was the priority for now. Wing. Crayab. Smells like meat. Quenji launched a light magic punch at the approaching poisonous bees, who were exuding a meaty smell. Crayab. Quenji created a powerful vacuum within 10 meters in front of him with his fist, knocking out the poisonous bees. And Sejun was picking up the poisonous bees, who were knocked out by Quenji's attack. Poisonous bees. From now on, you can only eat honey. Got it? Wing. Yes. The poisonous bees obediently responded to Sejun's words. Sejun was using honey taken out from Quenji's snack bag to tempt the eastern poisonous bees by introducing them to the taste of honey, making them give up meat eating. Of course, there was resistance from Quenji, but he agreed to give him twice the honey when they returned. The wild poisonous bee has decided to follow you. Good. Sejun was proud looking at the 302nd poisonous bee that he converted. Originally, he planned to wipe out all the eastern poisonous bees, if I could only get them to taste the honey. Suddenly, he thought that if he could convert the poisonous bees, it would be a big help for his farm. Sejun, whose fields were growing recently, felt a shortage of honeybees. So, he caught a poisonous bee to experiment with and successfully persuaded it by introducing it to the taste of honey. The poisonous bee, which tasted the honey, easily switched sides to Sejun. After all, a poisonous bee is a bee. As soon as they tasted honey, they immediately gave up meat eating. Okay, let's continue this momentum and convert 1,000 poisonous bees to our side today. Squeak. Crayab. Sejun's resolve also excited the Black Rabbit and Quenji. The two always had fun when they were with Sejun. As they were converting the poisonous bees, Squeak. The Black Rabbit pointed to a place. There was a huge 3-meter-tall beehive built like a tower. Will this work? Sejun cautiously approached. And then, Quenji, shake it. Crayab. Upon receiving Sejun's command, Quenji indiscriminately shook the hive he was holding. Wing. The poisonous bees that were inside the beehive came out to attack Quenji, But, Crayam, the sting of the poisonous bee was only a slight annoyance to Quenji. A few hundred of them couldn't pose a significant threat to Quenji. Squeak, bang, bang, bang. Furthermore, the black rabbit was knocking out the poisonous bees with his hammer, preventing them from getting close to Quenji. Guys, good job. From a distance, Sejun cheered for the black rabbit and Quenji. We are. As Sejun began to chant, Squeak, 1, Crayam, 1. The two chanted the rest of the slogan. The three were getting in sync, or rather, Sejun emphasized teamwork. When the poisonous bees inside the hive were knocked out due to Quenji shaking it, Sejun pulled out the unconscious poisonous bee queen from inside the hive. And then, Queen, wake up and try this. Sejun woke the poisonous bee queen, fed her honey, and persuaded her to join his side. If you go with me, you can eat this every day. Do you want to join me? Wing, wing. Understood. I look forward to working with you. The wild poisonous bee queen has decided to follow you. The 1,295 poisonous bees commanded by the wild poisonous bee queen have decided to follow you. Following their queen, you have acquired the beehive owned by the wild poisonous bee queen. Wow, he had exceeded his goal of converting 1,000 poison honeybees in a single go. Crayam. Quenji cheered at the increase in the number of poisonous honeybees who could make honey. He. Squeak. Crayam. With their great success, the three were moving the poisonous honeybee hive near Sejun's farm while singing songs in a joyful mood. When Coyote, 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 Mr. Sejun. From a distance, Iona called out to Sejun and ran up quickly. That's when, Squeak. Seeing the direction Iona was coming from, the black rabbit groaned, suppressing his emotions. Black rabbit, what's wrong? Squeak, squeak. I think I'm going to die. My heart is beating too fast. No, you're not going to die. That's, Sejun said as he saw a white rabbit running towards them carrying Iona. What was meant to come had come. Spring had arrived for the black rabbit. Could it be love? It felt a bit cheesy to call it love. Honestly, it was an emotion Sejun didn't fully understand himself. Squeak. Crayam. What's love, you asked? Well, love is, the virgin, who learned about relationships from TV started explaining love to these rookies. Just remember this. Love is straightforward. It means not running away from your own feelings. And we are, Squeak. 1, Crayam. 1. Go on, Black Rabbit. We're rooting for you. Sejun clenched his fist. He felt strangely nervous. Crayam. Quenji also didn't know what was going on, but he clenched his two fists and cheered for the Black Rabbit anyway. And then, Squeak. Encouraged by their cheers, the Black Rabbit stepped forward. Iona, what's up? Coyote, Coyote, Coyote. I'm planning to get samples for magical research from the 99th floor of the tower for a while. However, Iona's gaze was fixed on Sejun's knee as she responded. Is that so? Iona, can we talk for a moment? Sejun called Iona separately to create an opportunity for the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo to talk alone. The Black Rabbit approached the White Rabbit who had come with Iona. Thump, 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 thump. As he got closer, his heart beat faster and more wildly. His uncle had told him that this was love. Hello, I'm Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit, encouraged by Sejun and Quenji, approached and spoke confidently. Yes, I am Choo Choo. Choo Choo brightly responded. She had heard from her master, but seeing a fellow rabbit tribe made Choo Choo very happy. Then, Choo Choo, I love you. The Black Rabbit bluntly confessed his feelings to Choo Choo. I'm sorry, I don't have the leisure to be in love right now. Choo Choo flatly refused him. That's okay. Then, I'll create that luxury for you. How can I help you? I have to rebuild the Rabbit Kingdom, Red Ribbon, on the 55th floor of the tower. Is that so? Then, if I rebuild Red Ribbon Kingdom, will you go out with me? Do you think rebuilding a kingdom is that easy? I don't know, but I'm going to do it. So, go out with me. Rebuilding a kingdom is not that easy. Then, if I rebuild the kingdom, go out with me. His uncle said that love is straightforward and one doesn't run away from it. The Black Rabbit was charging straight ahead. In a nursing home in Kobe, Japan. Swoosh. The door of the single room opened, and a man entered carrying a box full of green onions and sweet potatoes. Honey, I'm back, the man said, looking at his frail wife, Tada, lying on the bed. Gotaro. Welcome back. As Tada stretched out her arm, Gotaro carefully hugged her. I finally got the detoxifying green onions. Just wait a little. It's not too hard, is it? Don't worry. I'm a hunter of the Royal Knights Guild. It had cost nearly 400 million yen, but Gotaro didn't tell the whole truth. He could spend even more money to save his wife, who was in the terminal stage of liver cancer. He just regretted not being able to get enough detoxifying green onions as he wanted. To cure terminal liver cancer, 100 detoxifying green onions were needed, but Gotaro could only get 50. The auction was selling detoxifying green onions in sets of 500, so the bid was too high. Therefore, the guild first won the auction with the guild operation fund, and then distributed them among the guild members. However, the supply of detoxifying green onions was small, and there were many guild members who wanted them. Most of the guilds were first selling the detoxifying green onions to patients with severe symptoms to reduce conflict. Instead, they only sold the quantity that could alleviate symptoms, not cure them. Gotaro washed 3 detoxifying green onions and 1 power sweet potato with water and put them in a steamer. Various studies had shown that eating 3 detoxifying green onions per meal maximizes efficiency. Chew them slowly and thoroughly. Gotaro began to feed Tada, cutting the fully cooked green onions and sweet potatoes into small pieces. Yes. Tada cautiously ate the onions and sweet potatoes. The sweet potato will help stimulate your bowel movements. Yes, Tada answered quietly, perhaps out of embarrassment. The effect of the power sweet potato was so good that it made you go to the bathroom within 30 minutes of eating it. Since then, Tada always ate onions and sweet potatoes together. And a few days later, when she visited the hospital for a regular checkup, this is a miracle. The patient's cancer has completely disappeared. She was declared cured. What? Really? Tada couldn't believe the doctor's words, as she had only eaten 30 detoxifying green onions so far. She wasn't just getting better from stage 3 liver cancer, she was declared cured. Yes. Furthermore, all your liver function tests are above average. Tada, just in case, went to other hospitals, but all of them reported no signs of cancer cells. Afterwards, a doctor who had heard of Tada's case announced research results that the power sweet potato enhanced the effect of the detoxifying green onions by 5 times, and similar cases started to be reported from other hospitals. It was an incredible effect. It meant that if you had the power sweet potato, you could cure liver cancer with just 20 detoxifying green onions. Hunters who bought power sweet potatoes for strength increases were flooded with requests to buy their sweet potatoes, and other hunters were just waiting for the next auction where they could buy power sweet potatoes. Let me introduce you to my apprentice, Choo Choo. Iona, who was talking to Sejun, called her apprentice Choo Choo. At the call of her master, the white rabbit came running, followed by the black rabbit. The two didn't seem to have become particularly close. Did the conversation not go well? Sejun, this is Choo Choo, the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Choo Choo, say hello. This is the great black dragon, Park Sejun. Squeak. At Iona's words, Choo Choo bowed. A princess? The social status of the white rabbit that the black rabbit had fallen in love with was higher than he thought. I should also make something that won't make our black rabbit feel inferior. Let's go to the farm for now. Sejun took the group back to the farm. And, right arm of the great black dragon, bodyguard of President Park, Black Hammer Soldier. Sejun was thinking about a social status for the black rabbit that would not be inferior to a princess. While walking, Squeeze. The black rabbit and Choo Choo were holding hands and following them. Chapter 84 Harvesting Peanuts. 67th floor of the tower. Hurry and collect them. Yes. At the command of Boreri, the wolves and the cat in turns quickly answered and began to put the carcasses of the red locusts into their bags. Before they knew it, they were moving like a pack. The wolves did not ignore or ruthlessly boss around the cat in turns. They worked together, and Boreri even shared a portion of the reward Sejun gave to the wolves with the cat interns. Touched by the wolves' attitudes, the interns didn't complain and worked hard. Then, Intern Larry, who was collecting the red locusts' carcasses, felt something strange when he looked at one of the carcasses. The blue color that was starting to show on the red locust's body was not visible at all. The signs of degeneration were gone. Mr. Boreri, something strange. Larry called Boreri. Intern Larry, what is it? This red locust's carcass doesn't show any blue color at all. It could be a sign that the number of red locusts is increasing again. Is that so? We need to report this to Sejun. Larry, good job. I will suggest to Sejun to shorten the contract period by 5 days. Thank you. At Boreri's words, Larry was touched and thought that it would be alright to continue working here, where he was appreciated. In fact, the black rabbit is actually Sejun was about to turn around and talk about the hastily fabricated identity of the Black Rabbit on their way to the farm when Quenji suddenly started running, holding a beehive to his side with his left hand and holding Sejun's left hand. It was to prevent Sejun from looking behind. Huh? Quenji, what's wrong? I want to go back and eat honey quickly. Just wait a moment. I'm going to tell the Black Rabbit that there's a secret to its birth and help him with his love. It was Sejun's intention to create a sense of mystery around the Black Rabbit. But, the best help is to leave them alone. Sejun was cut off by Quenji. Huh? What does that mean? You are so clueless. Thus, Sejun was treated as clueless by Quenji, and they arrived at the farm. And here's the honey. Sejun filled Quenji's snack bag with 2 glass bottles full of honey, and when he was looking to see if there was any remaining work on the farm, Sejun, there's a sweet smell here. What is it? Iona was excitedly pointing at the peanut field. Oh, this is the peanut field. It's about time to harvest. Shall we dig some up? Thunk. When Sejun pulled a peanut stem, you have successfully harvested 36 peanut hulls at once. Your job experience significantly increases. Your harvesting skill LV4 proficiency significantly increases. You have gained 1080 experience. Yellow peanut hulls with a clear net pattern along the stem came up. Wow. Sejun, could you give me just one of those peanuts? Iona, forgetting her dignity as the chairman of the Wizards Association, clung to Sejun's leg and whined for a peanut. Just a moment. Pop. Sejun harvested 1 peanut hull from the stem. He then took out 2 peanuts from inside the hull. Magical peanut. A peanut grown in the tower. It is delicious because it has absorbed enough nutrients. It has been cultivated by a tower farmer who is skilled in farming, improving its taste and efficiency. Upon consumption, it breaks down 15 grams of body fat and increases magic power by 0.25 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 20 times within an hour. When consumed by a non-awakener, it breaks down 15 grams of body fat and enhances brain activity. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. 1 hull is considered 1 fruit, so the effect was half for a single peanut. However, the effect could be stacked up to 20 times. It's a shame. If I had this when I was in college, I would have gotten good grades. Sejun regretted after seeing the brain-boosting effect of the peanuts. Here you go. Thank you. When Sejun gave a peanut to Iona, crunch. Iona started to peel the peanut shell and ate the peanut eagerly. She's really enjoying it. Seeing Iona eating so deliciously, Sejun also wanted to eat. He put the remaining peanut into his mouth. When he bit into the peanut, perhaps because it was raw, it had a similar texture to the beans, which are soft and crunchy, rather than the hard texture of roasted peanuts eaten outside. The taste was fresh, but the unique savory taste of peanuts remained. It's good. Sejun, surprised by the better-than-expected taste, harvested 5 peanut hulls and stuffed 10 peanuts into his mouth all at once. Munching on peanuts, Sejun started to seriously harvest peanuts. Thud. You have successfully harvested 40 peanuts at once. When he had harvested about half of the peanuts, sizzle. Huh? Sejun felt a burning gaze towards him. What is it? When Sejun looked at the entity casting the heated gaze at him, it was Iona, staring at him with a desire to eat more peanuts. Do you want more peanuts? Yes. Can I? Iona, who had been waiting for the right time to ask Sejun, quickly replied. Sure. Sejun took out 2 peanuts from a peanut hull and handed them to Iona. Thank you. Crunch. Iona hummed a little tune and started munching on the peanuts again. At that moment, Quenji, who smelled the delicious aroma from afar, started lurking around the peanut field. Do you want some peanuts too, Quenji? At Sejun's words, Quenji nodded vigorously. Tap. Sejun peeled off some peanut hulls and placed 100 peanuts in Quenji's hand. Make sure to chew it well. These are not for filling your stomach, understood? Quenji answered and started munching on the peanuts. Munch. Enjoying the savory and sweet taste, Quenji started dancing his own joyful dance. So cute. Sejun watched Quenji's dance and went back to harvesting peanuts. While harvesting the peanuts, an obstacle appeared that interfered with his work. Ugh! There was a peanut stem that wouldn't come out no matter how much force Sejun put into it. Ugh! Even with all his strength, the peanut stem didn't budge an inch. Krun. Quenji, who had been watching from the side, got frustrated and grabbed the peanut stem from behind Sejun and pulled together. Pull. Creon. With Sejun's signal, they both pulled on the peanut stem together and then, crack, swoosh. A giant peanut stem, 3 meters long, was pulled out as the ground split apart. You have harvested a giant peanut hull. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 increases slightly. You have earned 30 experience points. A giant peanut hull. When Sejun cut the giant peanut hull with his dagger, there were 2 giant peanuts inside. Giant peanut. A peanut grown inside the tower, although its taste is good due to sufficient nutrient intake, but all that nutrients have been used for growth. There are no effects when consumed. It will not sprout when planted. Cultivator. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 45 days. Grade, C. Although it had no effect as an item, it was the best when looking at its size. Quenji. Take this to your mum. This was a size that even Quenji's mother, the Crimson Giant Bear, could fully enjoy. Creon. Quenji, in his giant form, picked up the 2 giant peanuts and went to his mother, and Sejun continued harvesting the peanuts. Phew. It's done. Sejun harvested 3,481 peanut hulls. He also leveled up in the process, becoming level 32. Quenji, carry these. Creon. Sejun took 200 peanut stems separately and gave them to Quenji, who had returned from delivering the giant peanuts to his mother, the Crimson Giant Bear. And then, Iona, could you move this? He pointed to the remaining 500 peanut stems and asked Iona. Yes. Float. Iona, who was eating the peanut crumbs that had fallen into her fur after finishing her peanuts, stood up and used a floating spell. The harvested peanut stems floated into the air. Wow! Creon. Sejun and Quenji stared in awe at the peanut stems floating in the sky. The peanut stems floating in the sky were a spectacle in their own right. It was truly a magical ability worthy of a great mage. Coyote. Where should I move them? Iona, who saw Sejun and Quenji's reactions, asked with a cheerful smile. Shake off the dirt and lay them out over the without overlapping. Sejun pointed to a piece of land where a field had not yet been created. He planned to spread the peanuts out widely to dry them. Okay. While Iona moved the peanut stems to where Sejun had indicated, Sejun instructed Quenji to place half of the peanut stems in front of the house and move the rest to the storage. And then, whoosh! Sejun took the peanut stems that Quenji had placed in front of the house to the faucet to wash off the dirt that was attached to the peanut stems. The faucet was a facility made by installing a thin wooden tube that came down vertically from the fountain tower, and a lid that could be opened and closed. Glug glug. After washing the peanut stems cleanly in the water, he detached the peanuts from the stems and put them into 3 pots, and started boiling them. Boiling or steaming fresh peanuts is a delicacy in itself. This is best enjoyed in autumn. He felt a bit regretful that there were no seasons here. After about 10 minutes of boiling, Sejun periodically checked the peanuts' condition. If undercooked, they would taste raw, and if overcooked, they would be mushy. Good. They're done. As soon as the peanuts were well cooked, Sejun lifted the pot from the stove. Then he said, "Hey guys, let's have a snack." Sejun called the rabbits on the farm. Aileen, try this. Sejun sent a pot full of boiled peanuts to Aileen, who was able to eat crops that boost magic as her skills grew. Since becoming a mid-level administrator, Sejun was able to send items without a quest. The tower administrator says thank you. The tower administrator asks you to wait a little longer. The tower administrator is excited and says that we can meet in about 250 more years. Yeah, Sejun barely held back the words. By then, I'll already be dead. He refrained because Anton and Kaiser asked him not to say anything that would make Aileen anxious. But the waiting time was reduced from 300 years to 250 years since the Dragonheart's condition improved. If things go well, I might be able to see Aileen while I'm still alive. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations. The other party was a dragon. What would he do when he met it? Should I ask her to let me ride on her back? As Sejun pondered what to do when he met Aileen, munch, munch, squeak, squeak, pipe. The rabbits began to eat the boiled peanuts. Choo choo. The princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, quickly became friends with the other rabbits and fit in well. And then, Squeak, seeing the black rabbit sitting on his lap and enjoying the boiled peanuts, Sejun felt a pang in his heart. Eat a lot, Black Rabbit. Squeak. Sejun continued to worry about the Black Rabbit, not realizing that feelings had already begun to develop between them. Arg! This isn't right. Iona, who had taken a spot on the sleeping Sejun's lap, was in deep thought. Iona, who had suffered from insomnia for hundreds of years, fell asleep as soon as she laid down on Sejun's lap at the Zenka Lake on the 75th floor of the tower, for the first time in hundreds of years. So, she thought that Sejun's lap was the cause of her good sleep. But something was lacking. She could fall asleep quickly, but she couldn't sleep deeply. The bottom is perfect, but the top doesn't feel perfect. I feel like I need to cover myself with something. So she tried covering herself with Sejun's blanket and her own expensive bedding. But she still couldn't sleep deeply. Then, Iona remembered how she had slept well at Zenka Lake. And she remembered that she had slept covered with Theo's tail. I can only get a perfect night's sleep if I have representative Theo's tail blanket. However, I guess I can't have a deep sleep tonight. It would still be a while before Theo arrived. It can't be helped. Iona slept fitfully, waking up and falling asleep again. ZZZ. Still, Iona did not have nightmares while sleeping on Sejun's lap. Chapter 85. Completing the canal. The next morning. Alright. As Sejun got up from his bed, thud, something white fell from Sejun's leg. Floating. Instead of falling to the ground, a round tuft of fur was floating in the air. It was Iona, who was sleeping curled up, that fell from Sejun's lap. SHH. Sejun carefully lifted Iona and put her on his blanket. Iona curled up even more irritably. Did she not sleep well? Considering her irritable tone, it seemed like she needed more sleep. As Sejun left Iona and went outside, squeak, squeak, squeak. The rabbits that were already awake greeted Sejun. Morning. After greeting the rabbits, Sejun washed his face at the faucet and prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Breakfast was Sep's soup, which was being cooked for 24 hours as usual. Today, he added roasted sweet potatoes to it. Let's have breakfast. Upon Sejun's call, the rabbits that had been stretching in the front yard of the house lined up to receive breakfast and gathered together to eat. Then, Flammy, good morning. Sejun carried breakfast and went down to the cave. He wanted to chat with Flammy. Master, good morning. Flammy greeted Sejun cheerfully, waving its leaf as usual in response to Sejun's greeting. Is there anything uncomfortable? No. But more importantly, my leaves have recovered. Please give me the seed of the corrupted ant seed. I will purify it perfectly this time. Flammy showed his first leaf, which had turned green, and spoke to Sejun. The leaf has recovered? Sejun spoke, looking at Flammy's leaf. The first and third leaves, excluding the second one that was recently used, had turned back to green. Yes. Please take out the seed of the corrupted ant's seed. Okay. Sejun took out the corrupted ant's seed he had put in his pocket. Yup, as Flammy yelled, whoosh, the leaf with the ability to purify changed to white and sent a white flame to the enhanced seed of the corrupted ant. Swish. The flame of purification gently seeped into the seed, which had turned from blue to sky blue. Flammy, you worked hard. Sejun petted Flammy's leaf, which had just turned white after using the flame of purification, and spoke. More. While Sejun stroked Flammy with his left hand, he ate breakfast with his right hand and started his morning farm work after breakfast. Swish, swish. While Sejun was harvesting the cherry tomatoes in the cave, squeak. Creon. The black rabbit and Quenchi, who had eaten breakfast, came down to the cave cheering full of fighting spirit. Guys, I'm counting on you for lunch. Let's have crayfish today. Squeak. Creon. At Sejun's words, the two nodded and entered the pond. A little later, Sejun finished harvesting the remaining cherry tomatoes and climbed the ladder to the ground. That's when, Sejun, who had climbed to the end of the ladder, felt something strange. Why is it like this? The ladder installed for moving between the cave and the surface was a foot higher than its original height, as if the ground had shifted. That's strange. Did the ladder grow? Sejun found it odd, but it wasn't a big deal, so he ignored it and looked around after climbing to the surface. The white rabbits were farming in the morning, and the grey rabbits were working on canal construction with the black minotaurs who had gone to work on time. And then, Squeak. Choo Choo was using magic to cut the trees into the sizes the Grey Rabbits wanted, and lifting the items the Grey Rabbits needed with floating magic, helping with the canal construction. Your magic skills are good. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Of course. She is my disciple. Iona, who had woken up at some point, spoke in a voice full of pride from behind Sejun. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to brag about a disciple who can use magic in front of Sejun. Huh? I know everything. You're playing, aren't you, Sejun? You're playing while purposely taking on a weaker role, right? Seeing Sejun being protected by other monsters, Iona thought that Sejun was playing with the concept of being the weakest. Huh? Oh. Right. Sejun responded to Iona's words by agreeing. It was more embarrassing to say no at this point, and he decided to make thorough use of this misunderstanding. Iona, can you help Choo Choo with the canal construction? I can't use my strength because I'm playing. Yes, leave it to me. I will finish it today. And so, Iona joined the canal construction. Iona briefly discussed the canal construction with the Grey Rabbits and then began to use magic. Stone wall. Boom. Iona's magic was on a different scale from Choo Choo's. In an instant, dozens of stone pillars sprouted to make the pillars to support the canal, and all of them were precisely the thickness and height that the Grey Rabbits requested. Although one might think that destruction and precision are far apart, it requires very precise magic control to use magic of great destruction. Thanks to that, by late afternoon, a 1-kilometer-long canal leading to the north among the canals leading to all directions was completed. Crun. Thud. Upon hearing the news that the canal was completed, Quenji brought out the Quenji's boat, which had been sealed. The Quenji's boat had been transformed into a decent ship shape under the care of the Grey Rabbits. There was even a figurehead carved in the shape of Quenji on the bow, and both the front and rear seats were widened so that several people could ride. Crun. Quenji called Sejun while boarding the front seat of the Quenji's boat. Got it. Sejun responded and boarded the Quenji's boat. Now that the canal was also completed, he thought it would be okay. When Sejun got on the ship, Squeak, the black rabbit, who was already sitting in the back seat, greeted Sejun. Oh, it's changed a lot. Inside, there were wide wooden seats for comfortable seating, and there were handles. While Sejun was looking around the Quenji's boat, we'll also get on. Choo Choo. Iona and Choo Choo also boarded the Quenji's boat. Then I'll float it to go the fountain. Levitate. As Iona used the levitation spell, thud, the boat began to float in the air. Then, you cunning hamster, are you trying to kidnap Sejun? Meow. Theo, who had climbed onto Sejun's lap at some point, shouted at Iona. I arrived so quickly, victory is mine. Meow. Theo, who hastened the wolves and intends to shorten the arrival time by several hours, arrived at the 99th floor of the tower, confident of his victory. I will go ahead, you guys follow slowly. Meow. Yes. Theo hurried off to Sejun's farm. Theo, who had no idea that Iona had already arrived yesterday using the Lightspeed Merchant's route, was still receiving strange signals from his instincts about Sejun's lap. Sejun's lap is in danger. Meow. Just as Theo, putting aside his anxiety, ran eagerly and neared Sejun's farm. What? Meow. He saw Iona far away, trying to kidnap Sejun on a boat. As I suspected. Meow. How dare you steal my lap and run away? Meow. Theo sprinted full speed and jumped onto the boat. More precisely, onto Sejun's lap. And he shouted at the lap thief. Don't worry, President Park. Meow. I will protect you. Meow. Theo, covering Sejun's lap with his own body, reassured the kidnapped Sejun. What do you mean kidnapped? We're just riding a boat. Meow. What are you saying? Meow. We're going to take the boat down from there. Sejun pointed to the canal and explained. Oh, is that so? Meow. Yes. So apologize to Iona for calling her a cunning hamster earlier. No way. Meow. Even if she didn't kidnap, it's true Iona is cunning. Meow. Theo, are you not going to listen? TSK. Fine. Meow. Upon hearing Sejun's stern voice, Theo reluctantly responded. And then, Iona, I'm sorry for calling you a cunning hamster. Meow. I got a little carried away earlier. Meow. Theo meekly approached Iona and spoke. It's okay. Welcome, Representative Theo. Iona happily accepted Theo's apology and even welcomed him warmly. Finally, all the pieces of her deep sleep puzzle came together. Splash. In the meantime, the Quenji's boat had arrived above the fountain. And then, thud. The Quenji's boat tipped over the edge of the canal. Splash. And began to go down along the canal. Whoosh. Quenji's boat, cutting through the water currents. As the slope was gentle, the boat flowed smoothly, and Sejun and the animals enjoyed the pleasant headwind and the view of the farm. Was it this big? From his view above the canal, Sejun was able to realize and knew just how large his farm was. While Sejun was looking down at his farm, "I won't let my guard down, meow." Only Theo, clinging to Sejun's lap, was keeping a wary eye on his rival, Iona. He. To Theo, Iona looking his way and laughing seemed like she was targeting Sejun's lap. Actually, she was laughing at Sejun's lap and Theo's tail. While Theo was keeping an eye on Iona, splash! The Quenji's boat, which had moved 1 kilometer, arrived at the end of the canal. On the return trip, Quenji carried the boat with everyone in it and walked back the 1 kilometer. "Something's missing," Sejun said as he got off the Quenji's boat. "What do you mean, meow?" "There's a lack of extremeness. The ride is too slow because the slope of the canal is too gentle. We can't get enough speed to feel the thrill." "I don't know what that is, but I'm also lacking something, meow." "I need Cheru, meow." Theo took out a Cheru from his bag and jumped onto Sejun's lap. "Then, open it for me, meow." Theo jumped onto Sejun's lap and boldly held out the Cheru to Sejun. Because he is President Theo, he had achieved record-breaking results in this auction. He had more than enough right to ask for Cheru. "Okay." Sejun opened the Cheru and brought it to Theo's mouth. "I'll enjoy this, meow." "Lick." When Theo happily started to lick the Cheru, "Mr. Sejun, we have returned." An interrupter appeared. Elka returned belatedly with the wolves, interns, and the criminal Scarum. "Who's that goblin?" Sejun, seeing Scarum being dragged with his hands tied, asked. "It's Scarum, who conned me, meow." "Punish him, meow." Theo quickly forgot about the Cheru and glared at Scarum. So he's that Scarum." Sejun looked at Scarum and smiled. He might have found a way to secure goods from Earth now. Just then, "How dare you bring him here?" Kaiser's angry voice came from the Black Dragon statue. "And then, annihilate." Kaiser instantly erased Scarum. With only Scarum's existence annihilated, his clothes fell to the ground. "What? No, why?" Exclamation mark. "What about my Raymond?" Exclamation mark. When Sejun looked at Kaiser with eyes asking for an explanation. "What? Why?" "Flap, flap," Kaiser asked in a shameless voice and hurriedly went back to the fountain. "President Park, hang in there, meow." "It's too early to give up, meow." Theo started to rummage around where Scarum had vanished to comfort Sejun. He had not felt anything until just now, but suddenly he felt an attraction in his front paws. Then, "President Park, I found something, meow." Theo pointed to something that had fallen on the ground. There was a small metal key there. "What is this?" As Sejun picked up the key, "The Void Prison key is bound to Tower Farmer Park." Sejun. "A prison?" At the same time, a keyhole appeared in front of Sejun. "Do I insert it here?" When Sejun inserted the key and turned it, creak. With the sound of a door opening, the door to the Void Prison opened. Chapter 86 Planting the Seed of Inent. A few hours ago. Kaiser raised his voice while explaining the duties of a tower administrator to Alien, whose capabilities had expanded due to the growth of the Dragon Heart. Alien, in return, blocked him once more. And, Alien tilde. Kaiser was making an earnest effort to communicate with Alien, but she remained silent. There was only one way left for him. "I'll have to ask Park Sejun for a favor." Kaiser decided to look for Sejun in order to ask him for a favor. If he could fulfill Sejun's request, Sejun would help him communicate with Alien again, even without being asked to do so. "Oh, there he is." From his spot above the fountain, Kaiser quickly spotted Sejun when he looked down on the ground. At that moment, "Wait, what is this energy?" He felt another life form inside the goblin besides Sejun. He didn't know where they'd come into contact, but it was a parasitic life form. Furthermore, he could feel the energy of the tribe that Kaiser despised the most from within the parasite. How dare they? Where do they think this is? In his anger, he forgot about getting a favor from Sejun and used the magical power he had stored in the Black Dragon statue to instantly obliterate the creature. If he sloppily killed the host, the parasite inside could move to another nearby host, which could endanger Sejun. As a result, all the magical power in the Black Dragon statue was exhausted, and now he would have to recharge it in order to fulfill Sejun's request. Although it could be easily solved if he just asked Sejun, but his pride as the great Black Dragon and the master of Brittany family wouldn't allow it. "Damn it, father, what's the matter?" When Kaiser started to get angry, Anton, who was beside him, asked. I just detected the energy of those white bastards on the 99th floor of the tower. What? Why is the energy of the white dragon there? They must have found the location of the Black Tower. Do you think they're trying to loot it? They must be taking it lightly because they know the administrator of the Black Tower is alien. How dare they belittle our granddaughter? Kaiser growled angrily. However, there was nothing he could do in the current situation. All he could do was hope for Alien to grow quickly and fulfill her duties as the tower administrator. Alien tilde. Kaiser called out to Alien once more. Ugh, meow. What is this foul smell? Meow. Coyote. The stench is too strong. Squeak. Crun. Pipe. Sejun and the animals covered their noses from the foul odor coming from the void prison. Pipe. Choo-Choo quickly used wind magic to remove the smell inside the void prison. Thanks to that, the horrendous stench became much lighter. Shall we go in now? Are we really going in? Meow. Squeak. Crun. While Sejun could tolerate the smell, but for the animals, the smell was still too strong. They found it unbearable just being near. In the end, only Sejun and Theo entered the void prison. Theo chose to bury his nose in Sejun's knee and hold his breath as much as possible, instead of jumping off. I will guard Chairman Park's knee. Meow. Theo was not one to be defeated by a mere stench. Inside the prison was a 2 meters cuboid-shaped room without any light. Before Sejun entered, Choo-Choo used magic to illuminate a sphere of light inside the prison. It's because of this thing that it smells. As soon as Sejun entered, he frowned at the waste that had hardened on the floor. This was the source of the foul smell. It's filthy. He wanted to immediately fetch water from outside and start cleaning, but he had to check what was inside the prison. Due to the small size of the prison, he quickly found out what was inside. Something was hanging from the corner of the prison ceiling, covering its body with wings, and a name was visible above it. Golden Bat. A bat the size of a fist was hanging from the corner of the prison ceiling, with thin chains tied to its legs. Golden Bat? Sejun looked puzzled at the name. There was no golden color to suggest a golden bat. It just looked skinny. As Sejun carefully approached, the golden bat nervously spread its wings and opened its eyes. The golden bat, who locked eyes with Sejun, was taken aback that someone other than its master Scarum was looking at it. And then, "Are you my new master?" A voice came into Sejun's head, like telepathy, speaking directly into his mind. "Master? Are you the one speaking?" Sejun asked, looking at the golden bat. "Yes." The golden bat trembled as it answered. It was too frightened, not knowing what kind of being its new master was. "Golden Bat, this won't do. First, let's clean here." Yes, the new master didn't issue any orders to it, but fetched water from outside and started cleaning the prison along with a black rabbit and a bear cub. The animals covered their noses with leaves as they entered, probably because the smell was too strong. "Does it really smell that bad?" Sniff sniff. The golden bat smelled its body, but having been in the prison for a long time, its sense of smell was already numb, and it didn't know how much it stank. "Then, you need to wash, too." Sejun brought a bowl of warm water and said, "Okay." The golden bat began to wash itself immediately upon its master's order, and looking at the water gradually turning black, it realized how dirty it had become. But it took a long time to wash its tiny body. "This won't do. Just get in." Sejun, who had been watching from the side, felt frustrated and grabbed the golden bat with wooden tongs. Swish! He gently dipped the golden bat into the water, so as not to scare it. He couldn't bear to touch it with his bare hands because it was too dirty. Splash splash! When the golden bat's body was immersed in warm water, it unknowingly let out a pleasant cry due to the comfort it was experiencing for the first time in its life. It was the first time it realized it could make such a sound. It was a sound it had forgotten. As the golden bat washed itself, the water turned completely black. "Is this filth from my body?" The golden bat felt very ashamed as such dirty water came out of its body. "Let's change the water now." Fortunately, Sejun quickly changed the water. However, the water turned black again. It was only after Sejun replaced the water 10 times that the color of the water did not change. Phew. "It's done." "Golden Bat, you should take a break too." "Yes." As Sejun was about to leave after finishing cleaning the prison, growl. A sound came from the golden bat's stomach. Looking around, there was nothing to eat in the prison. "Hungry?" "Just a moment." Sejun came out of the void prison and brought a bowl of seps soup. "Try eating it." "Yes, thank you." Slurp, slurp. And then, Rest. Sejun left the golden bat eating soup and went out with the animals. The void prison door was left open for ventilation. A moment later, it's delicious. This new master is a good master. The golden bat, left alone, ate the soup to its heart's content and talked to itself. I need to work hard for my master. The golden bat disappeared. 1 minute later, flap, flap, the golden bat reappeared, holding a golden tumbler in its legs. Phew. It's tiring. I've brought such a large and shiny thing. The master will be pleased, right? Growl. With the thought of being praised by Sejun, the exhausted golden bat hung from the ceiling and fell into a pleasant sleep. Sniff, sniff. The animals that came out of the void prison smelled the stench on their bodies. The same went for Sejun, who smelled his clothes. It seems like the smell has soaked in. The stench kept coming from his body. This won't do. Let's go to the fountain and wash up. The fountain was enchanted with purification magic, so even if they washed the water was quickly purified. Squeak. Ji-ah-rah-rah. At Sejun's words, the black rabbit and Quenji, who wanted to get rid of the stench quickly, ran to the fountain. And when Sejun arrived at the fountain, I disagree. Meow. I can get rid of the smell with my grooming. Meow. I will groom you too, President Park. Don't go in the water. Meow. Theo clung to Sejun's knee, refusing to bathe. However, I refuse your refusal. Sejun, who didn't want to be washed by Theo's saliva, put Theo on his knee and dipped his body into the water. Meow. Splash. Theo climbed up Sejun's body and clung to his face. Thanks to this, Sejun ended up smelling the stench from Theo's fur directly. Hey! Get off! You smell! Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff of the neck. Then he started to slowly dip Theo into the water. Meow! Theo, who didn't want to get wet, shook his body to resist, but splish, splash, all that did was make him wetter. In the end, Theo was completely soaked. Ha ha ha! President Theo, you were all fur, weren't you? Shrink. Looking at Theo, whose fluffy fur had disappeared when soaked in water, Sejun laughed. Don't laugh, Meow. This is all President Park's fault, Meow. And they're all fur too, Meow. Theo pointed at the black rabbit and Quenji at Sejun's laughter. Squeak. Crun. The black rabbit and Quenji, angry at Theo for dragging them into his situation, approached him. Meow. Guys, let's talk about this, Meow. Theo quickly tried to negotiate, but, Theo was grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Quenji and dragged away. A moment later, Pewit. I'll show you my swimming skills, Meow. Squeak. Crun. The three who were in the same situation quickly reconciled and began to enjoy playing in the water. The stench naturally disappeared while they were playing. And then, let's go. The last part of their water play was the water slide. They sat holding hands and slid down the canal with their bodies. Swish. Their bodies rotated as they split the water, adding more thrill than before. This is fun. Pewit. As expected, I am the strongest in water too, Meow. Squeak. Crun. Sejun and the animals who reached the end of the canal laughed joyfully. And then, Ji-ah-rah-rah-rah-rah, slurp slurp. They roughly shook off the water and climbed onto a pile of hay to start sleeping. Indeed, the sleep after playing in the water was very sweet. That's when, if you sleep like this, you'll catch a cold. Iona approached and dried Sejun and the animals with a drying spell. She dried Theo's tail meticulously several times. Iona, who had dried their fur well. Coyote, coyote, coyote. She naturally climbed onto Sejun's lap, humming, and used Theo's tail, who was fast asleep on Sejun's lap, as a blanket and fell asleep. She was lucky to have a chance to sleep soundly until night. It was after a while that Choo Choo came to wake up Sejun and the animals. It was dinner time. Squeak. To prevent any troubles, she woke up her master first and then the others. Sejun and the animals who woke up moved to the house and had dinner. Ah, I'm full. Shall we take a walk? When Sejun, who had eaten dinner, was about to stand up and take a light walk around the farm to help with digestion. He felt a hot energy from his pocket. What's this? Sejun put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a white seed that felt hot. Purified enhanced ants seed. You have purified the corrupted ants seed that absorbed the energy of the blue moon. The seed has been enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. The corrupted energy has been purified, increasing resistance against corruption. Upon consumption, all stats permanently increase by 15. If you plant it in the ground, the seed will sprout and grow into a powerful purified ant. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, A+. So the purification is finished, Sejun said, looking at the white seed. Where should I plant it? It was unclear how big the purified ant would grow. Let's just assume the size we saw last time. Sejun thought that the ant seed could grow as big as the corrupted ant that had absorbed the energy of the blue moon, and decided to plant the ant seed in a very large open space. Thunk. Sejun dug the ground with his dagger and planted the seed. You have planted the purified enhanced ant seed. Your job experience increases significantly. Your proficiency of seed sowing skill LV4 increases significantly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, your proficiency in seed sowing LV4 increases by an additional 5%. Your proficiency in seed sowing skill LV4 is filled, and the level increases. And then, tap, tap. While Sejun was tapping the ground where he had planted the seed, the purified enhanced ant seed grows rapidly using its inherent power. Crack. The enhanced seed of the purified ant instantly sprouted and started to break through the ground. Chapter 87 Flammy, World Tree. Crack, crack. The sound kept coming from beneath the ground, but the surface was peaceful. As time passed, even the sound from beneath the ground disappeared. That was the end of it. All that remained above ground were two vibrant green leaves and the name that appeared above them. Powerful purified ant. What? Is that it? As Sejun was puzzled by the unexpected result, which was different from the noisy sound. Thump. Something came up from under the sprout, or more precisely, it came up with the sprout. And then, Puduke. From beneath the ground, a powerful purifying ant, about 20 centimeters in diameter and 50 centimeters in height, arose, stretching its arms up high in a victorious manner. And then, rustle, rustle, the powerful purified ant with green leaves on its head started walking past Sejun. Hey, where are you going? Sejun touched the body of the ant and asked. His talent, friend of nature, made communication possible. But, ant, protect. What are you saying? Sejun asked again. But, the ant was not a talkative friend. Rustle, rustle. Sejun had no choice but to follow the powerful purified ant. And then, Master, welcome. They arrived in front of Flammy. Rustle, rustle. The powerful purified ant started circling around Flammy, as if it wanted to protect it. Do you know why the ant is behaving this way, Flammy? Just a moment. I'll ask. Flammy had a conversation with the ant. The ant says its mission is to protect the World Tree. World Tree? But why is it protecting you, Flammy? I'm not sure. It just said it would protect me, but I'm strong enough to protect myself. Flammy fluttered its leaves as if throwing a punch in the air. Okay. For now, Flammy, can you keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't do anything strange? Yes. Leave it to me. I'll watch it closely. Sejun left Flammy to watch the ant and asked Alien. Alien, do you know about the World Tree? He sought information from Alien. The tower's administrator says the World Tree is a tree with a powerful force of abundance. Those who are acknowledged to live near the World Tree can enjoy the benefits of abundance. What about the ant? The tower's administrator says that originally ants are guardians who protect the World Tree. So, is our Flammy the World Tree? The tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. When Alien was asked if the apple tree was the World Tree, she became flustered. She didn't know either. So, wait a moment. She asked Sejun to wait and Grandpa quickly called for Kaiser. Oh, Alien Tilda. Finally, you want to talk to this old man? Yes, Grandpa, I have a question. Oh, go ahead and ask anything. If a World Tree appears in the tower, can I confirm it? Of course, you can. Through the crystal orb, Kaiser began to explain to Alien how to confirm the existence of the World Tree, and the result. Tower growth conditions. World Tree, unfulfilled. There was no World Tree in the Black Tower, Grandpa. Then why is the ant protecting a tree that's not even a World Tree? Alien, don't tell me. Did Sejun ask you this? Huh? That little rascal. He should have asked me directly. He's bothering my granddaughter. Kaiser looked ready to fly over to Sejun and answer his question right away. The black dragon statue began to spread its wings. However, Grandpa, if you tell everything to Sejun, I won't let it slide. At Alien's threat, The black dragon statue folded its wings back. The tower administrator says that there is not a single world tree in the tower yet. Then why is the ant acting like this? The tower administrator says that perhaps the ant saw potential in Flammy. Aileen asked Kaiser in real time and answered Sejun. Really? Our Flammy has the potential to become a world tree? Sejun looked at Flammy with satisfaction. Just then, President Park. Where are you? Meow. Theo jumped down from the hole in the cave ceiling, shouting. He had been playing with the black rabbit and Quenchi, and now he was looking for Sejun to rest on his lap. As soon as Theo landed steadily on all fours, pat, pat, he ran towards Sejun's knee and clung tightly. And then, President Park, sit down and receive my report. Meow. Theo told Sejun to sit down. He hadn't reported the trade results yet because various things had happened as soon as he arrived. Ah, right. President Theo, did you sell everything again this time? Sejun asked as he sat down. Of course, it was a complete sellout. Meow. Theo answered confidently and took out money from his bag. 824,630 tower coins. It was 4 times more than the previous trade. You've worked hard. Here's your incentive. Sejun handed Theo 50,000 tower coins. Thanks, Meow. And here are things President Park likes. Meow. Thud. Theo emptied his bag and took out churro, coffee, and seasonings that Sejun likes. There were 70 packets of coffee mix, along with a large amount of salt and pepper. Now that the 38th floor of the tower had hunters camping and waiting for Theo, they had a lot of supplies as each guild regularly sent provisions. That's a lot. Good job, President Theo. Whoosh. Sejun stroked Theo's back. So how many hours of president time? Meow. I'll give 150 hours of president time. That's good, Meow. Then quickly open the churro. Meow. Upon receiving Sejun's compliment, Theo rolled over to show his belly and asked for churro. Got it. Whoosh. As Sejun tore open the churro and brought it to Theo's mouth. Lick lick lick. Theo began to lick the churro enthusiastically. And then, so let me tell you, Meow. When I met this guy named Utata while eating his treat, Theo bragged to Sejun about how he defeated the wild boar merchant on the 38th floor of the tower. Thus, Theo's enjoyable healing time had begun. An hour later, Snore. Theo, having been stroked by Sejun, had fallen asleep on his lap. Time to sleep. As Sejun picked up Theo and stood up. Master. Good night. Flammy waved its leaves and spoke. Yeah, Flammy, good night. Sleep well. Sejun greeted Flammy, went to his bedroom, laid down Theo next to him and went to bed. The tower administrator says, good night. Good night, Aileen. As Sejun responded, he fell asleep. Shortly after, Theo, who had opened his eyes due to discomfort, woke up briefly and made himself comfortable on Sejun's lap. Snore. As the sound of Theo's snoring began to be heard, creak. Coyote, coyote, coyote. The door quietly opened, and Iona, who had been teaching magic to Choo Choo, entered for a good night's sleep. Then, Snore. Iona climbed up onto Sejun's lap, used Theo's tail as a blanket, and fell asleep. The morning of the 257th day of being stranded. Park. Sejun, get up. Yes. Startled by Kaiser's shout, Sejun quickly got up. The enemy is coming and you're asleep? Enemy? Yes. The corrupted ants scouts are coming. Hurry up and move. Yes. At Kaiser's shout, Sejun quickly grabbed his weapon and ran to the west. Then, there was already someone fighting with the branch scouts. Looking closer, it was a one-sided beating. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful purified ant, despite its powerful name, was being ganged up on by 10 small branch scouts. It seemed that it had come out to stop the enemies to protect Flammy. Its legs and one arm were broken, showing how much he had been hit. Whoosh! Sejun quickly threw his hand axe at one of the branch scouts who was attacking the purified ant. Thud. You have defeated a small branch scout of the corrupted ant. You have gained 25 experience points. Retrieve. Whoosh! As Sejun ran and retrieved the hand axe and threw it again, he arrived where the purified ant was. And then, thump, thud, he swung his dagger and hand axe, defeating the enemies. To Sejun, the small branch scouts were a piece of cake. After defeating 10 branch scouts, are you okay? Sejun asked the purified ant. Crunch. Chomp chomp. The ant nodded and began to chew on the dead body of the branch scout. Crunch. As it ate the wood, its broken legs and arm began to heal. The ant was able to heal its wounds just by eating trees. Good, right? As Sejun watched the purified ant recover, munch, munch. More enemies approached. This time, 15 of them. Come on, Sejun shouted and ran toward the enemies. Sejun fought like that several times. It wasn't difficult as only 10-20 small branch scouts came. Meow. Theo opened his eyes with a feeling of emptiness, and immediately noticed that Sejun was missing. Where did President Park go? Meow. As Theo was looking around for Sejun, tug. He felt something grabbing his tail. What? Meow. Startled, Theo looked at his tail to see. No, don't. Shivering, Iona was having a nightmare, gripping Theo's tail. Just this once, meow. With Iona clinging to his tail, Theo went outside to look for Sejun. Rustle, rustle. Munch, munch. After continually eating wood, the purified ant began to fight again once its body had fully recovered. However, thump. The ant's arm broke again after being hit by the enemy's fist. The purified ant was still very weak. Rustle, rustle. The ant began to eat wood again to heal. As it ate more, it grew slightly taller, and white flowers began to bud at the end of its sprout. Stay strong. Sejun felt compelled to cheer for the purified ant. It felt personal. As Sejun was dealing with the branch scouts, found you, meow. Thump. Theo, with Iona dangling from his tail, ran over and clung back to Sejun's knee. Now I'll take care of everything, meow. President Park, you rest, meow. No, I'll fight. Understood, meow. Theo, not one to insist, accepted. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Thanks to Theo, Iona resumed her deep sleep. The enemies appeared intermittently, so Sejun was able to fight leisurely. Then, munch, munch. The purified ant approached Sejun. Huh? Why? Sejun leaned against the ant's body and asked. Seed. Pick. Seed? Oh. When did this? A white seed had formed where the white flower once was at the end of the sprout on the purified ant's head. Pluck. Sejun picked the seed. You have obtained a seed from the purified ant. Your job experience increases slightly. The proficiency of seed harvesting LV 2 increases significantly. The proficiency of seed harvesting LV 2 is filled, and the level increases. Looking at the option, it seemed that the seeds without powerful in the name didn't have the effect of increasing stats. Let's plant it again. Poke. Sejun immediately dug the ground with his dagger and planted the seed. Then, crack, a sprout grew from the ground after a moment, and another purified ant rose. Rustle, rustle. The two purified ants began to eat wood together. When a bud began to form on the sprout of the recently born ant, the two ants, who had finished eating the branch scouts, returned to the flammy. Oh, nice. Sejun thought he should get wood for the ants. It seemed that the number of ants would increase rapidly. As Sejun went to the stacked trees behind the house to get some wood and was on his way to the cave where the ants were. Master, I brought something good for you. The golden bat, which had been waiting for Sejun to pass by, called out to him. Chapter 88. Becoming a Centurion Landlord. A good thing? Yes. It's big and shiny. Big and shiny? At the bat's reply, Sejun put down the wood he was carrying and went inside the void prison, and the item he found. Could it be this? Big and shiny? Inside the prison was a gold tumbler that was not there when Sejun was cleaning. Yes, I prepared it for you, Master. The golden bat pointed at the golden tumbler with its wings and spoke proudly. Since the previous owner, Scarum, liked big and shiny things, the golden bat thought Sejun would too. Then, this is trash, meow. Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's knee, shouted at the sight of the tumbler. Tr. Trash? I got this from outside the tower especially for you. That's why it's trash, meow. President Park said that items from outside the tower are trash, meow. Theo said proudly, remembering Sejun's teaching. That can't be. The golden bat seemed disappointed. You got this from outside the tower? Yes, Master. I can wander outside the tower for 1 minute. Seeing Sejun's reaction, the golden bat boasted about its ability. I'm competent, right? I did a good job, right? Please praise me. However, golden bat, I'm disappointed. Instead of praise, Sejun scolded the golden bat. With the ability to bring things from outside the tower, it brought back a mere tumbler. There were so many things to eat like snacks, bread, drinks, ramen, etc. And with such an ability, it brought back a mere tumbler. What? Exclamation mark. At Sejun's words, the golden bat was shocked as if the world had collapsed. It tried to impress its master with its ability, but ended up ruining it. I'm a useless bat, apostrophe. It wanted to hide, just like when it was abandoned right after birth because it was a different color. When the golden bat was about to hide its face with its wings in despair, "Golden bat, you're wasting an incredible talent." "Me? Talent?" "Yeah, Theo. The contract." "Here it is, meow." At Sejun's words, Theo immediately took out the contract. Then, swish, swish, Sejun started writing the contract. He was going to observe a little more and then decide, but he couldn't treat such a top-tier talent like this. "I'll release you in exchange for working for me for 10 years. Sejun proposed a contract to the Golden Bat, offering to release it from prison in exchange for 10 years of service. "You're providing 3 meals a day and a performance bonus?" The Golden Bat was surprised to see the contract, even though it would be thankful just to get out of here. But it was unbelievable that he is going to provide meals and even money for 10 years. This new master was strange. "Now, stamp it." "Okay." "Press." The Golden Bat stamped the contract with the thumb on the tip of its wing. "Welcome, Golden Bat." Clank. Once the contract was stamped, Sejun undid the chain that bound the Golden Bat's legs. "Thank you." Flap, flap. The unchained Golden Bat flew around Sejun, flapping its wings loudly. It felt so comfortable to fly without the chains that had been dragging its feet. "First, sit down. I have something to ask." "Yes." Following Sejun's order, the Golden Bat sat on his shoulder. "And then, can you go outside the tower every day?" "Number. Only once a week." "Is that so?" "Then when you go outside the tower," Sejun began asking a series of questions to fully understand the Golden Bat's ability. What he found out was that the Golden Bat could go to a few specific places outside the tower on Earth once a week. The Bat said it wasn't exactly sure where the locations were. Also, the Bat could bring things into the tower as long as they weighed less than 5 kilograms and were within a 30 centimeters radius of the Bat. If he could gather more information and find out where the Golden Bat appears, then I can start getting supplies I need. The thought alone made his mouth water with excitement. "Got it. We'll continue this conversation in the morning." Sejun ended the conversation and stepped out of the prison. "What are you doing?" Flap, flap. Sejun asked the Golden Bat, which was hesitating and not coming out of the prison. Can I come out too?" "Of course." "You're free now." Upon hearing Sejun's words, the Golden Bat gathered courage and cautiously poked its head out of the prison. Wow! The Golden Bat was touched as it breathed in the fresh air outside the prison. And then, flap, flap, it began to joyfully fly around. "Don't go too far." Clink, Sejun advised the Golden Bat as he locked the prison. He planned to use the prison as a storage room in the future. He picked up the wood again and took it to the ants, but they didn't eat it. "Why aren't they eating?" "Master, there's no life force in these." "Life force?" It seemed like they only ate the ones that hadn't been dead for long. "Got it." Time to sleep. Sejun hurried back home. He was very sleepy. "All right." Sejun woke up from his sleep and immediately got out of bed. "Huh?" Sejun realized that his lap was empty. Where did he go? Theo, who was supposed to be on his lap, was nowhere to be seen. Swoosh. When Sejun added another line to the wall of his bedroom and came out, "This is Black Rabbit and Quenji, meow." Yes, Theo was introducing Black Rabbit and Quenji to the Golden Bat. Squeak. Queong. Black Rabbit and Quenji greeted the Golden Bat, adjusting their posture to look like big brothers. "And then, Golden Bat, since you're the youngest now, take good care of your big brothers from now on, meow." "Yes, Big Brother." The ranking was quickly settled. Just then, flap, flap, the black dragon statue flew over. "Park Sejun, you lazy brat. Why did you wake up so late?" It was Kaiser, who was grumpy for no reason, despite having waited for Sejun to wake up. "Ah, hello, Mr. Kaiser." "Yes." "But what's the matter? Is Aileen not talking to you again?" "Yes." "No, that's not what I came to talk about." The conversation channel that briefly opened when Aileen asked about the World Tree was quickly closed with Kaiser's nagging. "So, I came to tell you that since the ants were born from the seeds you planted yesterday, there would be no problem even if the corrupted ants become extinct now." So are you going to take action now, Mr. Kaiser?" "Why would I step in?" "You should do it." "Me?" "Yes." "Starting today, go to the Western Forest and hunt the corrupted ants." Flap, flap. Kaiser left immediately after saying his piece, returning to the fountain. "So, are we going to the Western Forest, meow?" When Theo began preparing for battle by unsheathing his claws, squeak, queong. The Black Rabbit and Quenji also picked up their weapons, a hammer and an enhanced branch of the corrupted int. Just then, gurgle. The sound came from Sejun's stomach, who hadn't eaten breakfast. Let's eat something first. As Sejun went to the kitchen, Theo, who had suddenly clung to Sejun's knee, held Cherry in his front paws, asking Sejun to feed it to him. And, squeak, Kweong, flap. The rest of the animals naturally followed Sejun. Kweong, especially Quenji, seemed excited, as he was planning to eat one more time when Sejun ate. The meal was chaotic. Lick, lick, lick. Sejun fed Cheru to Theo with his left hand while eating soup and steamed potatoes made by the rabbits with his right hand. And, gulp, gulp, crowing. Every time Quenji drank soup in one shot, Sejun refilled it. The good thing was that the black rabbit and the golden bat just stayed quietly on Sejun's shoulder. They clung to him so well that they didn't interfere with his movements. Phew, Sejun sighed after eating. He had eaten to get some energy, but he felt more exhausted after the meal than before. After eating, Sejun went down to the cave. He packed crops and necessary items in the Void Prison store to take with him to the Western Forest. After filling up the storage, when he went to Flammy, "Master, I will give you a buff." Flammy offered to apply the flame buff. "Alright, thanks." Sejun had no intention of accepting the flame of protection buff initially, whose utility he couldn't ascertain, but he accepted it considering Flammy's sincerity. Yup. Flame's leaf turned blue and the flame of protection seeped into Sejun's body. The flame of protection seeps in for 3 hours. The flame of protection protects the target. Int number 1, follow me. Sejun, who had received Flame's buff, spoke to the large int. Sejun named the firstborn int as int number 1. Naturally, the second-born int was named int number 2. He wanted to take both ints, but the ints refused to leave both their posts, insisting that one should stay here to protect Flammy. So, Sejun decided to take the stronger int number 1 with him. Plunk, plunk. Upon Flammy's command that it should follow Sejun's words as its own, int number 1 followed Sejun as instructed. When they came up to the surface, Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Golden Bat, Iona, and Choo Choo are waiting. "Huh? Iona, are you planning to join?" "Yes. I need to gather some ingredients and train Choo Choo." "Alright, let's go together." Having someone as powerful as Iona was a relief for Sejun. Kweong. Quenji grew bigger and carried the group, including Int 1, on his back. Theo, who had secured a spot on Sejun's lap, widened his eyes. "I must not fall asleep. Meow." Coyote, coyote, coyote. Theo, seeing Iona laughing at him, reminded himself to stay alert. He can't give up Sejun's lap. "Let's go." Kweong. Thud thud. With Sejun's order, Quenji began running towards the west. And then, snore, snore. Before anyone realized it, Theo had fallen asleep on Sejun's lap, and Iona, too, had fallen asleep next to him, using Theo's tail as a blanket. After about 40 minutes of running, they reached the entrance to the Western Forest. The branch watchmen guarding the entrance were few in number, as most hadn't recovered from Sejun's previous fire attack. "Guys, wake up." Sejun woke up Theo and Iona and disembarked from Quenji's back. Puck. Sejun threw his axe to kill the branch watchman and entered the entrance of the Western Forest. "You follow while eating." Sejun took Int 1 out from his void prison and gave the instruction. Plunk. Int 1 nodded to Sejun's order and began eating the branch watchman. As the group passed the entrance, swoosh, swoosh, yellow and purple flowers approached. They were the sticky flowers attacker and poisonous fog flower attacker. Boom. "I'll prepare the enemies just right for President Park to defeat." Meow. Theo ran forward, his claws out. And then, squeak. Kweong. The black rabbit and Quenji followed. Thunk. "You have killed the corrupted int's poisonous fog flower attacker. You've gained 1,500 experience points." Sejun slowly followed, delivering the final blow to the monsters weakened by the animals, thus gaining experience points. Just as they were defeating the enemies, a tenant farmer has created the 300 square meter magical cherry tomato field. You've gained 200 experience points. The size of your farm has exceeded 100,000 square meter. Talent. Landlord evolves to Centurion Landlord. Centurion Landlord. Sejun checked his evolved talent. Talent. Centurion Landlord. This is a talent that can only be acquired by a farmer who owns more than 100,000 square meter of farmland. You can designate up to 100 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use the landlord's job skills. When a tenant farmer uses the landlord's skill, the landlord receives a 3% reward. You can designate up to 5 guards to protect the farm. You receive 50% of the experience points for enemies killed by the guards within 1 kilometer of the landlord. The talent grows as the size of the farm grows. Oh, 50% of the experience points. Moreover, this doesn't steal experience from the animals. At this rate, it seemed faster for the animals to kill monsters instead of him doing it personally. Sejun appointed Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Iona, and Choo Choo as guards. Guys, go. The animals, who had become Sejun's farm guards, began to kill the monsters. TL notes: previously, I directly converted the Korean unit Pyong to square meter, for example, 10 Pyong to 10 square meters. However, from now on, I will be providing an approximate conversion from Pyong to square meters. For example, in this chapter, instead of mentioning 100,000 square meters, it is mentioned as 30,000 Pyong in the raw. When converted to square meters, it becomes approximately 99,173.554 square meters, which I have rounded to 100,000 for better readability. Chapter 89 Power Leveling. 67th floor of the tower. The bodies of most red locusts had turned purple. Their numbers were close to 7 billion, on the verge of evolving into purple locusts. The sturdy blade onion leaves wilted after killing a few of the red locusts due to their increased toxicity, and the locusts were freely flying towards the lizardman's stronghold. Don't back down. Stop the enemies. Lizardman Grand Warrior Tamuro shouted at his soldiers, seeing the purple wave covering the sky. However, the enemy's poison was a problem. Ugh, save me. Soldiers were dying from poisoning, just by being splattered with blood. Do not confront them directly. Attack them with bows or magic. However, it was impossible to block nearly 7 billion with only ranged attacks. The red locusts began attacking the archers and magicians. Then, Awu, the silver wolves, who had been resting in the rear, stepped forward to protect the archers and magicians. They had detoxifying green onions provided by Sejun in case of an emergency. Thanks to them, the Grand Warrior Tamuro, who now had a breather, requested reinforcements after informing them of the situation. The first to initiate the attack was Quenji. Quenji no longer needed to hold back his strength for his father's sake, went all out. And then, Quenji began to enlarge the enhanced branch of the corrupted int, infusing it with magic. The branch absorbed magic and grew massively. Quenji swung the branch that had grown to 20 meters in an instant with all his might. Boom! Quang! A massive shockwave radiated from Quenji, obliterating everything in a 50 meters radius in a fan shape. Guard Quenji has killed the sticky flower attacker. You've gained 600 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. You've leveled up. You've gained 1 bonus stat. Wow, Sejun leveled up with just 1 attack from Quenji. And then, Mew, do not block President Theo's way. Meow. Squeak, squeak. Theo, Black Rabbit, and Choo Choo scattered in different directions, killing monsters where Quenji's attack didn't reach. Guard Theo has killed the poisonous fog flower attacker. You've gained 750 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Theo. You've leveled up. You've gained 1 bonus stat. Thanks to them, Sejun leveled up once again. Then, Coyote. Power of magic. Obey my command and destroy the enemy. Ray of destruction. Iona, holding the staff of disaster, used magic. Iona seemed to be overflowing with energy, perhaps because she had a good sleep. Zai-ing. A red beam with a diameter of about 1 meter was shot from the black gem at the end of the staff, heading towards the center of the western forest. A moment later, boom! With a huge explosion, a part of the center of the western forest disappeared. It wasn't for nothing that she was called a destructive wizard. Guard Iona has defeated the corrupted young int. You've gained 5,000 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Iona. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Wow! His mouth fell open involuntarily. With 1 magic attack, he had leveled up 3 times in a row and reached level 37. But, Iona, leave the bodies. The ants need to eat. Sejun had to restrain Iona. All the bodies of the corrupted ants had disappeared due to the recent attack. Coyote. Yes, Mr. Sejun. Iona responded and prepared another magic spell. Oh, power of ice. At my command. As Sejun was telling Quenji that it should also leave the bodies behind while watching Iona chanting a spell. Avalanche. Iona used magic. Suddenly, the temperature dropped and the sky darkened. Why is it suddenly so cold? Sejun climbed onto Quenji's warm back and looked at the darkened sky. What are all those? Thousands of giant ice spears hanging in the sky fell towards the center of the western forest, and the forest was trapped in ice. God Iona has defeated the corrupted ants. You've gained 15,000 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by God Iona. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Iona, who was told not to obliterate, decided to freeze instead. The corrupted ants of the western forest couldn't get out because of the ice wall, and thanks to that, the animals only had to clean up the remaining monsters. During this process, Sejun leveled up once more, reaching level 40. And then, a quest has been generated. Job quest. Secure 5 colleagues to help with farming. Reward, level 41 unlocked, 5,000 tower coins. Job skill, Farmer's Touch OV. 1. He completed the job quest as soon as he received it. Sejun already had white rabbits helping him with farming. You have completed the quest. Level 41 is unlocked as a quest completion reward. You have received 5,000 tower coins as a quest completion reward. The level of your job skill increases as a reward for exceeding the quest. You have obtained the job skill, Farmer's Touch OV. 2 as a quest completion reward. Farmer's Touch. It was his first time receiving a job skill through a job quest. Sejun hurriedly checked the skill. Farmer's Touch OV. 2. The growth of plants touched by the farmer's hand speeds up slightly. It's vague. It speeds up a bit. He felt he had to try it to know. Should I raise my stats a bit? Sejun began to invest in magic power with the 8 bonus stats accumulated through level ups. Just as he had raised his magic power by 2, your magic power has surpassed 30. The Seal of Rain Thunder LV. 1 has been released. Finally, the Seal of was released. However, fountain and canals had already been constructed, making it easy to supply water to crops. So, the news didn't give him much excitement. Sejun invested the remaining 6 bonus stats all in magic power. What Sejun was aiming for was skill, which would unlock at magic power 50 superscript 1. If I could throw some thunder, I'll become a bit stronger, right? He wanted to escape from being the weakest on the 99th floor of the tower. Thud, thud. The ant, which had been following him, eating trees, approached Sejun, perhaps because it had eaten a lot of trees. The ant's head now reached Sejun's waist. On the ant's head were 2 white seeds. Each time a seed was formed, the number of seeds on the ant's head seemed to increase. Oh, good job. Tap, tap. As Sejun plucked the 2 seeds from the ant's head, Farmer's Touch OV. 2 is activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the powerful purified ant accelerates slightly. As soon as Sejun's hand touched the ant's body, the skill Farmer's Touch activated. This skill activated whenever he touched a plant, and the ant was a plant. So this is how it's used. Sejun realized how to use the skill, and he immediately planted the 2 newly acquired seeds of the purified ant in the ground. Pop, pop. The seeds grew quickly, and 2 purified ants were born from the ground. And then, munch munch. The newly born ants, number 3 and 4, began to eat trees, following ant number 1. I have nothing to do. Should I just touch them for a while? While Sejun was contemplating what to do with the ants, queuing, Quenji came up to him with a bowl for honey. It was already lunchtime. Just a moment. Sejun took out the honey he had stored in his pocket dimension, and Quenji politely extended his honey bowl with both hands. Click. Sejun opened the lid of the glass honey jar and glug, glug, glug. After pouring 3 dollops into the bowl, it was filled to the brim. Take some time to eat. Kweong. Slurp, slurp. While Quenji was busily eating honey next to Sejun, he took out food for the other animals from the void prison storage. Piranhas, peanuts, carrots. I'm hungry. Meow. Me too. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Sejun took out food from the void prison storage, The animals who had dealt with the nearby monsters returned. Choo Choo. Could you make a fire for us? Squeak. At Sejun's request, Choo Choo used magic to gather the wood and start a fire. Thanks. Here you go. Sejun handed the rabbits some carrots. The rabbits were perfectly satisfied with just the carrots. Crunch, crunch. While the black rabbit and Choo Choo were enjoying their carrots, Sejun roasted some fish on the fire made by Choo Choo, while shelling peanuts from their hulls. Then, he started roasting about 100 peanuts in a pot. It was roasted peanuts to be given to Iona, who performed the best today. Sizzle. As Sejun constantly stirred the peanuts with a wooden spatula to prevent them from burning. Crackle. The sound was made and the savory smell of peanuts began to fill the air. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona couldn't hide her smile as she smelled the savory peanuts. As the smell and color of the peanuts deepened, Sejun started to cool the pot by placing it on the ground. Gulp. Can I eat it now? Iona, swallowing her saliva, couldn't help but ask. Yes, but it's hot, so eat it slowly. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Okay. Wind. Iona cooled down the peanuts quickly with a wind magic and began to eat. In the meantime, he shared the grilled fish, nicely browned, with Theo, who was on his lap. It's quite spacious here. As Sejun looked around while eating the grilled fish, when all the monsters were wiped out, it looked more like an open field than a forest. Plus, swish. The soil is good too. Sejun touched the soil and said, I want to plow this field. He felt greedy, but right now, he couldn't even fully manage the land he had. Sejun decided to wait for later. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I'm full. Iona patted her bloated stomach and climbed onto Sejun's lap. Where are you climbing? Meow. Caillou, I do what I want. Iona was offended by Theo's response and got angry. So do I. Despite seeing Iona's terrifying magic just moments ago, Theo was not scared. He. With Sejun, I am invincible. Meow. Plus, I am now President Theo right now. Meow. Although it was a strange logic, it gave Theo confidence, and the one who had trouble because of it was Sejun. Guys, if they started to fight here, he would be in serious danger. Iona, can you look at this void prison? Can it be upgraded? Sejun quickly diverted Iona's attention. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I'll try. When the great black dragon asked her for a magical request, Iona was moved and went inside the void prison to inspect the inside. Coyote, coyote, coyote. This is an old version using triple-layered magic. I think I can improve it. Iona analyzed the magic system of the void prison and spoke with a confident voice. I'll close the prison door for a while. Creak. Iona closed the door of the void prison and began to upgrade it. That was a close one. Sejun felt relieved. Fortunately, he was able to prevent a fight and even upgrade the void prison. Theo, get along with Iona. I understand. Meow. Since President Park says so, I'll give in a bit. Meow. When Sejun was pacifying Theo by stroking his stomach, the tower administrator reports that a green alarm has appeared. Aileen reported to Sejun that a green alarm had appeared. A green alarm? The tower's administrator appoints you as the tower's mid-level administrator to prevent the extinction of the jewel frog in the 67th floor swamp of the tower. The 67th floor of the tower? You will be moved to the swamp of Navia on the 67th floor of the tower in 30 seconds. You can bring your subordinates with you. Please designate who will go with you. Sejun hurriedly selected Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Choo Choo, who were in front of him. Subordinate designation is complete. Fortunately, thanks to the growth of Aileen's dragon heart, he was able to designate all four. What about Iona? Just when Sejun was about to open the void prison in a hurry, you are being moved to the Navia swamp on the 67th floor of the tower. You cannot move more than 100 meters away from Navia swamp. Sejun and the animals disappeared. And munch munch. Only the ants were left in the western forest, busily eating the trees. Thud. They were the ants who have been picking seeds from each other's heads. Since there was no other ant to pick seeds for them unit now, they had previously asked Sejun to pick them. Crunch. New ants sprouted in the western forest. TL notes. 1. Previously, it was mentioned that the MP required to unlock skill was 70, but in this chapter, the author changed it to 50 MP without providing any explanation. Chapter 90 Finishing the upgrade. Sejun can handle it well, right? Aileen was thinking about Sejun, who had gone to the 67th floor of the tower. The red locust did worry her, but the other animals will protect Sejun well. Since other animals had also gone with him, Aileen wasn't overly worried. Then, the population of the red locust on the 67th floor of the tower has exceeded 7 billion. The red locust on the 67th floor of the tower has met the conditions for evolution. The red locust on the 67th floor of the tower evolves into purple locust. What? Purple locust? Aileen was taken aback upon seeing the new alert. And then, Grandpa. She hurriedly called Kaiser. Oh, Aileen. Finally. Do you want to have a conversation with your grandpa? Grandpa, the red locust on the 67th floor of the tower has evolved into purple locust. What about our Sejun? If the enemy gets stronger, the reward also gets better. It's a good thing. What are you talking about? Our Sejun is in danger. Stop worrying about that Sejun again. He has detoxifying green onions and he's surrounded by animals even stronger than him. He even gained an extra skill. So, you're saying we don't need to worry about our Sejun? That's what I'm saying. Hee. Grandpa, teach me the administrator's work quickly. Ha ha ha. Okay. Your grandpa will teach you everything. Finally, our Aileen has come to her senses. When Kaiser was moved, I'll quickly learn the administrator's work and see if there is anything more I can do for our Sejun. Aileen was thinking something else. The 67th floor of the tower, Navia Swamp. Swoosh. You have arrived at the Navia Swamp on the 67th floor of the tower. From now on, find and remove the cause that threatens the extinction of the jewel frogs. A bright light flashed, and Sejun and the animals appeared. Squish. Ugh. What is this? As soon as he arrived, his shoes were soaked with water and the damp feeling inside them made Sejun's expression crumple. The same was true for the animals that had come with Sejun. I hate this feeling. Meow. Squeak. Quang. Pipe. The animals frowned as their fur got wet. Flap. Flap. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping could be heard nearby. Nearly 50,000 red locusts, now almost purple, were flying towards Sejun and the animals from all directions. What? These creatures. Squeak. Roar. Pipe. The animals surrounded Sejun and blocked the approach of the red locusts. Meow. I, President Theo, will protect President Park. Meow. Swoosh. Theo extended his claws and slaughtered the red locusts. And, squeak, bam, bam, bam. Black Rabbit swung its hammer, crushing the red locusts. And then, Ji-ah-rah-rah, boom, bang. Quan Ji enlarged its body to about 3 meters and extended the enhanced branch of the corrupted into about 5 meters, destroying the red locusts with the wind pressure created by the full swing of the branch. Pipe. Splash. Finally, Choo Choo used the water attribute magic, water cannon, and shot high-pressure water to kill the red locusts. Guard Theo has killed the red locust. You have acquired 5 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Theo. Maybe because they're weak, the experience points were small. When the animals began to deal with the red locusts, you have found the cause of the extinction of the jewel frogs in the Navia Swamp on the 67th floor of the tower. A mid-level administrator quest has been triggered. Mid-level administrator quest. Exterminate the red locust on the 67th floor of the tower. Red locust, 06,999,999,712. Reward, 1 million EXP, 10,000 tower coins. Failure. You cannot return to the original location until you complete the quest. The quest appeared. 6.99 billion. Sejun was surprised to see the population of the red locusts. According to the wolves he had heard from before, the population of the red locusts had reduced to nearly 5 billion. They'll evolve into purple when their number increases by just 288, right? While Sejun was looking at the quest, squirm. Red locusts, roughly 10 centimeters in length and smaller in size than regular ones, began to emerge from the swamp. They were freshly hatched red locust larvae. The red locusts had been using the Navia Swamp as their hatching ground. The red locust larvae, though just born, moved agilely, and when a red locust larva that emerged right below Sejun bit Sejun's foot, whoosh, blue flames erupted from Sejun's body and incinerated the red locust larva. It was the flame of protection buff given by Flammy. Whoosh, the protection flame burned the larvae coming out from the ground, protecting Sejun. However, SSSSH, the flame of protection buff that was protecting Sejun faded away a few minutes later, not lasting the full 3 hours. Fortunately, in the meantime, the animals had taken care of all 50,000 red locusts, and roar, thump, thump. When Quan Ji stomped on the ground a few times, Guard Quenji has killed the red locust larvae. You have acquired 2 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. Guard Quenji has killed the red locust egg. You have acquired 1 experience point, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. All the red locust larvae and eggs that were beneath the swamp were crushed under Quenji's feet. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. Thanks to this, Sejun leveled up once again. Although the experience points given by the red locust were small, the sheer number made up for it. Let's assess the situation first. Create thundercloud. Since they were attacked as soon as they arrived, neither Sejun nor the animals had any grasp of the situation. I wonder if there's a waypoint nearby? As he created the thundercloud, Sejun quickly looked around the sky. It's too far away. Roughly 10 kilometers away, he could see a red stream shooting up into the sky. It seemed like he would have to give up registering a waypoint this time as well. The thundercloud created in Sejun's hand rose to the sky. Then, at a height of about 3 meters, it spread out, concealing them from view. Centered around Sejun, a cloud about 30 centimeters thick and 500 meters in radius covered the area. Thanks to the increased proficiency in creating thunderclouds, such detailed control became possible. Chu-Chu, who had taken a brief rest to recover her mana, cast a waterproof spell on Sejun and the animals. Oh, thanks. Thanks to Chu-Chu's magic, his shoes were still damp but he was able to avoid having his feet trickled with moisture. Let's start with the void prison storage. Clink. Sejun opened the void prison, but, the door didn't open because Iona was upgrading the void prison storage. This is a problem. Looking at the number of red locusts, it seemed likely that they would evolve into purple locusts soon. In order to prepare for that, he needed the detoxifying green onions which were inside the void prison storage. Just then, the red locusts has evolved into purple locusts. The quest has been updated. Mid-level Administrator's Quest. Exterminate the purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower. Purple locusts, 07,011,712 billion. Reward, 3 million EXP, 50,000 tower coins. Failure, you can't return to your original location until the quest is complete. The quest was updated. What? We just killed over 50,000 and the number has increased. It seemed like there were other hatching sites elsewhere as well. President Park, eat this quickly. Meow. It's dangerous. Meow. While he was looking at the quest, Theo quickly stuffed a detoxifying green onion into Sejun's mouth. Why are you doing this? Just swallow it quickly. Meow. Theo shouted as he held Sejun's jaw so he couldn't open his mouth. Chomp chomp. Sejun glared at Theo with a look that said I'll remember this, and chewed the green onion as he was told. Although it was a raw green onion and a bit spicy, but as he chewed it became sweet and tasty. Gulp. You have consumed a detoxifying green onion. Neutralizes poison of rank D or lower for 1 hour. President Theo. What? Just as Sejun, who had swallowed the green onion, was about to scold Theo, President Park, looked down. Meow. Down? The water around Sejun had turned purple. You have been poisoned by a D-rank nerve poison. Detoxified. Had Theo given him the detoxifying green onion a bit later, it would have been dangerous. The poisonous blood from the red locusts had flowed into the swamp. President Theo, you. Sejun was moved by Theo, who had saved his life. However, President Park, that was close. Meow. Be careful. Meow. As Theo spoke while rubbing his face against Sejun's knee, Sejun cooled off. That's just who he was. President Theo, where did you get the detoxifying green onions? I've packed goods to sell in advance in my bag. Meow. I am always a well-prepared, excellent wandering merchant. Meow. Theo proudly showed off his bag. Good job. Sejun stroked the head of Theo hanging on his knee. I want to eat churro. Meow. Not here. I'll give you some later. Okay. Meow. Thanks to Theo, Sejun was less worried about the poison for the time being. Sejun also fed the detoxifying green onions to the other animals as well. They had stronger resistance to poison than Sejun, but they could be in danger if they were continuously exposed to it. But is this really okay? Sejun looked at the swamp that had turned purple and wore a serious expression. He was worried about the jewel frogs that were endangered. The 67th floor of the tower, Lizardman's base. Block them. Hold on. Don't let a single one enter the waypoint. Lizardman, freelance mercenaries, and the Silver Wolf tribe were desperately defending the waypoint. However, they were lacking in long-range firepower to stop the Red Locusts who were pushing in with sheer numbers. They were starting to get pushed back. Damn it! When is the reinforcement coming? Will be breached in a few hours at this rate. The Lizardman Great Warrior Tamuro felt bitter about the reinforcements that didn't come despite waiting. Then, flap, flap. About a quarter of the Red Locust forces started to change direction and head east. This gave them some respite. Rest and recover your strength in turns. What's happening over there? That's where Navia Swamp is. Apostrophe. After giving orders to his soldiers, Tamuro looked in the direction the Red Locusts were flying and thought, inside a rock cave. Chomp chomp chomp. Pewit. It's so good without Iona. Meow. Theo was sitting on Sejun's lap, eating churu. Sejun and the other animals were drying their clothes by the fire. Just then, hop hop. 20 frogs with various gems embedded in their foreheads approached. They were jewel frogs. Did the treatment go well? When Sejun put his hand on the jewel frog's body and asked, Ribbit Ribbit. Thank you. Thanks to you, our friends have become healthy. Ribbit Ribbit. As the jewel frog bowed its head, the other jewel frogs also expressed their gratitude to Sejun. Sejun met the jewel frogs while he was wandering around the swamp, which had turned purple, searching for the habitat of the jewel frogs. He thought the jewel frogs would be in danger since the water had been contaminated with poison. While searching for the jewel frogs, Ribbit Black Rabbit heard the faint voice of a jewel frog. Squeak. Then, the Black Rabbit led Sejun to a place where he found a jewel frog dying from poison. Eat this for now. When Sejun fed the jewel frog a detoxifying green onion to detoxify it, Ribbit, Ribbit, Ribbit. Thank you. My friends are also sick from drinking purple water. Please help them. The revived jewel frog asked Sejun for help, and they were now waiting in the habitat of the jewel frogs for them to fully recover. That's good. We'll handle things here, so don't come out for a few days. Sejun shouted out to the jewel frogs and came out of the large crevice where the jewel frogs lived. Whir, ah rah 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 rah. As soon as he came out, he was greeted by 1.5 billion purple locusts. Sejun froze at the astronomical number. Then, bang. He. Sejun, I've finished upgrading. It's now using quintuple layered magic. Iona appeared, opening the door to the void prison storage with both hands. Chapter 91. You have no choice but to like me. Meow. Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's knee, bristled his fur as he saw Iona coming out of the void storage door. Why is Iona coming out from there? Meow. Theo, who thought he had left Iona on the 99th floor of the tower. The tower's system is useless. Meow. While Theo was furious about the major loophole in the tower's system, it's great. Sejun was pleased to discover the loophole that even if he didn't designate a subordinate, if they were inside the void storage, they could travel together. Now he had a way to take more subordinates when a green alert appears. While Sejun was pleased, whoosh, whoosh, the purple locusts started to fly towards Sejun and the animals. They were there to kill the enemy who appeared in their hatching ground. However, Kyugiga lightning. On their side, they had Iona, the Wizard of Destruction. The blue lightning that shot out from Iona's adorable fingers attacked the purple locusts. Crackle. The blue lightning spread out in a chain, roasting the surrounding purple locusts until its power was exhausted. In an instant, all the purple locusts visible in front of Sejun had fallen. God, Iona has... The message of gaining experience passed by too quickly to read. However, Sejun couldn't just rejoice. You have leveled up. You have acquired one bonus stat. You have reached the maximum daily level up limit of 10 times. Until a day has passed, you cannot gain any experience other than the experience you acquire directly. What? Then what about the experience I just gained? Sejun was startled looking at the message. The experience that could have allowed him to instantly level him up to level 50 and allow him to do the job quest had been wasted. I didn't know there would be such a limit. It's information most of the Earth's hunters wouldn't know. Of course, they didn't. They never had the opportunity to ride such a premium bus. Superscript 1. There's no choice. Let's retreat for now. Instead of fighting, Sejun decided to return to the habitat of the jewel frogs. Even if he fought hard here, he wouldn't gain much experience, so he just planned to guard this place and wait for the day to pass. By guarding this place, he could prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs, killing two birds with one stone. Guys, gather some meat. Sejun had the animals that were going inside gather the bodies of the purple locusts. The smell of roasted chicken that was emitted when Iona's lightning magic fried the locusts earlier stimulated Sejun's salivary glands and culinary inspiration. And then, clank, he opened the void storage, took out 20 sturdy blade green onions, and planted them at the entrance so that the purple locusts could not easily enter, and entered the jewel frog's habitat. But where is this? Iona, looking around, asked about their location. This is the habitat of the jewel frogs on the 67th floor of the tower. Meow. We are here to prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs. Meow. Jewel frogs? That's right. Meow. Let me introduce you to the jewel frogs. Meow. Theo, who was wary of Iona but still willing to accommodate her, answered Iona's question. Meanwhile, Sejun was trimming the purple locust meat brought in from outside for cooking. Let's see. A few that first got hit by Iona's attack were completely charred and inedible, but the purple locusts that were hit when the lightning energy was low were only slightly burned on the outside. Thanks to that, the inside was pre-cooked like a parboil, making it convenient for cooking and quickly edible. First, I need to take out the detoxifying green onions. Clank. Sejun opened the void storage and went inside. Wow! It's spacious. The void storage that Iona had upgraded was much larger than before, incomparable to its previous size. It was large enough to fit 3 black minotaurs if they curled up. This and this. Sejun came out with the ingredients needed for cooking in the pot. And then, swoosh, he cut the purple locust meat into decent sizes and slit the meat in the middle to stuff it with detoxifying green onions to neutralize the poison. After making 10 pieces of meat stuffed with green onions, Quenji, make me some thin, long branches. Sejun called Quenji, who was drooling while watching. Krun. Thinking that it could eat something delicious, Quenji was very cooperative. Quenji inserted its power into the enhanced branch of the corrupted int, shaping it into the form that Sejun wanted. Good. Poke. Poke. Sejun skewered the pieces of meat onto the branch that Quenji was holding and placed the branch on a stand made of stacked stones. The branch were hung about 20 centimeters above the flames. Now, you just need to turn this once in a while to make sure they cook evenly. Got it? Krun. Quenji nodded at Sejun's words. This time, the cooking was not on direct flame, but in direct heat, in order to achieve a roasted chicken kind of feel. It could be called roasted purple locust. Just then, Gurgle, his stomach sent a signal asking for food. Thinking back, he didn't even get to finish his meal on the 99th floor of the tower. However, since the roasted purple locust is not directly heated, it requires time to cook. He needed another dish to quell his immediate hunger. Theo, can you chop this up finally? Sejun asked Theo, who was returning, pointing to the purple locust meat and ingredients. Iona was nowhere to be seen. Understood. Meow. Leave it to me. Meow. Swish. Theo took out his claws and finally chopped the meat and ingredients. Thanks. Phew. As expected, President Park needs me, right? Meow. Theo was hanging on to Sejun's knee, basking in the pride of Sejun's thank you. Plop. Sejun put the purple locust meat, potatoes, and green onions that Theo had chopped into a pot, seasoned them with salt, and began to boil. It was Sep's soup. Choo-choo, help me. In order to reduce the cooking time, Sejun asked Choo-choo to strengthen the fire pipe. When Choo-choo went to the stove and used fire magic, whoosh, the intensity of the fire increased. Bloop, bloop, as it boiled more and more, the color of the soup turned purple. Then, Purple Sep's potato soup is ready. Your proficiency in cooking LV4 increases significantly. Sejun checked the options of the completed dish. Purple Sep's potato soup, thinly sliced purple locust meat, detoxifying green onions, and power potatoes are simmered together for a long time, harmoniously blending all the ingredients and increasing all their effects. The detoxifying green onion neutralizes the extreme poison in the purple locust meat, enhancing the consumption effect and making the meat more tender. Due to the effect of the detoxifying green onions, the dish does not spoil easily. The taste improves slightly. Upon consumption, strength increases by 10.5 for 30 minutes. Due to the effect of cooking LV4, strength increases by 0.5. Feel full for 4 hours. Cook, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, C+. The options for the dish were better than when he used red locust meat. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the animals. However, the expressions of the animals, upon seeing the color of the soup, were not good. It was an expression that said, don't play around with food. Of course, Quenji, who would eat anything, didn't care. Quenji gulped down the soup that Sejun gave in one shot. Buzz, buzz. The animals started to discuss how they were going to eat that purple soup. I'm not eating it. Meow. Theo, a fish lover, voiced his opinion not to eat it. Squeak. The black rabbit suggested eating with its eyes closed. We can use illusion magic. Iona suggested fooling their brains with illusion magic. Pipe. Choo Choo suggested using color-changing magic. Gulp. Crun. Meanwhile, Quenji had one-shot the soup and handed the empty bowl to Sejun, who was eating the soup. It was already his fifth take. Make up your minds quickly. If you keep this up, there won't be any left for you. And it's much tastier than you think. Sejun rushed the animals in discussion and gave Quenji another bowl. Just eat it. Thump. Pipe. The animals, who failed to narrow down their opinions, each started eating the purple soup in their own way. And then, I want Cheru. Meow. Theo, who wouldn't eat the soup anyway, climbed onto Sejun's lap and asked for Cheru. Alright, Rip. Sejun tore the opening of a Cheru packet and handed it to Theo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Around the time when the meal was almost over, the smell of roasted chicken permeated the cave. It was because of the roasted purple locust. Is it fully cooked? As Sejun approached the roasted purple locust, you have achieved the achievement of making the roasted purple locust for the first time in the tower. The recipe for roasted purple locust is registered in Cooking LV. 4. Your proficiency in Cooking LV. 4 greatly increases. Special effect, lesser poison resistance is added to roasted purple locust due to the effect of Cooking LV. 4. Just in time. The dish was completed. Lesser poison resistance? Just by hearing the name, he felt like he knew what it was. Sejun checked the completed dish. Roasted purple locust. The detoxifying green onion is filled inside the purple locust meat and grilled for a long time using indirect heat, making it not greasy but savory. Thanks to skilled cooking, the purple locust meat and the detoxifying green onion inside are well cooked, making the meat tender and tasty. The detoxifying green onion has detoxified the poison in the purple locust meat. Special effect, lesser poison resistance. Cook, Tao Pharma Park Sejun. Expiration date, 15 days. Grade, C+. Guys, try this. Perhaps because they had already tasted the purple soup, the animals began to eat the roasted purple locust without any hesitation. As the animals were eating the roasted purple locust, the smell filled the cave and began to spread outside. And that caused an unintended situation. The purple locusts, who were eating the corpses of their kin near the jewel frog habitat, killed by Iona's attack, smelled the meat scent spreading out of the cave. Whir, ah rah 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 rah. The purple locusts began to flock into the gap in the crevice, which was a jewel frog habitat and had a poorly visible entrance. Following the scent, your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Dot. 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 Your sturdy blade green onion withers due to poison. Huh? As Sejun was looking for his weapon due to the sudden message, whir, ah rah 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 rah. Hundreds of purple locusts came into the cave. This soon? Sejun hurriedly picked up the dagger and hand axe. Just then, Coyote coyote coyote. Sejun, open the void storage and shout freeze storage when the purple locusts come in. Iona stepped forward and said, Greek. At Iona's words, Sejun opened the void storage towards the purple locusts. Whir, ah rah 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 rah. The purple locusts went into the void storage on their own to eat the crops inside. And then, freeze storage. As Sejun said, whoosh, a strong wind was created from the void storage, starting to suck in the purple locusts that came in. Storing the purple locusts in the freezer. Purple locusts are going into hibernation. If the purple locusts are not taken out within 10 hours, they will freeze to death. Dot. 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 5% of the space is filled. Dot. 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 Purple locusts were frozen in ice cubes and piled up in the corner of the void storage. They weren't dead, so he could take them out later and gain experience points. Coyote coyote coyote. How is it? I had some magic left, so I added new function. Iona proudly said. Iona, you're amazing. Do you want some roasted peanuts? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes. Sejun handed over the roasted peanuts he had roasted on the 99th floor of the tower to Iona, who had done such a wonderful job. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Thank you. Iona, with her excited eyes, held out both hands to receive the roasted peanuts and carefully put them in her spatial pocket. She was too full to eat them right now. It's dangerous. Meow. Theo felt a crisis watching Sejun complimenting Iona. His position was in danger. But, Pewit, President Park has no choice but to like me. Meow. Fortunately, Theo had something to believe in. Theo took out the rainbow-colored gemstone that he had found while wandering around the jewel frog's habitat from his bag. TL Notes 1. A metaphorical reference to Sejun's unique leveling method with the assistance of the animals. Chapter 92. Stamp your footprint here. Meow. This is Iona. Meow. Theo introduced Iona to the jewel frogs. Ribbit, ribbit. The jewel frogs began to greet Iona, surrounding her. And then, everything is going according to plan. Meow. Having separated Iona from Sejun, Theo leisurely returned to where Sejun was. Then, zing. Meow. Theo felt that something was attracting his front paw. It was another opportunity to be praised by Sejun. Where? Meow. Theo quickly followed the attracting pull on his paw. However, the place Theo arrived at, following the pull, was a dead end. What? Meow. Theo was briefly confused, but decided to trust his paw and started to dig through the wall. The pull was telling him that the distance to the target was not far. Clack. When Theo took out his claw and stretched out his front paw to dig at the wall, swish, Theo's front paw passed right through the wall. What? Meow. Theo carefully put his front paw in and out, confirming there was no problem, then walked towards the wall. It was an illusion magic so sophisticated that even though he knew, he was still confused. Beyond the wall, a massive white temple appeared. As Theo followed the pull of his front paw and went straight into the temple, there was a massive frog statue in the center of the temple. And then, over there, Meow. Theo could see what was attracting his front paw. It was a rainbow-colored gem embedded in the forehead of the giant frog statue. Theo quickly climbed onto the forehead of the giant frog statue and, pop, pulled out the rainbow-colored gem. Pewit. I'm indeed lucky. Meow. As Theo was putting the gem he had picked up in his bag, crack. The giant frog statue began to grumble like sand. Meow. Theo intuitively realized that he had caused some big trouble. I'm running away. Meow. Theo hurriedly left the temple and ran away to Sejun. He did not show the gem to Sejun immediately. Being too eager isn't good. Meow. Theo instinctively understood the principle of give and take. It wasn't time to bring out the gem yet. As such, Theo, who had been waiting for his opportunity, realized that the moment to bring out the gem had arrived. When he saw Iona being praised by Sejun, President Park, I've picked up something amazing. Meow. Theo took out the rainbow-colored gem from his bag and ran to Sejun. With this, I'll defeat Iona. Meow. He planned to solidify his position with the gem. Then, is it you who disturbed my sleep? A furious voice echoed in Theo's mind. Who? Meow. I am Gairon, the god of the jewel frogs. Pay the price for ruining my work. The rainbow-colored gem began to glow. Meow. President Park. Help me. Meow. Theo, feeling the strength draining from his body, called Sejun urgently. Purple locusts are being stored frozen. Purple locusts are going into hibernation. If the purple locusts are not taken out within 10 hours, they will freeze to death. 50% of the space is filled. About 50,000 purple locusts were stored frozen, filling up half of the void storage space. It's convenient, Sejun commented as he watched the frozen purple locusts trapped in ice cubes. Looking at the ice cubes stacked neatly, filling up half of the warehouse without an inch of error, he naturally felt relieved. Then, Iona, is there? Sejun was about to ask Iona if there were other functions in the void storage when, Meow. President Park. Help me. Meow. Sejun quickly turned his head at the sound of Theo's frightened voice calling him. And then, thud. He found Theo falling. Theo. Sejun hurried towards Theo. He felt an enormous and inapproachable awe emanating from the gem, but Sejun reached out towards Theo with a single-minded intention to save him. How dare you interfere with my business, the god of jewel frogs, Gairon? The rainbow-colored gem began to shine even brighter, trying to suck in Sejun as well. However, the The black energy emanating from Sejun's body began to push back the light of the gem and then detected a race god who illegally entered the Black Tower. Analysis result: God of Jewel Frogs, Gairon. You have the authority as the mid-level administrator to expel the God of Jewel Frogs, Gairon. Would you like to expel the God of Jewel Frogs, Gairon? A message appeared. Why is there the aura of the Black Dragon here? Gairon was surprised by the black energy emanating from Sejun. Pewit. That's why you shouldn't have messed with me, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, the deadly yellow cat, Theo Park. Meow. Theo's soul, absorbed into the gem, spoke defiantly to the massive frog, his hand on his waist. He was far too confident for someone who had stolen the gem. What? You? No, you're a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon? Gairon's tone changed at Theo's words. He was flustered. Technically speaking, his presence here was wrong in itself. Now that he was caught, he needed to obtain the permission of the Great Black Dragon to stay in the tower, but who knew that the cat he messed with was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon? That's right, Meow. And if you mess with me, President Park will punish you, Meow. You're in big trouble now, Meow. Theo spoke triumphantly as if his big brother had arrived while he was fighting with a friend. Gairon was scared. But it wasn't Theo's threat that scared him. The tower forbids race gods from entering. Gairon had broken that rule. If I get expelled here, it meant annihilation, because the world where Gairon originally belonged had already disappeared. Then, Pewit, do you want to live, Meow? Theo asked with a malicious grin. Yes. Gairon vehemently nodded and shouted. To Gairon, Theo's voice sounded like salvation. Then, there is a way, Meow. What? What is it? Stamp your foot here, Meow. Theo said as he pulled out a contract. Being a soul, he was able to create whatever he imagined. That is? Gairon was taken aback by the contract Theo produced. Unbeknownst to Theo, what he proposed was a soul-to-soul contract, an agreement that could not be broken even in death. You don't want to, Meow? Then there's nothing I can do, Meow. It was nice meeting you, let's never meet again, Meow. Theo cheerfully waved his paw at Gairon, saying farewell. No, no, I will stamp it. Even so, it was better to live this way than to be expelled from the tower and face extinction. Gairon didn't want to disappear. Squish! A giant frog footprint and Theo's small paw print, which was barely visible in comparison, were stamped side by side on the contract. Iona, do you know what a race god is? Of course, a race god is. Thinking that Sejun was assessing her knowledge, Iona began to explain enthusiastically. Thanks to her, Sejun learned a lot about race gods. A god that protects only one race. What should I do? In fact, he didn't ponder for long. How dare you try to harm our Theo? Seeing that Theo was still breathing, Sejun thought he had fainted. As Sejun was about to expel Gairon, the god of the Jewel Frog, has entered into a soul contract with Subordinate 1. If Gairon, god of the Jewel Frog, loses its divinity, he will revert to his previous name, Bug Hunter Gairon. Bug Hunter Gairon becomes the slave of Subordinate 1. Huh? Subordinate 1 was Theo. Thump. Meow. President Park. Thanks for coming to save me, Meow. While Sejun was trying to understand the situation, Theo, who regained his senses, clung to Sejun's knee and thanked him while rubbing his forehead against Sejun's leg. Around Theo's neck was a necklace with a rainbow-colored gem in the shape of a frog. President Theo, are you okay? Sejun asked while examining Theo's body. Yes, Meow. President Park, just trust me and leave everything to me, Meow. Feeling good under Sejun's touch, Theo shouted with a confident voice. And then, just wait for a moment, Meow. Theo ran outside. Sejun had praised Iona for her freeze storage function, but Theo thought it was for defeating the purple locust. Hey, where are you going? Now, I'll defeat all of President Park's enemies, Meow. What? Something felt ominous. Very ominous. It was clear that the silly cat had misunderstood something. Get out of my way, Meow. In the meantime, Theo went outside, defeating the incoming purple locusts. Hey, wait. Sejun hurriedly called out to Theo and followed him. And as Sejun followed Theo through the rock crevices, Gairon, come out, Meow. As Theo called, the frog-shaped rainbow-colored jewel on his necklace started to glow. Huh? President Park is out too, Meow. Let's go together, Meow. Upon discovering Sejun, Theo moved to where Sejun was. Swoosh! Centered around Theo's feet, the ground transformed into a black swamp, and something began to rise. It was a giant frog with rainbow stripes, over 20 meters in size. A frog? It's my slave, Gayron. Meow. Theo answered proudly. Flap, flap. In the meantime, all the nearby purple locusts started to gather. Gayron, destroy President Park's enemies. Meow. Snap. At Theo's command, Gayron lashed out his huge tongue, and it moved freely like a whip, quickly gobbling up about 10,000 purple locusts. It was as if there was some sticky substance on Gayron's tongue. The purple locusts stuck to it, couldn't escape. Gulp. Gayron swallowed 10,000 purple locusts in one gulp. Then, Gayron's body grew even larger. Snap. Meanwhile, Gayron stuck out his tongue again to hunt purple locusts. Gayron grew larger every time he ate purple locusts. Wow, impressive, Sejun said as he looked at Gayron, who had grown to a size of 30 meters. Phew, how about that? From now on, I'll defeat all of President Park's enemies. Meow. Theo boasted confidently. However, do you find it funny? Sejun's comment wasn't a compliment. Meow. Guard Theo's slave, Bug Hunter Gayron, has slain 200,000 purple locusts at once. Guard Theo gains 90% of the experience gained by slave Bug Hunter Gayron. Guard Theo has gained 5 million experience, which is 50% of the total experience gained. Level up limit is in effect. You cannot gain indirect experience, Sejun said as he read the messages. His experience points were leaking out like water from a leaking bucket. My experience points. President Park, why does your face look so sour? Meow? Do you want me to take care of it? Meow? While Theo, unaware of Sejun's feelings, was tapping Sejun's face with his paw. Flap flap. From a distance, a giant purple wave was approaching. Gayron's huge body was clearly visible from afar, and all the purple locusts at the waypoint flew towards Gayron. Hey, send him back quickly. Got it. Meow. Gayron, come back. Meow. At Theo's command, Gayron started sinking back into the black swamp, and as soon as Gayron had completely sunk, President Theo, plant them quickly. Understood. Meow. Thump. Thump. Sejun and Theo hurriedly planted sturdy blade green onions at the entrance and around it from the void storage, and quickly entered the crevice between the rocks, where the jewel frogs resided. As soon as Sejun and Theo entered the cave, flap flap, the purple locusts swarmed towards the sturdy blade green onions. Then, thud, the purple locusts fell after eating the green onions. Similar occurrences began to occur in multiple places, and near the fallen purple locusts, there were detoxifying green onions. They were the ones Theo had planted in a hurry without even looking. When the detoxifying green onion neutralized the poison of the purple locusts died as if they had been poisoned. Chapter 93 Hearing about destruction. Floor 67 of the tower. Phew, we survived. Thump. When the purple locusts suddenly stopped fighting and flew east, the soldiers, who were exhausted from hours of intense battle, started to rest. Just then, Mordecai Elka, who had descended from floor 99 of the tower, called out to Mordecai, who had been fighting the purple locusts with the soldiers on floor 67. Chief Elka, it's hectic here. What happened? Mordecai, we need to hurry to the Navia swamp. What are you talking about? Mordecai, who had been about to explain the situation on floor 67, was taken aback by Elka's words. Sejun is fighting with the purple locusts in the Navia swamp. Elka had heard about Sejun's situation from the Golden Bat, who had gone hunting with Sejun in the western forest. Sejun is? Elka quickly summoned the Silver Wolf tribe's wolves with a howl and went to find Tamuro, the Lizardman's great warrior, who is the commander in charge here. What? You're going to Navia swamp? Yes, we must go there. At Elka's words, Tamuro fell into thought. I'll go with you. I was wondering why the purple locusts had gone to Navia swamp. Tamuro thought that he needed to scout Navia swamp. Thus, the Lizardman soldiers led by Tamuro and 120 wolves from the Silver Wolf tribe headed towards the Navia swamp. After Sejun and Theo entered the cave, your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Your sturdy blade green onion has withered due to the poison. Messages indicating that the sturdy blade green onions had exterminated purple locusts and gained experience points started to appear. Fortunately, he was able to gain the experience points from the ones exterminated by the green onions. Clang. Sejun opened the void storage, preparing for the incoming swarm of purple locusts. If the sturdy blade green onions withered, they would soon enter the cave. "Guys, gather around," he called the animals just in case. "Yes," Squeak, Creon, Pipe. The animals rushed over at Sejun's call, and about 10 minutes passed. "Your crop has exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. ... The experience gain messages kept appearing. Even as time passed, there were no purple locusts coming into the cave, indicating that sturdy blade green onions were still holding on. "You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat." After another 10 minutes, he even leveled up. Something strange. Sejun decided to go out and see for himself as the purple locusts didn't come in even as he waited. Creon, thump thump. Unable to leave his weak further behind, Quenji took the lead by clapping his 2 front paws together. Indeed, he is a dutiful son. Following Quenji, Sejun and the animals went outside, and, in Sejun's sight, the corpses of the purple locusts filled the surroundings. And around the corpses, there were a few green onions that had not withered and were still holding on. Their appearance was very similar to that of the detoxifying green onion. "What? I didn't plant any detoxifying green onions." Sejun examined the green onions. The color was different from Sejun's detoxifying green onion. If the detoxifying green onions were closer to a bright, light green color, the green onions in front of Sejun now were a much darker shade of green. "I'm not sure." Sejun pulled out an onion to check it out directly when he couldn't find an answer by examining the onions. "You have harvested the detoxifying green onion that slaughtered the swarm of poisonous insects. Your job experience increases slightly. Your harvesting LV4 proficiency has increased slightly. You have gained 30 experience points." Detoxifying green onion that slaughtered the swarm of poisonous insects? It was indeed the detoxifying green onion. "Then, you've discovered the cultivation method that enhances the potency of crops by cultivating them on land with specific conditions. Your job experience significantly increases." Potency enhancing cultivation method? What does that mean? Sejun hurriedly checked the option of the green onion. Detoxifying green onion that slaughtered the swarm of poisonous insects. This is a detoxifying green onion that has detoxified the poison from the pest's attacks and, in turn, slaughtered the pests. The potency of the detoxifying green onion has been enhanced, and the grade has risen by 1 level. When consumed, it detoxifies poisons of grade C+ or lower for 1 hour. If a non-awakener consumes it, the liver's detoxification function becomes more active for 24 hours. Cultivator, Tao Pharma Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. The potency of the detoxifying green onion that slaughtered the purple locust has improved, and the grade has risen to C. Furthermore, its detoxification ability is C+ grade. Oh, Sejun was amazed. It was the first time that the grade of crops had increased in this way. "Was it you?" Sejun looked at Theo, wondering why the detoxifying green onion was planted here. After all, the one who planted the detoxifying green onion was either him or Theo. Since it wasn't him, there was only one remaining suspect. Meow, meow. Meow, purr, purr. Theo, who was humming a song and purring hard to restore Sejun's sour face, completely oblivious to his surroundings. "Am I doing well, meow?" When his eyes met Sejun's, Theo asked with a grin. Thanks to his efforts, President Park's sour face was returning to its original state. "Yes, President Theo, you're doing well." "Phew it, I knew it, meow." "Then give me Cheru quickly, meow." "No, meow." "Why not, meow?" Theo was shocked by Sejun's refusal. After all the purring he had done. "I have to plant green onions." "Understood, meow." "Then kind me will give in, meow." "Plant the green onions and then give me Cheru, meow." "Alright." Sejun replied to Theo's words while looking at the experience gain messages that kept popping up. "The detoxifying green onions are here, so where are they dying?" There were no moving purple locusts in sight. "Theo, do you hear anything?" "Do you mean sounds?" "I can hear the sound of purple locusts over there." Theo pointed in one direction with his front paw. "Over there?" Sejun started walking in the direction Theo was pointing. All the way, there were countless bodies of purple locusts. What's going on? No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like they had killed each other. And as he continued to walk, more bodies appeared that were severely damaged. When he walked about 500 meters, You cannot go more than 100 meters away from the Navia swamp. He arrived at a point more than 100 meters away from the Navia swamp, and swish, swish, thump, from far away, a few of the purple locusts eating the bodies of their dead comrades approached, trembling, and eventually fell. Your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. ... These messages appeared in front of Sejun simultaneously. Sejun had a good idea of what was happening. The detoxifying green onions are acting as poison to these guys. And the reason why the bodies were more damaged the further they were was because the detoxifying ingredient left on the corpses was getting more diluted. I should plant it here. Pluck, pluck. Sejun dug up the ground with his dagger and planted about 5,000 detoxifying green onions 10 meters apart. While planting, he got greedy and ended up planting most of the detoxifying green onions he had. Is this enough? Sejun looked at the line of detoxifying green onions he had planted with pride. Before he knew it, the idea of accumulating experience points had flown out of his mind. Right now, Sejun's attention was solely focused on raising the grade of his crops by 1 level. It was not for nothing that his profession was a farmer. A little later, flap, flap, purple locusts that had been approaching while eating the corpses of their comrades started coming toward the detoxifying green onions. The purple locusts ate the detoxifying green onions and fell, and other purple locusts died after eating the bodies of their kind. Like this, death began to spread out like a wave centered around the detoxifying green onions. And then, Ji-ah-ra-ra, crowing. Quenji called Sejun while rubbing his belly. He's hungry. I got it. Let's eat. It hadn't been a few hours since they had eaten, but Quenji was at the age of rapid growth. Sejun hurriedly returned to the cave with the animals. He was also hungry after moving around. On his way back to the cave, he picked up a few more purple locusts. Once inside, Sejun quickly cooked them. Okay, you guys can eat now. Crowing. Quenji cheered and hummed a tune at the sight of abundant meal placed in front of him, and eagerly waited for his big brothers to start eating. In consideration of Quenji, who was eagerly waiting for his big brothers to eat, the animals quickly sat next to him and ate their food. And then, now, give me churu, meow. Theo demanded churu again. Okay, swoosh. Sejun gave Theo the churu. Lick. 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 While Theo was eagerly licking the churu. Master Theo, I would like to try the food too. Gairon spoke to Theo. You can't, meow. You're too big, meow. Master Theo, I can shrink myself. Fine, meow. Then come out, meow. Yes, thank you. A black swamp the size of a tennis ball appeared at Theo's feet and a small rainbow frog came out. And then, bowing its head, Great Master, I also want to eat food. Please permit me, Gairon asked Sejun while bowing its head. Okay. As Sejun filled a bowl with soup, splash, Gairon jumped into the hot soup. And then, Great Master, it's really delicious. It's refreshing. Gairon was in the hot soup, enjoying the bath and the meal at the same time. While they were having their meal. But Gairon, why did you sneak into the tower? Sejun asked out of sudden curiosity. That's because I didn't want to die. You didn't want to die? What does that mean? Master is the great black dragon, so you know, don't you? That if you can't enter the tower, you'll all die on the final day. The final day? The final day? If you can't enter the tower, you'll all die? Sejun was hearing this for the first time. Yes, the day of the world's destruction when the tower appears. The world is destroyed when the tower appears. Yes, didn't you know that? Where the hell did you get your education? When Gairon was puzzled that even he, a race god, knew something that the tower administrator didn't. Hiss. Hiss. How dare you, Gairon, disrespecting our President Park, meow. Theo, who had been eating his churu, puffed up his fur and growled in anger, scolding Gairon. No, not at all. Absolutely not. Hiss. Just answer what President Park asks, meow. Yes, towers appear in worlds where destruction is imminent. Specifically, it's worlds where calamitous beings are set to appear. Cataclysmic beings? Yes, like the locusts we fought a while ago. Locusts are going to appear? Sejun imagined locusts appearing on Earth. Within a few months, the locusts would rapidly evolve and the world would be destroyed. Yes, before the world is destroyed, the tower appears first and selects survivors from that world to enter the tower. Before destruction comes, only selected beings are taken in. Sejun was feeling overwhelmed. If this fact is revealed to the world, there would be a huge chaos. Above all, his plan to get the Earth's items using the Golden Bat would be shattered. What about stopping the locusts from destroying the world before they do? I'm not sure. So far, many worlds have tried desperately to stop it, but they all perished, including my world. But I think Master's green onions could be a variable. Even Gayron had never seen the green onions detoxify and kill the purple locusts. Usually, the true beginning of the end starts when the locusts evolve to purple locusts, because all the lands in the world are contaminated with poison. Then, Sejun. We're here. Elka, leading the Silver Wolves, followed Sejun's scent and entered the cave. Chapter 94 Gaining Power. Elka, how did you know I was here? Sejun asked Elka. He had moved to the 67th floor of the tower without telling anyone. I heard it from the Golden Bat. Sejun realized he had forgotten about the Golden Bat. Perhaps because the Golden Bat had been imprisoned for a long time, it liked to hide in dark places, and Sejun often forgot about its existence. The Golden Bat had a weak presence. Then, creak. Following the wolves, the lizardmen entered. Sejun, this is Tamuro, the lizardman great warrior in charge of the 67th floor of the tower. Elka introduced Sejun to a lizardman who was a head taller than the others. Hello, I am Tamuro. Tamuro greeted Sejun at 90-degree bow. He had heard from Elka that he would meet the Great Black Dragon and wanted to show his best side, but the timing was off. How can you manage the 67th floor like this? Meow. Our President Park is suffering because of you. Meow. Theo, who had climbed onto Sejun's lap in a state of exhaustion, berated Tamuro. He looked ready to hit him with his front paws at any moment. Then, Squeak, Crun, following their big brother, Black Rabbit and Quanji scolded Tamuro. They tried to intimidate Tamuro by placing a hammer and a branch on their shoulders to intimidate him. What is this? Tamuro was taken aback, being bossed around by these little ones in front of the Great Black Dragon. However, he couldn't get angry because of the Black Dragon. However, if he had known that the only one who couldn't beat him here was Sejun, he would have been even more taken aback. Then, Kaiu Tamuro, how did you manage this floor? The numbers of red locusts were definitely decreasing thanks to Sejun's sturdy blade green onion leaves. Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association, interrogated Tamuro. I apologize. Actually, facing Iona, who was in her second rage stage, Tamuro could not dare to lie. He bowed his head and said that he had received money from Tariq, the head of the Chow group, and allowed him to operate individually. So every time Tariq went out with other wandering merchants, the number of red locusts increased dramatically. Yes, I don't know why he would do such a crazy thing, but it seems like he's feeding the red locusts. Are you sure about that? Is there any evidence or witnesses that Tariq fed the red locusts? Iona asked in detail. Tariq, who led the Chow group, was one of the board members with significant influence in the Wandering Merchant Association. Without evidence or witnesses, if she, the chairman of the Wizards Association, attacked a wandering merchant from the Wandering Merchant Association, the situation could get messy. Well, there's none. He hadn't thought of making evidence, and for the sake of monopolizing the money, he didn't make any other witnesses. Then, if there's no evidence or witness, then make one. But listen. Sejun, who had been listening, spoke. Snap. Sejun reached out his hand to Tamuro. Hand over all the money you've received from Tariq. Sejun and his animals were suffering because of the money Tamuro had received. He intended to take back everything he could. And then, Russell. Next to Sejun, Theo was pulling out a contract from his bag. He was indeed worthy of being considered Sejun's successor. Landlord Grid's office on the 55th floor of the tower. Bang. Why is there still no news? Grid angrily smashed the armrest of his chair. By now, he should have heard news of the locusts moving to the 68th floor of the tower. That's because we have indeed spread over 100,000 monster corpses on the 67th floor. And we have confirmed that they have transformed into purple locusts. It's just that the forces on the 67th floor seem to be fighting too well. Treading lightly around the furious Grid, Shred, Grid's right-hand man, answered cautiously. What? Fighting well? Is that what you have to say? I'm sorry. You incompetent fool. Tell Tariq to spread more monster corpses on the 67th floor immediately. Yes, I understand. Upon receiving Grid's command, Tariq headed back to the 67th floor of the tower. All right. Manage your subordinate well. Sejun handed over the contract signed by Tamuro to Theo. Don't worry, meow. I'll watch over everything, meow. Tamuro. Theo glared at Tamuro and told Sejun. Yes. How did it end up like this? As Tamuro was worrying about his bleak future. Your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. As the detoxifying properties of Sejun's detoxifying green onion killed the purple locusts, Sejun continued to level up. And then, a quest has been generated. Job quest. Discover the joy of harvesting. Use the harvesting skill 100,000 times. 100,000. Reward. Unlock level 51, 50,000 tower coins. All job skills of Tower Farmer plus LV. 1. He reached level 50. Oh, the reward of all job skills of Tower Farmer plus LV. 1 caught Sejun's attention. Sejun's current job skills included seed sowing LV. 5. Harvesting LV. 4. Seed shop LV. 2. Seed harvesting LV. 3. A total of 4. While there weren't any significant benefits from leveling up the seed sowing and harvesting skills, he was excited about the potential of the seed shop and seed harvesting skills, especially in the case of the seed shop. The level increase would also increase the grade of the shop, so his expectations were high. However, in order to receive the reward 100,000 times harvesting, it was a number that made him involuntarily sigh. Even if this was the 99th floor of the tower, it would take 20-30 days to complete. But this was the 67th floor of the tower. Aside from the detoxifying green onions that Sejun planted, there were practically no crops to harvest in the area where the locusts had swept through. Then, the purple locust has devolved into the red locust. The quest has been updated. Your past contributions will be reflected in the quest reward. Mid-level administrator quest. Exterminate the purple locusts of the 67th floor of the tower. Red locusts 6,976,212,890. Reward, 1.5 million EXP, 15,000 tower coins. Failure, you cannot return to your original place until the quest is completed. As the number of locusts decreased, they transformed back into red locusts. The population of the purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has been reduced to below 7 billion. The population of the purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has met the devolution condition. The purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower have devolved into red locusts. It's Sejun, as expected. Aileen laughed, looking at the alert appearing on the crystal orb. This is not the time. Aileen had been examining the powers she could grant to Sejun's mid-level administrator's tower badge. It was information she learned while learning about the responsibilities of the administrator from Kaiser. While Aileen was contemplating which powers to give Sejun, the population of the red locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has been reduced to below 6 billion. The number of red locusts was rapidly decreasing. Sejun is weak, so this would be best, right? Aileen chose the power to grant to Sejun's mid-level administrator's tower badge. Aileen was always worried about Sejun's weak body, so she chose this power. So, Elku and Tamuro, go back and spread the rumor that the number of locusts has decreased, and if Tariq comes, catch him on the spot. Yes. Since it was not difficult to kill locusts even without the help of lizardmen or wolves, Sejun told them to catch Tariq, who fed the red locusts and exacerbated the situation. If you use this, you can record evidence. Iona handed a small necklace to Tamuro. After sending the wolves and lizardmen back to the waypoint, let's rest. Sejun and the animals went to bed. Starting with this morning's hunt in the western forest, it had been a long day. The next morning, Sejun woke up feeling heavy, and he began to remove what was making his body heavy. First, he loosened the arms of Quenji, who was sleeping behind him. Then he removed the black rabbit and Choo Choo, who was sleeping on his stomach, and Theo and Iona on his lap. Seeing the black rabbit and Choo Choo sleeping together gave him an inexplicable sense of betrayal, but he tried hard to ignore it. Let's get up. Sejun put the animals he removed on Quenji's body and got up. Just then, suddenly, Sejun felt something touch his knee as he lifted his leg. Then, Theo, who was coming up along Sejun's knee, clung tightly to his knee as if he wouldn't let it go even in his sleep. And, Coyote, just like Theo, Iona, who was gripping Theo's tail, climbed up with him. Dangling. Pew ha ha. Sejun burst into laughter looking at the two clinging to him even in his sleep. They were too cute. Chuck. Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck to hang him properly on his knee, and as he was about to go outside to check if the detoxifying green onions were growing well, the tower's administrator grants indestructible body. Sejun checked the black dragon tattoo on the back of his hand. Black Tower's mid-level administrator's badge. A badge proving that you are the mid-level administrator of the Black Tower. You have the authority to manage the Black Tower. Power. Your body is indestructible. My body is indestructible? Sejun took out his dagger. He wanted to test the new ability. But what if it hurts? Fear won over curiosity when he was about to test it by inflicting a wound on his arm with the dagger. Whoosh! Sejun put the dagger back and said, "Ahem, this isn't the time for this." He moved to where he had planted the detoxifying green onions. Wow! When he arrived at the place where he had planted 5,000 detoxifying green onions, he saw many green onions whose grades had risen and leaves had turned dark green. Good. Sejun began to harvest the upgraded detoxifying green onions. You have harvested the detoxifying green onion that slaughtered the swarm of poisonous insects. 99,999 times left until job quest completion. Job experience has slightly increased. Proficiency of harvesting LV 4 slightly increased. You have gained 30 experience points. While he was harvesting the detoxifying green onions, meow, President Park, where are we? Meow, Theo woke up from sleep. And then, twirl twirl. What? Meow, Theo discovered Iona sleeping while twirling his tail. Shake shake. Theo shook his tail hard to remove Iona, but Iona, who was sleeping using adhesive magic, did not fall off at all. While Theo was trying to remove Iona, Sejun finished harvesting the detoxifying green onions. I'll make something with this for breakfast. Sejun looked at the 1,000 detoxifying green onions he had harvested and said in a satisfied voice. Sejun's crops follow the principle that crops of higher grade taste better. If he cooked with this, he would create more delicious dishes with better options. As Sejun was returning to the cave, imagining the taste of the dishes, Squeak, Creon, Black Rabbit and Quenchi, who just woke up from sleep, were running outside frantically calling for Sejun when they couldn't find him around. Chapter 95 Waking Up. Squeak, Creonique, huh? That sounds like the kids. Upon hearing the desperate cries of the Black Rabbit and Quenchi, Sejun hurriedly ran towards the source of the noise. Hey guys, what's wrong? Sejun asked upon finding the Black Rabbit and Quenchi frantically looking around while crying. Squeak, Creon. Upon hearing Sejun's voice, the Black Rabbit and Quenchi turned their heads. Squeak, Creon. Upon spotting Sejun, the Black Rabbit and Quenchi charged towards him with their arms wide open. Whoa! Hey, guys! Seeing the unbraked charge of the Black Rabbit and Quenchi, as if they were overwhelmingly happy to find him, Sejun got goosebumps. He realized he was in trouble, especially seeing Quenchi, who seemed half out of his mind from the joy of finding Sejun. He thought he was going to die. He tried to dodge their charge quickly, but compared to Sejun, the Black Rabbit and Quenchi, who possessed much higher agility stats, were impossible to avoid. Bam! Cough. Sejun felt like his life flashed before his eyes as he was winded by their body tackles. Am I dying? I wanted to meet Aileen before I died. Apostrophe. Just then, your body has suffered a critical injury. Your body is protected from destruction by consuming magic. As his ability activated, Sejun's body was protected from breaking. Right, I have an indestructible body. Apostrophe. That was Sejun's last thought before he passed out, along with the sensation of unbearable pain, as if his entire body was breaking. While the power did protect his body from breaking, it didn't prevent the pain. Whoosh! Sejun with Black Rabbit and Quenchi in his arms and flew through the air due to their momentum. Meanwhile, Theo instinctively knew that Sejun was safe. Yikes! Get off! Meow! Still clinging onto Sejun's knee while Sejun was knocked unconscious and flying, Theo frantically shook his tail to get Iona off him. Tariq, why have you been so scarce these days? Tamura welcomed Tariq, who had visited the 67th floor of the tower again. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your warm welcome, Tamura. But I heard that you've been having a tough time with the purple locusts lately. Tariq spoke, observing the sparse defensive fortress. Ah, we were lucky. The purple locusts suddenly retreated just when the waypoint was about to be broken through. Ah, I see, Tamuro. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Once again, Tariq offered a 10,000 tower coin worth black card, backed by the guarantee of Chow Group. However, Tariq, spend a little more this time. I have many dependents. I've already received it 5 times, but it's still not enough. Tariq's face hardened momentarily at Tamuro's words. And then, I guess I was being short-sighted. Of course, I should give more. Tariq pulled another black card from his pocket and handed Tamuro 2 black cards. Thank you. Tamuro accepted the black cards with a smile. Around Tamuro's neck hung the necklace that Iona had given him. Then, go as far as you wish and return. I have some work to do. Tamuro quickly made way for Tariq to act swiftly. Sejun regained his consciousness at the damp sensation on his forehead. Quenji seemed excited to see Sejun awake. However, Quenji hesitated to hug Sejun like before, worried that Sejun might lose consciousness again if he did. It's okay. Dad's strong now. Sejun spread his arms and told Quenji. His body felt a little heavy, but thanks to his At Sejun's words, Quenji hugged him. And then, Sejun could understand why his forehead was damp. Quenji had been nursing him by moistening his front paw in his saliva and placing it on Sejun's forehead. Then, Squeak, Pipe, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo brought Sejun breakfast. Thank you. As Sejun praised them while patting the heads of the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo, Quenji pushed his head in as if asking for praise. Alright, I got it. As he was patting the animals' heads, President Park, are you awake now? Meow. Theo, who had been sleeping on Sejun's lap, woke up. But where did Iona go? She went to handle Tariq. Meow. Tariq came? Yes. Meow. Knowing that the necklace with the video recording spell that was given to Tamuro had been activated, Iona went directly to the waypoint to take action. Tariq, stop. As Tamuro stepped forward, thinking he had secured enough video evidence by following Tariq. Creak. G-ra-ra, lizardmen soldiers and Silver Wolf tribe wolves that had been hiding in advance surrounded Tariq and his subordinates. Hey, I thought you were just a money-grubbing lizard, but you're foolish too, Tariq said, looking at Tamuro. Although he was caught in the act of discarding monster corpses, Tariq was not shaken at all. Since it's come to this, there's no choice. Kill them all. Yes. At Tariq's words, the wandering merchants who followed Tariq took out their equipment from their bags, and Tariq also took out a giant blood-red battle axe from his bag. So began the battle. Surprisingly, the situation was turning in Tariq's favor. It was because of the weapon Tariq drew. When Tariq swung his battle axe, a red energy emerged from it and flew around. Dodge. The lizardmen and silver wolves were busy dodging the red energy. How could he have the guillotine? Elka looked at the huge battle axe that Tariq was wielding and was taken aback. Guillotine was the 5th of the top 10 strongest weapons of the Black Tower, a relic-grade weapon. As it had been a sacred object of the Silver Wolf tribe, he knew it better than anyone else. Elka, why did you betray Lord Grid? Because of your choice, your tribe will all starve to death. Shut up. I have nothing to talk about with someone who doesn't know about pride. You're still spouting about pride even after your grandfather and parents died like that? You're out of your mind. Then, Tariq, stop talking nonsense and admit to your crimes. Iona appeared from the sky. You're Iona? Why are you here? Don't tell me you planned this. You don't need to know. I'll handle Tariq. You all handle the rest. Seal. Iona cast a sealing spell on the weapon Tariq was holding and shouted. What? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Tariq was taken aback by his suddenly non-functional weapon. As Tariq's weapon was sealed, the battle ended quickly under the overwhelming attack of the lizardmen and silver wolves. Kaya, how dare you oppress me? I'm leader of Chow Group and a board member of the Wandering Merchant Association. I won't let you off. I'll officially protest to the Wizards Association and the Freelance Mercenary Association. Tariq, tied with a rope, was shouting like a slaughtered pig. Well? Do you really think you can get away safely this time? Iona looked at Tariq and laughed. Tariq had repeatedly escaped accusations in the past by eradicating evidence and witnesses and using his power. What? Ha ha ha, I'm an elder of the Boar tribe, under the protection of Lord Grid, the landlord of the 55th floor of the tower. No matter what I do, You can't punish me, sure. But will you still be relaxed after seeing this? Tamuro. I'm here. At Iona's words, Tamuro took off his necklace and handed it to her. And when Iona manipulated the necklace, what? Ha ha ha. I'm an elder of the Boar tribe, under the protection of Lord Grid, the landlord of the 55th floor of the tower. No matter what I do, you can't punish me. The scene of Tariq speaking just now was played back in midair like a hologram. What? What is that? Coyote. It's a necklace with a video recording spell I developed. All your deeds have been recorded, plus, you involved Landlord Grid. Thank you. Finish them off. Yes. Leaving the speechless Tariq behind, Iona ordered Tamuro and Elka. There was no need to keep him alive now that they had evidence. PL. Please save me, Hellfire. Tariq's whole body was engulfed in hellfire that wouldn't go out until he died due to Iona's magic. Kaya, Tariq screamed in agony as he died. The lizardmen and wolves collected the discarded monster corpses and the bodies of the wandering merchants. 5 days have passed since I passed out. Sejun was surprised while eating breakfast. He had been wondering why he was still hungry no matter how much he ate. That's right. Meow. What about the locusts? The locusts started eating the green onions, so we chased them away. Meow. As the number of locusts decreased, the poison flowing in the locusts' bodies disappeared, and they were not affected at all even if they ate the detoxifying green onions that acted as an poison for them. So, what about the quest? Sejun hurriedly checked the quest. Mid-level administrator quest. Exterminate the yellow locusts on the 67th floor of the tower. Yellow locusts, 839,191,112, 2,938,171,012. Reward, 75,000 experience points, 7,500 tower coins. Failure, you cannot return to the original place until the quest is completed. Huh? As the number of locusts decreased, the locusts devolved 2 levels from red to yellow, and as the locusts devolved, the quest difficulty and rewards also decreased. If this goes on, the rewards will keep decreasing. Isn't there any way? While Sejun was contemplating how to maximize the quest rewards, Coyote. Sejun, you're awake. Iona entered the cave. Yeah. What about Tariq? We caught him. Here's the video evidence. Iona showed the recorded video to Sejun. What happened to all these monster corpses? Sejun asked while looking at the monster bodies scattered on the ground in the video. As soon as he saw the monster corpses, a good idea came to his mind. We've only collected them for now. Why do you ask? Bring me those monster corpses. I have a use for them. Okay, I'll be right back. Iona went out again. Then, okay, everyone gather around. Sejun began to give orders to the animals. When Iona returned with the bags containing the monster corpses, the cave was empty. Guys, pour them all in here. Following Sejun's command, the animals began to pour the monster corpses from the bags into the cave. The strategy was to increase the number of locusts inside the cave to raise the difficulty level of the quest and catch them all at once. The jewel frogs, the original owners of the cave, moved out obediently when Gairon, their god, ordered them move to a new home. Iona, lure locusts with your wind magic. Yes, wind. Iona used wind magic to spread the smell of the monster corpses to where the scattered locust swarm was. After a while, flap flap. Following the smell of the monster corpses, the yellow locusts began to enter the cave. Good. Sejun was watching the locusts from his hiding spot and spoke. Phew. Now there are no locusts outside. You've worked hard. Sejun, who had lured all the locusts for several hours, said. As time passed, yellow locusts have evolved into blue locusts. The quest is updated. As the number of locusts increased, their evolution started again. And red locusts have evolved into purple locusts. The quest is updated. As the red locusts evolved into purple locusts, now, yes, mini black hole. Iona used her most powerful gravity magic, and the entire Navia swamp disappeared. Author's note. Here are the stages of locust evolution. Green, greater than yellow, greater than blue, greater than red, greater than purple. Chapter 96. Bringing in what attracts. Thud. When Iona used magic, the ground started to shake. Then the cave slowly began to sink. After a while, You have completed the mid-level administrator quest. You have gained 3 million experience points as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. You have earned 50,000 tower coins as a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest. He received the original quest rewards as the quest completion message appeared. The locusts were all wiped out at once by Iona's mini black hole magic. You have fulfilled your duty as a mid-level administrator. You will return to the 99th floor of the tower in 30 seconds. A message appeared announcing his return to the 99th floor of the tower now that the mission was over. Iona, I'm going first. Sejun hastily bid farewell to Iona. Unfortunately, Iona, who had not been designated as a subordinate, couldn't come with him. Squeak, Creon, Pipe. The animals waved their hands to bid farewell to Iona. The greetings from the Black Rabbit and Quenji were cheerful, while Choo Choo was sad to part with her master. Then, Pewit, Iona, take care. President Park's lap is now mine. Theo, who got to monopolize Sejun's lap, disappeared, making a taunting comment to Iona. Caillou, my sweet nap. Iona, now deprived of her sleep place, entered the fourth stage of her anger. The black hole grew larger in response to Iona's anger. Only after she erased the entire Navia swamp did Iona, who had come to her senses, moved quickly. The administrator's area of the tower. The population of yellow locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has exceeded 3 billion. The population of yellow locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has met the evolution conditions. The population of blue locusts on the 67th floor of the tower has exceeded 5 billion. Red locusts on the 67th floor of the tower are revolving into purple locusts. What? Aileen was taken aback as the dwindling number of locusts suddenly increased rapidly. Did something happen to our Sejun? She was worried, although she had given him powerful power to protect him, as he was still relatively weak. Just when Aileen's anxiety level was skyrocketing, mid-level administrator Park Sejun has completed his quest. Returning to the 99th floor of the tower, trying to get a higher reward. Indeed a remarkable human. I knew you could do it. Aileen hurriedly searched for Sejun through the crystal orb. She had missed him terribly after not seeing him for several days. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun finished his mission on the 67th floor and returned to his home on the 99th floor of the tower. Creon. As soon as they arrived, Quenji rushed to his mother. Squeak, Pipe. The rabbits also went to see the other rabbits. Maybe I should check the farm too. You're going to work again. Meow. Rest for a while. Meow. Theo, who was now comfortably resting on Sejun's lap, was irritated when Sejun said he was going out to work again. It'll be over soon. Sejun, who had now fully become a farmer, only wanted to quickly check if there was anything wrong with the farm while he was absent. Then, the tower's administrator says you've worked very hard. Yep, and thanks for the power. I was able to save my life. Thanks to you, Aileen. The tower's administrator says that there's no need to thank her as she was worried and gave it to you because you were weak. Aileen, flustered by the compliment, uttered something she didn't mean. But, when I thought that I might die, I really missed Aileen. To be precise, he wanted to see her at least once before he died, but the atmosphere got strange because of the weird way Sejun was speaking. Aileen. Upon hearing Sejun's words, the flustered Aileen hid herself. And then, Sejun, I admit, you've done well. The black dragon statue on the fountain nodded its head. Sejun, having finished his conversation with Aileen, surveyed the farm. They're doing well as expected. Tomato fields, sweet potato fields, carrot fields, and other fields on the ground were well managed by the white rabbits, who were specialists in farming. The harvest was done properly, and new fields were made, making the size of the farm quite large. When Sejun arrived at the end of the field, he saw black soil. It's almost finished here too. Before he knew it, the black minotaurs had turned over the soil, and about 90% of the wasteland had turned into fertile black soil. It seemed like anything could grow well on this soil. After examining the fields above ground, Sejun went down into the cave. Flammy, have you been well? Yes, Master. I'm so glad to see you. As soon as Sejun arrived, Flammy flapped its leaves excitedly and greeted Sejun. The number of ints has increased? Sejun asked, noticing the 10 ints that had grown up to his chest. Yes, The Ints are continuously producing seeds in the western forest and planting them. Is that so? I should go take a look. As Sejun said this and stroked Flammy's leaves, Farmer's Touch LV2 has been activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the apple tree is slightly accelerated. The skill was activated, promoting the growth of Flammy. Master, I'm growing. Is that so? Externally, it didn't look like there was much difference, but Sejun had no intention of spoiling Flammy's good mood with unnecessary words. After chatting with Flammy, Sejun went to bed. And then, meow meow meow, Theo, excited by the joy of monopolizing Sejun's knee after a long time, sang a cheerful humming song. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep. Then, Theo, brother, are you here? Meow. Theo was startled by the greeting of the golden bat that had been hiding in the corner of the room. Sorry if I startled you. The golden bat quickly apologized. However, meow. What are you talking about? Meow. I wasn't startled. Meow. Have you been well, golden bat? Theo, who couldn't show a weak side to his youngest brother, asked how he was as if nothing had happened. Yes, but brother, I have a concern. What's up? Meow. I'll give you some advice. Meow. Theo's breath quickened with the anticipation of being able to act as a big brother. What should I bring back from outside the tower that Sejun would like? The golden bat, who would soon be going out of the tower again, was wondering what to bring back that Sejun would like. That's too easy. Meow. Fortunately, the golden bat's problem was Theo's specialty. Is it easy? Just bring whatever your front paws are attracted to. Meow. Every time I brought something that attracted me, I received a lot of compliments from Sejun. Meow. Oh, I'm jealous, brother. But how do I know what my paws are attracted to? You just know. Meow. It was a completely unhelpful piece of advice. Bam. Iona entered the chairman's office of the Wandering Merchant Association by forcefully opening the door with wind magic. Kaiu. Chairman Mason. I accuse Tariq, the leader of the Chow group and the elite Wandering Merchant, of his crimes. Tariq? What did he do this time? Mason thought that Tariq must have made a big mistake, seeing Iona in third stage of her anger. Iona, why don't we have a tea first and then talk? No, I have a busy day today. Here's the evidence. Iona, who needed to move quickly to the 99th floor of the tower to get a good night's sleep, declined Mason's suggestion and handed him a necklace. What's this? It's a necklace with a video recording spell on it. Ah, then I'll watch the video and decide on Tariq's punishment. I already did that. What? I already punished Tariq to death. What? Exclamation mark. Mason was surprised at Iona's answer. Tariq was a subordinate of Landlord Grid, the leader of the Bort tribe. Mason was unable to do anything about Tariq because of Grid, who threatened him with food as a weapon. Iona. Even if Tariq committed a big mistake, how could you ignore the Wandering Merchant Association and kill a wandering merchant? Exclamation mark. Mason was furious. The situation was already beyond repair. Tariq fed the red locusts on the 67th floor of the tower, increasing their numbers. That's a threat to the safety of the tower. As the chairman of the Wizards Association, I have the authority to make an immediate judgment. Everything is stored in the necklace, so check it out. Is that true? Mason quickly started checking the video. The video showed Tariq giving several bribes and throwing away monster corpses, and even trying to get away by mentioning Landlord Grid. In the meantime, Iona quickly went up to the 99th floor of the tower. With this, I can even involve Grid. Everything always depends on the justification. And the justification for executing a being that tried to endanger the tower was just too perfect. If I do well, I can finish off Grid with this video. Then a video that Iona had additionally stored at the end of the video came out. Chairman Mason, confiscate the wealth of the Chow group and use them to compensate for the expenses of the Wandering Merchant Association, the Freelance Mercenary Association, and the Wizards Association. And the remaining money will be entrusted to the Intermediate Wandering Merchant Theo to be used for the reconstruction of the 67th floor of the tower. Theo. Mason called his subordinate and ordered him to bring information about Theo. Alright. Sejun woke up from his sleep. And then, zzz. Iona. Sejun hurriedly looked at his knee at the sound of Iona's snoring. And then, when did she get up here? Iona was visible, covered with Theo's tail on his knee. Iona, who quickly traveled through the Lightspeed merchant route as soon as Sejun left, was fortunately able to finish her work and arrived an hour ago, was able to have a quick nap on Sejun's knee, using Theo's tail as blanket. Just then, Flap, flap. The golden bat appeared in front of Sejun. Sejun, what do you think about this? It has a good grip, so I was attracted to it. The golden bat, who took Theo's advice, handed Sejun the item it brought. Is this a wireless microphone? Don't tell me you went outside the tower? Yes. This time I brought something that attracted me, as per Big Brother Theo's advice. The golden bat looked at Sejun with hopeful eyes. Am I also going to be praised? It was because Theo had boasted about bringing something attractive and getting affection from Sejun, which was why. However, golden bat, that only works for Theo. Theo was gifted. Oh, the golden bat was disappointed by Sejun's words. It's okay, at least now I know that you appear in the karaoke room with this wireless microphone. Let's start by learning letters first. Sejun was planning to teach the golden bat the letters so it could bring back information that could identify the places it appeared. Yes, I will learn diligently. Now, this is Jiaok. Swoosh. Sejun picked up a twig and threw it on the ground. Swoosh. Jiaok. The golden bat also picked up a twig and copied the letter Sejun wrote and read it out. On the 264th day of being stranded, Sejun began teaching Hangul Superscript 1 to the golden bat. At a coin karaoke in Seoul. Black limo, huh? Suddenly, the microphone disappeared from the hand of the man who was singing passionately. A moment later, there's nothing to steal here. So you stole a microphone. Compensate quickly, or I'm going to report it to the police. No, I really didn't steal it. Check the CCTV. In response to the bar owner's accusation, the man insisted on checking the CCTV in his defense. And then, huh? See, I told you I didn't steal it. In the CCTV footage, the microphone suddenly disappeared from the man's hand. And when they rewound the footage slowly, they could see something golden moving fast, taking the microphone from the man's hand. Let's send this to There's Such a Thing in the World. Should we? By coincidence, both were avid viewers of There's Such a Thing in the World. TL Notes. 1. Hangul, alphabetic system used for writing the Korean language. Chapter 97. Let's celebrate the Harvest Festival of Abundance. 1. Okay. Now, go and review. Yes. After teaching all the consonants and vowels to the golden bat, Sejun prepared breakfast. Today, I'll try cooking with the new green onions. Sejun took out the detoxifying green onions that slaughtered the swarm of poisonous insects that he harvested from the 67th floor of the tower, frozen purple locusts, and carrots from the void storage. As he planned to focus on harvesting to complete his job quest today, he chose carrots, the main ingredient that increases agility. And so, the breakfast was ready. The enhanced purple Seps carrot soup has been completed. Your cooking LV4 proficiency has slightly increased. Perhaps because of the high-grade green onions used in the cooking, the word enhanced was added to the name of the dish. Oh, the duration has increased to 1 hour. Upon consumption, the effect of increasing agility by 10.5 was extended from 30 minutes to an hour. Of course, the taste was needless to say, delicious. Guys, let's eat. After tasting it, Sejun called the animals. How am I going to feed them this? Now, he had to convince the rabbits that this purple soup was delicious. Whoosh! Upon hearing Sejun's call for mealtime, the rabbits rushed over. Squeak, squeal, thump. As Sejun expected, the rabbits didn't look happy upon seeing the purple soup. Some rabbits even doubted whether he had played a prank with the food. Squeak, pipe. Thankfully, the black rabbit and Choo Choo, who had eaten the soup before, convinced the other rabbits to try the soup, and they began to taste the soup, overcoming their aversion. Krun, especially, Quenji made significant contributions. Gulp. Krun. When Quenji quickly finished the soup in one shot, the other rabbits began to eat the soup, feeling a sense of urgency that the food might disappear. That way, the intense morning breakfast ended. And good. Let's go harvest the cherry tomatoes. Just as Sejun was about to move to the cherry tomato field, squeak. The further rabbit blocked Sejun's path and pointed in another direction. Squeal. Thump, thump. There, the white rabbits, who had eaten their breakfast, were gazing at the sweet potato field, where 6,500 sweet potatoes were planted, with a stern look. Originally, 10,000 had been planted, but only about 65% of them had grown properly. Over there, the sweet potato field still has about 10 days left until harvest, right? As far as Sejun knew, there was still time left until the harvest. However, squeak. The father rabbit shook his head at Sejun's words. And tap, squeak, Squeak. Ever since you brought that stone, all the crops on the farm have been ripening faster. After we finish harvesting the sweet potato field, we have to harvest the other crops as well. The father rabbit, who had put his hand on Sejun's leg, pointed at the fragment of the divine stone in front of Sejun's house and said, "The divine power flowing from the fragments of the divine stone, which benefits the surroundings, was shortening the growth period of the crops." "Really? Then we need to harvest the sweet potatoes first." Sejun moved to the sweet potato field. For Sejun, who needed to use the harvest skill 100,000 times for his job quest, having a lot to harvest was a welcome thing. "I'll take care of the harvesting with Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenchi, so you guys handle the other farm work." Squeak, squeal, thump. At Sejun's words, the white rabbits were greatly taken aback. There were roughly 250,000 sweet potatoes to be harvested from the sweet potato field today, weighing over 100 tons. It wasn't without reason that they wore such grave expressions. "But those four are going to do it?" The white rabbits couldn't help but be surprised. However, after watching Sejun, Theo, Quenchi, and the black rabbit harvest the sweet potatoes, squeak, squeal, thump, the white rabbits nodded in understanding of Sejun's words and went to do their work. When Sejun grabbed the stem of the sweet potato with his right hand and pulled, whoosh, sweet potatoes came up following the stem. Unfortunately, even if he harvested 30 to 40 sweet potatoes at once, the usage count for the harvest skill was only counted once. "Alright." Here, Sejun put the harvested sweet potatoes into the void storage that followed him. This was also a function added by Iona. "Is it my turn now? Meow." When Sejun put the sweet potatoes in the void storage, Theo, who had been waiting inside, put the sweet potatoes he cut from the stem with his claws and put them into a wooden box. Squeak. The black rabbit replaced the wooden box full with sweet potatoes with an empty one and stacked the filled box in the storage. Although the explanation is long, they were able to fill a box with sweet potatoes every 30 seconds. It was thanks to the carrot soup they had eaten in the morning. And then, there was Quenchi. Hey, Quenchi. He helped to harvest the occasionally appearing giant sweet potatoes. Creon. At Sejun's call, Quenchi, who had been eating honey nearby, rushed over and helped pull the sweet potato stem that Sejun was holding. "Pull, Creon." As they both pulled the sweet potato stem together at Sejun's signal, crack, the ground split and a giant sweet potato 3 meters in size was pulled out of the ground. "You have harvested a giant power sweet potato." 9,2967 times left until job quest completion. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 has slightly increased. You have gained 30 experience points. I should give this to the Minotaur King. This was the third giant power sweet potato. The first was given to Aileen, the second to the Mother Crimson Giant Bear. In this way, Sejun was able to harvest all the sweet potatoes before lunch. For lunch, they decided to eat roasted sweet potatoes after a long time. Crackle, crackle, rumble. Sejun dumped 2,000 sweet potatoes, wrapped in green onion leaves, into the huge bonfire he made in the sweet potato field. He did not skimp on the amount because he wanted everyone to properly taste the roasted sweet potatoes. Once the 2,000 roasted sweet potatoes were ready, the tower's administrator is shouting, "Roasted sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes." Aileen, who was waiting for the roasted sweet potatoes to be ready, came to talk. Here, Sejun put 500 roasted sweet potatoes into Aileen's soup pot and handed it over. And Aileen, who didn't say a word. It was clear that she was busy peeling the roasted sweet potato skin, her face smeared with soot. But if she's a black dragon, wouldn't the soot be hard to spot? While Sejun was occupied with such pointless thoughts, gulp, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear swallowed her pot of roasted sweet potatoes. Raw, gulp. The Mother Crimson Giant Bear swallowed it whole because it was too soft. Crun. As if not to make the same mistake again, she picked up the second pot. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pipe. The rabbits too, their faces smeared with soot, eagerly began to eat the roasted sweet potatoes. Creon. Quenchi peeled the skin of the sweet potatoes and shoved 10 of them at a time. As a result, the roasted sweet potatoes started disappearing quickly. Seeing the disappearing roasted sweet potatoes, Sejun came to his senses and began blowing on his roasted sweet potato to cool it down when, He felt a gaze from somewhere. It's not the golden bat. Thinking that someone was secretly watching again. Squeak. Ah, I see, Big Brother. The golden bat was learning how to eat roasted sweet potatoes from the black rabbit. So, who is it then? Sejun looked around and then stared at the black dragon statue that was spurting water from its mouth. Could it be? Sejun glanced at the roasted sweet potato and then, swish. He quickly turned to look at the black dragon statue again, and their eyes met. What are you looking at? Kaiser got angry for no reason, feeling pricked. He's not being honest. Sejun put the roasted sweet potatoes into a basket and climbed up to the fountain. Mr. Kaiser, please have some of this. Considering the effort you put in to bring it all the way here, I'll give it a try. Despite his words indicating he wasn't keen on eating it but would do so considering Sejun's efforts, the black dragon statue poured the entire basket of roasted sweet potatoes into its mouth. By the time Sejun had taken care of Kaiser and returned to his spot, there wasn't a single roasted sweet potato left. They ate them all without leaving a single one. Just as Sejun was about to gather the animals, President Park, I've kept your roasted sweet potato warm. Meow. Theo proudly showed the yellow roasted sweet potato he had been holding, with a voice full of satisfaction, as if saying I did well, didn't I? However, due to his kindness of peeling the sweet potato, it was covered with Theo's fur. While Sejun was considering whether to eat it or not, President Park, your face has turned sour again. Meow. Here, try eating this. Meow. I'll give you a massage. Meow. Theo began to knead his face while offering him the roasted sweet potato covered with fur. Squish, squish. In the end, Sejun had to eat the roasted sweet potato after picking off the fur while getting a face massage from Theo. However, chewy. No matter how much he tried to remove the fur, he couldn't completely stop the fur from getting into his mouth since the source of the problem was next to him, continuously shedding. After finishing the strenuous lunch, Sejun moved the sweet potatoes from the void storage to the storage area he had made next to the house without taking a nap. It was to store other crops, even though he had made the storage shed quite big and had made several trips to bring the sweet potatoes. It wasn't even 10% full yet. Alright. Next is the potato field. Sejun hurriedly moved to the potato field where about 3,000 potatoes had been planted. The schedule was extremely tight today. As it turns out, after the potatoes, he also had to harvest 15,000 carrots. But if he finished harvesting today, he thought he would be able to complete 30% of the job quest. Thus, Sejun and the animals quickly finished harvesting the potatoes and moved to the carrot field. Then, swish, swish. While they were diligently harvesting the carrots, Quenji, a carrot that couldn't be pulled out with Sejun's strength, appeared. It was a giant carrot. Krun. At Sejun's call, Quenji rushed over, and when Quenji combined his strength with Sejun's to pull on the carrot's stem, creak. A giant carrot, 3 meters in size, appeared as the ground split apart. However, this time it was a slightly different giant crop. The giant carrot was floating in the air, and there was a red ribbon pattern in the center of the giant carrot. You have harvested the red ribbon's giant carrot altar. You have 87,818 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience increases significantly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 increases greatly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV4 has been filled, and the level increases. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar, a crop with a strange name. Squeak. The black rabbit was surprised to see the giant golden carrot. That's the legendary carrot that he had only heard from his father. Then, a quest has been generated. Quest: offer 100 of more than 10 types of crops to the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar within 24 hours and hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. Reward: hosting the Harvest Festival of Abundance. Job skill: crop gigantification LV1. A quest appeared before Sejun. Harvest Festival of Abundance. Crop gigantification. While Sejun was reading the quest, squeak, squeak. The black rabbit excitedly called over its father. And then, squeak. The father rabbit, who had run over with the black rabbit, was greatly moved when he saw the golden carrot. He never thought he would see the golden carrot again after the fall of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He wondered if it was now possible to revive the Red Ribbon Kingdom. While the father rabbit was moved to see the golden carrot, more than 10 types of crops, Sejun began to count the crops he had. Sweet potato, golden sweet potato, potato, carrot, cherry tomato, detoxifying green onion, sturdy blade green onion, peanut. Huh? It's only 8? He was short of 2 crops to complete the quest. Chapter 98. Let's celebrate the Harvest Festival of Abundance. 2. Where can I get the remaining crops? While Sejun was harvesting the remaining carrots and pondering, pipe, squeak, squeal, squeak, the other rabbits who heard the news also gathered in front of the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. And then, Sejun will be able to do it. Sejun can do it. We believe in you, Sejun. The rabbits started to look at Sejun with expectant eyes. He could feel the burning gaze on the back of his head. Sejun didn't dare to look back. This is a lot of pressure. He wanted to get out of here quickly. Chomp chomp. You have consumed the agility carrot. It breaks down 30 grams of body fat and increases agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes. So, Sejun ate the carrots that raised his agility while harvesting them to speed up the work. Thanks to this, he managed to harvest 15,000 carrots in just 2 hours. Then, he quickly left the carrot field where the giant carrot altar was and checked the other crops. However, the stamina corn, exploding stamina corn, and pineapples hadn't even blossomed yet. What should I do? For the rabbits who were looking longingly at the giant carrot altar, Sejun really wanted to hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. Then, Sejun remembered the ants. If ant seeds could be eaten, they might be considered crops. Besides, their numbers had increased, so he thought he could quickly get about 100 seeds of purified ant. Quenji, run! At Sejun's call, Quenji ran over. Let's go to the western forest. Run! At Sejun's words, Quenji enlarged himself. At the same time, Quenji was continuously growing and had exceeded 15 meters in height. Thump! Quenji picked up Sejun and placed him on top of his head and prepared to run on 4 legs. President Park, sit down quickly. Meow. You'll fall. Okay. At Theo words, who was hanging on his knee, Sejun sat down on Quenji's back and Theo also lay on Sejun's lap. And then, open this. Meow. Theo quietly handed out a churu. He had a plan to get Sejun to sit. Rip. Here. As Sejun opened the churu and gave it to Theo, lick lick lick. Theo started to eagerly lick the churu. However, Krun, I want to eat too. Because of Theo, who was eating the churu, Quenji, the gluttonous king, also asked for something to eat. Quenji, I'll give you honey when we arrive. Okay, Krun. Okay. Thump, thump. Quenji started to run quickly toward the western forest on all 4s. A short time later, thanks to Quenji, who was full of the determination to quickly arrive and eat honey, they arrived in the western forest just 20 minutes after departing. The center of the western forest was still trapped by the ice wall created by Iona's magic, avalanche. However, wow! What's all this? Sejun was surprised when he saw the completely transformed entrance of the western forest. Grass was growing where it had once been a wasteland, and thump, 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 thump. Big and small ants were wandering around the western forest. The number of ants had increased significantly in the few days that Sejun was absent. Almost about 1,000. Munch munch. The ants were still eating the remaining trees. As Sejun was watching the ants, Krun, Quenji, who had shrunk again, pulled out his empty glass bottle and called Sejun. Got it. Clink. Sejun, who received the empty glass bottle from Quenji, opened the void storage, put the empty bottle in, and took out a glass bottle full of honey. Here you go. Krun. Quenji, who received new honey bottle, was overjoyed and quickly began to eat honey after opening the glass bottle. Just then, thud, thud. The largest of the ants, a 5 meters tall ant, approached. It was the firstborn powerful purified ant. Greek. The powerful purified ant put its branch on Sejun's shoulder and Sejun. There's a fire tormenting us. It began to talk about the fire that was tormenting them. A fire? Come to think of it, there were traces of fire burns here and there on the bodies of the ants. I see. If the fire appears again, let me know, and I need about 100 of your seeds. I understand. A while later, thump, thump. Young ants with white seeds on their heads came to Sejun and extended their heads. Pick their seed. Alright. Snap. When Sejun picked the seed from the ant's head, you have obtained a seed of the purified ant. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV3 significantly increases. Thank you. The ant expressed its gratitude to Sejun, then went back to eating the trees. In that way, about 2 hours passed and he was able to collect 98 seeds of purified int. What should I do for the remaining one? While Sejun was contemplating what crop to offer at the giant carrot altar and waiting for the ints to bear seeds, thump, 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 the ints began to move hastily, picking up the branches that fell to the ground. And the powerful purified int approached Sejun. What's happening all of a sudden? Sejun asked, placing his hand on the body of the powerful purified int. Fire has come. Kai-ik. At the same time, a scream was heard from the south direction. Theo, Quenji, let's go. Got it. Meow. Krun. Sejun, feeling uneasy about going alone, took Theo and Quenji as bodyguards and followed the ints to the south. Kai-ik. All the while they were moving, the scream kept coming. Guys, shall we stick together? Sounds good. Meow. Krun. Sejun, feeling scared, kept Theo and Quenji close to him as they moved. As soon as Sejun arrived at the very front of the ints from where the screams were coming, fire ants. Sejun could see the ints, big and small, fighting with 100 red ants of 1 meter size. The ints were overwhelmingly at a disadvantage. Most of the young ants were much smaller than 1 meter. K-eek. Crash. The red ants used their large bodies to overpower the ints, then used their powerful jaws to cut through the ants' bodies. Then, thud, thud. When the giant ants approached to block the red ants, the ants emitted flames from their antennae like a flamethrower, attacking the ants. Whoosh! The bodies of the ants began to burn in the flames spewed from the antennae of the red ants. Create thundercloud, rainfall, swoosh. Sejun quickly made it rain to extinguish the fire on the ants' bodies. FZZZT. Where did these things come from? Something new keeps appearing on the 99th floor of this tower. Phew. How many have died? After seeing the fight, Sejun realized that there must have been a lot more ants originally. Many ants had been killed by the ants' attacks. Guys, attack. Come out. Gairon, crowing. At Sejun's command, the animals attacked the red ants. Ribbit. The ground beneath Theo transformed into a black swamp, and then 30 meters long Gairon appeared. And then, roar, Gairon sucked in the rain that Sejun was making, and then, water cannon. Whoosh! It spewed it out towards the ants. Crack! The water pressure emitted by Gairon was so great that it could penetrate rocks, but the ants' exoskeleton easily withstood Gairon's attack. Instead, their insides that couldn't withstand the water pressure started to get destroyed first. Guard Theo's slave, Bug Hunter Gairon, has killed a fire ant worker. Guard Theo receives 90% of the experience points obtained by his slave, Bug Hunter Gairon. You have gained 450 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points obtained by Guard Theo. Crowing. Moreover, when Quenji, who had transformed into a giant, began to stomp and kill the fire ant workers, the fight ended in no time. Sejun examined the exoskeleton of the fire ant worker. He was intrigued, seeing that it withstood Gairon's attack. Of course, it turned to dust under Quenji's stomping. Ting, ding. When he stabbed it hard with his dagger, the exoskeleton vibrated slightly and seemed to spread the shock around. This could be useful. It seemed like it would make decent armor. Let's take a few. Sejun put a few bodies of the fire ant workers into the void storage. After the battle ended, rainfall. To prevent the fire ant workers from approaching easily, Sejun had Quenji dig the ground to create a long pit. This was because he had noticed that the fire ant workers avoided water when he made it rain earlier. As Sejun turned to leave after making the pit, thump, thud. Sejun, please pick the seeds. A 2 meters tall ant approached, asking Sejun to pick the 5 seeds grown on its head. It was the ant that Sejun had saved from the flames earlier. Swish, swish. The ant's branch-like limbs playfully tickled Sejun, as if it was trying to be affectionate. Thwack! Don't mess around. Meow. Theo, warning the ant, threw a punch towards the ant's branch. Slap. The ant, in response, slapped Theo with another branch. Ack! How dare you mess with me, President Theo? Meow. Okay, let's fight. Meow. Jump. Angry, Theo jumped towards the branch, but, whoosh! The ant quickly moved its branch out of the way. Meow. Splat. Theo chased the branch more eagerly. Whoosh, whoosh. The ant moved its branches back and forth, evading Theo's paws. Eventually, Theo was tricked into running around energetically by himself. Click. You have obtained 5 seeds from the purified int. Your job experience increases slightly. Your skill level in seed harvesting LV 3 increases significantly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV 3 is full and the level increases. Meanwhile, Sejun had harvested 5 seeds from the int's head, raising his seed harvesting skill level to 4. And there is a small chance that the number of seeds obtained when seed harvesting increases by 5 times. A new effect was added to the seed harvesting skill which had reached level 4. Let's go now. That was a good fight. Meow. See you next time. Meow. Theo was satisfied, even though he was tricked by the int. Only one more crop left. Sejun was lost in thought as he returned home. There was no rush, so Quenji moved slowly. Once they arrived home, Squeak, Pipe, the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo, who had been waiting for Sejun, were angry at Sejun and asked where he had gone. No, I just went to gather crops. Squeak. But we have all 10 crops here. Where did you go? The Black Rabbit looked frustrated as he spoke. All 10 other? Squeak. The Black Rabbit nodded his head and led Sejun to the carrot field. Sejun followed the Black Rabbit with an expression that said, "What are you talking about?" But then he saw the crops placed in front of the giant carrot altar. Huh? This is? Among the crops, there were 2 he hadn't seen before. There was a well-ripened red strawberries and a Kyongyang chili peppers. Ah, how could I have missed these? Only then did Sejun remember that on the 215th day of being stranded, the 5th seed store opened. He bought 100 each of strawberry and Kyongyang chili pepper seeds along with 20,000 carrot seeds. Squeak. What? They were hidden behind the corn? I see. It was no longer important why he hadn't discovered the strawberries and Kyongyang chili peppers. There was something else of importance. Slurp. Just looking at the strawberries made his mouth water. He desperately wanted to taste them, but he couldn't because of the intense gaze of the rabbits watching him from behind. Right. First things first. As Sejun regained his composure and approached the giant carrot altar and raised his hand, would you like to offer the crops to the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar? Yes. With Sejun's response, the crops began to be absorbed into the giant carrot altar, one type at a time. Then, a notification appeared before Sejun. 100 of one type of farm produce has been offered. 100 each of 2 types of farm produce has been offered. 100 each of 10 types of crops have been offered. The quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the quest, the Harvest Festival of Abundance will be held. The Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar will randomly summon 1,000 rabbit tribe members to enjoy the Harvest Festival of Abundance. A blessing of abundance will be bestowed on the entire floor where the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar is located. You have acquired the job skill, Crop Gigantification LV 1 as a quest completion reward. Finally, the Harvest Festival of Abundance was held. Squeak, squeak, squeal, pipe. While Sejun was watching the rabbits celebrate, the seeds of the ant that Sejun had put in his pocket were sucked into the giant carrot altar. 100 each of 11 types of crops have been offered. The Harvest Festival of Abundance is enhanced to a Harvest Festival of Abundance and Overflowing Mana.